It worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again to another Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Today, we're going to talk about what's going on over there in Iran, in the Middle East, in the world, in terms of the Iran war. And I don't want it to get emotionally charged. I literally only want to talk about it in terms of strategy and where this could go next, in terms of what might happen globally, regionally. I don't want to talk about the blame game, who's to blame for this. I'm literally looking at what could happen going forwards. I think it might be interesting to, think about that, talk about that. So I don't want any, I don't want it to go to source. I don't want any blame being thrown. I literally want everybody just to do, a calculated analysis of what could happen going forward,
Of course, yeah.
And what is happening at the moment. The fog of war is very difficult to see through. There is lots of fake news.
Yes.
Lots of propaganda. So we can't obviously know for sure what exactly is going on. But we can give our own analysis of what is going on and where this will go moving forwards. Again, from a kind of strategic perspective, what does this mean for the global economy? What does it mean for American homogeny, world power? What does it mean for other players in the world, such as China, Russia? What does it mean for the Ukraine war? What does it mean for Europe? Many things to be considered. Please do not be racist. Do not say anything illegal. Curb your rhetoric so that you don't get the channel into trouble. And if you do start swearing or name calling, I will kick you off for the entirety of the show. You won't come back tonight. So there you go. That's the preamble. We'll go to Peter. Peter, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Just 3 points. Economic, international, and social, right? And geography. Since the beginning of warfare in that region to the current day, the geography of that region, it's a fortress. They have their own internal valley and mountains on all sides of their borders. It's why their country is shaped the way it is. And their main economic node, I think it's called Cargill Island, something like that.
Yes, Cargill Island.
So So if I get something wrong name-wise, people can correct me. When it comes to the economics, China, they get a lot of their oil from Iran, and they've actually been trying to preempt the Hormuz Strait situation for actually years now, because they predicted through game theory that it could happen. It's a choke point. So they've been actually trying to build their pipelines through the Middle East to between China and Iran, right? Like a Persian Silk Road, but oil road. So China's trying to find a way around that. China's providing intelligence as well as Russia is providing intelligence, and this is actually scaring the shit out of America because Iran's current attack on the Indian Garcia base, I think,
Diego Garcia.
that shows. Yeah, you got it. Thank you. That strike actually impressed a lot of people, especially enemies. They were like, "Oh, what?" And Riyadh also told Iran, this is a big update between Middle Eastern countries that have been getting hit by drones or even false flags by Israel and then rockets from Iran. Because Israel is doing false flags. They did multiple false flags on all sorts of countries to get them to join against Iran. Didn't really work out. Everybody was like, we're not going to flinch. Like, nobody flinched. They knew it was coming. And specifically Riyadh and the KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they told Iran, do not target electrical or water desalination production. If you target that, we're going to war against you. So Iran understands the entirety, the strategic field. If they don't target the water desalination and the electrical generation of these multiple different countries in the Middle East, they might not even help the United States. And I came up with a game theory prediction that as a reaction, all the rockets... Can I not be interrupted, please? Thanks. So when it came to the rockets hitting all these different countries, I predicted a base cascade. A base cascade is different countries having their own populations and citizens going to their governments and voting to remove American bases from their countries so that they're no longer targeted. And then America is like, they found out the bases in week 3, the way they got hit was ridiculous. And you even had the embassy in Iraq that got swarmed. The Shias in Bahrain are actually going after the Sunni king there as well. So the strategic field is very wild on an international level. Most people aren't even that affected by the Strait of Hormuz, and there are alternatives, although it is causing some shocks, especially at first. The long term, it can be avoided. Like Canada is currently working very hard to get its oil out, and it's going to be like pumping more oil. So that's actually going to cause saturation and make the price go down. But that's only one strategy of the West. And Trump is sitting there trying to get everybody to join his international navy against Hormuz. Nobody's listening to him. He's the bully on the playground who bullied way too many people, even allies. And everybody's like, no, we don't want to help you. Anyway, that's the strategic field from my own experience. But the biggest thing I would be worried about is Trump being stupid enough to try to D-Day Iran. If he tries to amphib invade, it would be the stupidest plan he'd ever does. It will, you know, when the British tried to amphib in World War I against Turkey,
they failed.
They failed completely. The Turks pushed them back entirely. It's actually a known thing that in World War I, they had to establish sand grains and measurements to make it look like they were still in the battle lines while they were retreating. Like,
the British were not good. Yeah, that's very true.
So, and on the religious level, we're dealing with a Western secular people that has some Christianity, and like I know that the Trump administration is trying to push some Christian zealotry to up the morale, but it's not working, and people are like, somebody claimed Trump was anointed or something. He's not. He's not anointed. He's a false prophet. He's literally trying to galvanize people to see him as a prophet, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to Iran, they did not learn from the mistakes in Afghanistan. We're like men in flip-flops and AKs and a hardcore religion. If they can resupply, they will survive.
Yes.
Right. This is a religion where if they pass away in battle, they believe they go to heaven. You know, they think they go to Jannah, and this is why the Ayatollah, when they first struck, he was just sitting in his house. He told his whole family to leave. And he's just sitting there happy. Yeah, he was sitting there happy, like, wow, I'm going to be a Muslim saint. Like,
exactly. How can you like behead a religion That's main idea is the martyr of their prophet Hussein, who died in the war against Karbala. He had 80 men against 1,000 men. He's the prophet of the Shia Islam. The Shia, the Muslims.
He's the Pope. He's like the Pope of the Shia.
Yes, of course, yes.
That's the best way to explain it to the West, right? Like
he is basically the Pope of Shia.
Yeah, it's like, you know how Peter and then you have the Pope today. It's a continuation, right? So the Ayatollah was a continuation of their version of their religious Pope, right?
Yes,
so not only did they target, like it's not just Iran anymore. It's Shia demographics in Lebanon, Bahrain,
Pakistan.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. Of course.
So I'm gonna let you take the comments, Fatima, because I know you know some things in the region.
Yeah, Fatima, just keep it on in terms of what you think is going to happen next, please.
Okay, so do not do the blame game. Just focus on the future consequences of the region, of the world. Okay, I will.
Straight up game theory, right? Nothing else.
That's it.
Very simple, without any racism and derogatoryism. For me, I do have a history of doing that, but I'm just going to be objective. I think that this is going to collapse. I shouldn't say that. It's going to greatly weaken the power of the dollar, the US dollar around the world, because the only way that ships are going to go through the Strait of Hormuz is by paying in Chinese yuan currency. Even Japan is paying in Chinese yuan currency to even have just one ship go. And if you don't pay in Chinese yuan currency as ordered by the Iranian, the RIGC, you will get your boat fucking blown up by them, by their drone boats, which they have thousands of.
I thought that too, but apparently that's been denied by the Iranian embassy in India. That they're not asking for, payment in yen. That's what they're saying.
I just read that.
I read it as well, but the Iranian embassy in India has denied this. Is the truth.
Oh really? Then I guess it's only for certain vassals that are aligned with Iran's.
This is where the fog of war comes in.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah, because there's so many sources coming in. But based on what I read, the only ships going through are ships that are supportive of Iran and not supportive of American Israel. That's a fact. The only ships going through are ships that are aligned with Iran because in the last week, Iran shot down a Thailand oil tanker. Yes, they shot it down for not paying attention too easily. They shot down a Thai oil tanker and they shot down a American one about a week and a half ago. So yes, but the only ones that are going through, I believe, are Chinese and Russian ones. Those are the only oil tankers going through because China and Russia support Iran. And Ragnarok is correct. China and Russia are greatly supporting Iran with intelligence. And you said the Ukraine war, DNW. As for the Ukraine war, the Russian foreign minister has said that talks between America, Russia, and Ukraine are over now or on pause until whenever that's going to wrap up again. And the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, is now sending drones and is now assisting America with aiding drones. There was a Ukrainian drone found in Lebanon when one of the Axis of Resistance members, Hezbollah, found a Ukrainian drone in one of the warfares by the Israelis. One of the aftermath of the war, they found a Ukrainian drone there. So it's already engulfing other countries into this as well. And to add to Ragnarok's point, yes, this is going to change the region heavily. You need to understand that, sure, the Gulf Arab monarchies love America, but their population and the majority of the Ummah, the Islamic community, do not like America, and they especially hate Israel. So what's going to happen is that, like, we see these people. This is happening inside Bahrain. A lot of people don't know, but Bahrain is a Shia population dominated by an Arab Sunni.
Yes. Their king is specifically a Sunni minority.
Yes,
so their
exactly.
elite is the Sunni elite minority.
Yes, and that is crazy to me, and that's why in the first week of the war, the Bahrainians were starting a riot. So you realize how hard it is for those Gulf Arabs to start a riot. They have very little resources to start a riot, and yet they still were doing it. They were attacking police cars. They were attacking some U.S. Police admin. They were throwing Molotov cocktails at the buildings. They were doing a hard uprising of it, and they still are. It's just not talked about now, but they still are doing a hard uprising now. And so yeah, and a lot of people, as it's just a small side note, Bahrain was actually part of Iran until 1971, when like the king decided to like become independent and side with the British, and then the British ensured that Bahrain will always be under the Western capital of the petrodollar, which
So it
is
was a
going
Hong
back to
Kong situation diplomatically, right?
yeah, diplomatically, yeah. But a lot of Bahrainians hate that. A lot of Arab Bahrainians are actually being displaced in their own land by Indian and Pakistani migrants and from other migrants in the world. About like half of Bahrain's population was transplanted after the transfer from Iran to like its own independent kingdom in 1971. So you could imagine there's generations of hate and trauma within the Bahrainians who are so happy that Iran is now attacking U.S. foreign bases in the region, and Bahrain is one of the ones that got hit the hardest, because I found this out and at the start of the war. The Bahrain is actually has one of the most U.S. bases around the world, and like, oh, DNW, I see you saw that. That is a lie. The Iranian Foreign Embassy minister and one scholar from Iran said that this is a complete lie. And just like yesterday, the Iranian foreign minister said that negotiations are off like the table. This is called market manipulation. Trump is
Yeah.
scared.
But Trump
Yeah.
is saying he's talking to someone else. They have someone on, someone they've tapped into.
Do
who
you
has
trust him,
influence over
DNW?
that.
Because he has lied so far about this and since day one. I do not trust any Western media whatsoever. That's exactly what George Bush said about Iraq. So much full of war, so much full of market manipulation. This is
Well,
called market manipulation. What's happening now?
Fatima, can I also interest this little notepad that should be on the notes? So the West, their media, the Western governments are afraid of proxy militias rising in their countries. There was a leaked memo that came out and was made public around Canada, the UK, and France. You know how Iran is a state funder of terrorism, right? They are capable. We know with the battles against the ISIL insurgents, like the Shia militias actually do have some form of reach. And this is a big reason why a lot of NATO nations are like, no, we're not going to get involved. They're telling Trump no, because if they sided with Trump, the biggest threat right now, especially Canada, there was a leaked plan. Iran wanted to use Canada and their loose migration system as a method of launch pad to attack America. It's a very big problem, and it's a big reason why Canada diplomatically is like, no, we're staying the fuck out of this. We have internal problems we need to handle now.
Yeah,
Because it's the
that's
biggest it's the biggest threat to the West, having mass terror attacks everywhere. Like, you know how the Palestine protests everywhere, all the little riots and protests everywhere. You do understand that it was funded by Iranian ops. Like,
oh.
it was proven, and
Mhm.
the Iranian strategist literally came out and said, this cause of speaking up for Palestine, yes, it was very popular among the youth and the left. They knew that, and they funded the for hire protesters that the left has become since BLM. So BLM changed their flag to Palestine because they got paid Iranian money. So it's not even just Shia people they might even be funding. This is the biggest fear in the West right now: mass, uncoordinated militia strikes built from within the mass migration pool that has come through. And it's actually the most, like, you couldn't even use a nuke against mass migration war tactics like this because they're everywhere. It sells, right? So this is the biggest threat in the West right now. And this is why a lot of people are hesitant of siding with Trump, because it's not just an economic situation. Like, if it goes all the way to World War III, Iran might activate all those fuckers. And it's not just Muslims. The left wing Muslim alliance, when it comes to these extremist type things, they are both against the Zionists. And I dare say even the far right is against the Zionist system. So Iran, I think what they're choosing to do right now, and if they're smart, they're not going to push the West to join Trump. They're actually going to be very friendly and be like, hey, we don't want to fuck with you. We don't want to cause terror attacks. We actually don't want to do that. All they need to do is fund a little bit of free speech fomenting politically and have the left wing and right wing at each other's throats. It's all they need to do. We are
Yeah.
not in a
Well,
position to wage a world war.
Of course not. Yeah, nobody is, but especially not the United States. They have a lot to lose, and like, yeah, but I don't trust Western media when these things. So, and Trump is a liar. So, like, every U.S. president lies to me. They all lie to me. Yeah, and
Okay, so US officials have told the Post they no longer believe it's possible to achieve the war's original goals of overthrowing the Iranian regime.
they still want to overthrow it. DNW. They still want to
Well, no,
overthrow.
I know, but the fact that they've said that, I mean, I don't think they can do anything else strategically. They need that regime to go. They do. I mean, there's no way they can proceed in terms of game theory. Would you say I'm right, Ragnar? They
No,
need the regime.
you are absolutely right. I figured it out a long time ago. The only way is to support an internal, actual Christian riot system. Like, basically, you know how they're funding left wingers in our countries, Iran? We need to be funding Christians who want to protest and rise up, because Christianity is actually spreading extremely in Iran right now to an extreme degree. Like, it'll literally be Christian within the century if these metrics keep going.
Could you? I got a question. Could
So
you?
the point is, once that the Operation Creep, so it's an Operation Creep is like slowly corrupting internally or like turning it around to cause regime change. That would have been the only way. You can't just go kinetic with Iran. It's a fortress that has connections with militias outside of its fortress. The only way is an internal regime change. But the problem that they've been hitting Iran so hard that the Christians in Iran are probably like, no, it's not worth it. We don't want to
Yeah,
be under
exactly.
the Zionist occupied government. We don't want to be under them. Even the Druze in Syria.
If this war goes from hot to cold, it's going to be terrible. If that regime is still there, it's going to be terrible.
Well, here's the thing, Dean.
And if anything, this war has given Iran legitimate reason to pursue nuclear action, as in try and to secure nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, that's why Trump has started something he's got to finish, in my view.
He can't. He can't, though. It's impossible. It's not going to end on his terms anymore.
This is the brutal situation we're in. It's been, in my view, this has been just an insanely carried out state of affairs.
Well,
you know.
Another thing, though, Trump was caught in a hot mic.
It's jeopardized the region. It's jeopardized America. And I believe it's jeopardized the Middle East as well. Obviously, we can see that because there's been missiles going off everywhere.
Yeah.
So Trump was caught in the hot mic before the Venezuela situation, right? So the leading up to, he was caught on the hot mic, literally saying, "No, I'm not going to let the Epstein files come out. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care if I go down. I'm taking you down with me." That was proven to be real, and he literally said, "Fuck it."
Yes, that was real.
Yes, it was proven real. It's not AI. He was caught in a hot mic. He literally said, "Fuck the Epstein files. I'm not letting it out," because it actually proves he forced certain things.
Why the war started?
Yes,
I don't really want to go there.
Yeah,
but I will say one thing. I believe the Epstein files may have had something to do with it.
Of course they did. Yes,
major catalyst.
Major catalyst. Yes, because he's blackmailed by those people. I'm not
sure about that much, but I definitely think he.
No,
I definitely think that he liked to create a bigger story.
DNW, don't be like okay,
there's,
but like
there's hard data that he was involved, and he's trying. Like, the only way he can stay in office, he can't have a third term. He even said he wants one. The only way he can stay in office is if he starts World War III. That's not a joke.
Exactly, yeah, and he promised he wouldn't, and well, I think he always will. Because the people who put Biden in office also picked Trump. I honestly believe that. There is no like organic democratic transition in the U.S. There never was. Like, in my own worldview,
it was always Zog. AIPAC owns both sides, Democrat and Republican.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
There is a serious buildup of men in the area.
Now DNW,
more American paratroopers are heading that way.
Now DNW.
This could be just Trump, putting pressure on Iran. He may not necessarily be planning to utilize them. But there are views that he is going to try and invade that island. What's it called? Karg Island?
Yes. Karg Island. It's the economic central node of Iran.
Yes, which he failed to establish. So D&W, that should show you that you can't trust him.
Island, is that where they do a lot of the oil refining and stuff?
Yes, that is where they do all
Not
of their
even
oil.
just
90%
oil,
of
it's
their
their
oil is
trade.
from there. 90%.
So
there are views that he's trade island.
Get that.
It's a trade island. Yes, 90% of their oil is from
It's
there.
basically like targeting New York. Like he's like Iran wouldn't target Washington; they would target New York because of the trade, the economics.
Yeah, the trade. Yeah,
Digital. So targeting Karg Island is the other way around.
exactly.
That's their New York. When you call somebody's
says,
country,
guys, it
a
was
city,
Mike Collins, not Trump, on the hot mic.
Yeah, can I say something?
No. It was actually
Trump.
DJT.
It was Trump. Can you please be quiet, Bishy? But like, can I just?
Guys, by the way, we have a lady in waiting, but Fatima, we should have brought her on already. But go ahead, Fatima.
Okay, so if I can say something, that should show you the D&W that you cannot trust Trump because he's sending 3,000 troops to be there. What else are they going to be there for? They're going to attack Iran. They will attack.
No. In fairness, they can be there as a show of strength, a threatening gesture to say, look, you better start fucking doing what we say, or making some type of movement towards what we want.
No, they won't do
peace,
that.
Or else
they won't do that.
I know, but like to say that he's definitely going to send in the men, I don't think we can be sure. You know?
Why not? What else are they going to be there for? They're not going to be there for any other reason.
You've already admitted that. Well, the only place they could go is Karg Island. If they go anywhere else, it will be a bloodbath, in my view.
There's only one other place. There's only one other place, and it's in Iraq, where there's a Kurdish population. They're actively trying to recruit them to join the U.S. invasion.
Exactly, that's where they're gonna go. D&W. They've always wanted it. Regime change is still.
Say that again.
Me? Are you talking to me? Regime change is always still on the table for the American-Israeli.
I don't think they can back down from that. You know
exactly. So that's why
no choice. They can't back down. They're going to the Kurds. They're going to the Christians. They're going to every single minority in Iran, trying to be like they're sending their spooks, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why.
Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say, darling? You did. By the way, you did give me a chuckle earlier with your grumpy comment. Do you want me to read
Chickpea.
It did.
It still stands. It still stands.
And she said, "This should be fun. A crowd of self-proclaimed war experts wittering and twitting for hours on end."
Well, I'm not a war expert. I read from
Why
experts.
idiots think they're geniuses.
I think
he's right with that one, isn't he? I'll show the power.
Yes. How you doing, Chickpea? How you been?
I'm fine, thank you, Fatima. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine.
No.
What's your view, Chickpea? What's your view on the matter?
Oh, I've got no idea, DW. What would I know? What would I know?
Are you worried? All right, you don't have to say particularly what you know. But what are you worried about? Are you worried about gas prices, chaos in the global logistics, so that your shopping basket increases in price? What are you worried about? You may not know what's going to happen. But what are you worried about?
Actually, I'm not that worried about it. Actually, I'm not that worried, actually. I mean, if it blows up, it blows up. It's going to blow up somewhere sooner or later anyway.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will.
I'm not worried.
Of course, yeah.
I've got a friend of mine who comes from Iran. He lives upstairs, and yeah.
Yeah, but like, oh, sorry. Are you?
What?
Oh, nothing.
I'm just interested what will happen in the region with the other Arab states. What's going to happen in the future? Because apparently, how can they in any way come to respect and work with Iran in the future? Has Iran isolated itself even more? I'm not saying it wasn't already isolated, but
not really.
No, it wasn't.
They had Russia and China. China
in the region. In the region,
well, in the region, the closest is two states now, Lebanon and Iraq. And don't look. I'm going to explain something. The people who run those countries, like the governments officially, they're just American Israeli transplants. But the paramilitary groups in the region, such as Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Popular Mobilization Forces, the PMF, inside Iraq and other Shia militant groups.
They grew after the war with ISIL, right?
Yes.
In Iraq, those Shia militias grew because of the conflict with ISIL.
Of course, yeah. So in the Iraqi population, and because of the American war on Iraq, the people there, the militias there actually de facto run things there. They distribute food, provide security. What else do they do? Oh, they just protect the people there. Yeah, they're kind of like the vigilantes. While like the state government there is just like a transplant of America and stuff like that. That applies to both Lebanon and Iraq. But Iraq is much more closer and bigger to Lebanon. So Iraq, in terms of the population, yes, and after Iran is like 85% Shia as a Muslim. Iraq is also Shia, the Muslim as well. It has the second most amount of Shia Muslims in the world, and so there's a lot of affinity from the Shia Iraqis to the Shia regime inside Iran. There's a lot of support from them. There's a lot of love for it, and of course inside Iraq there's a lot of ayatollahs. Yeah, there's one grand ayatollah, but there's also smaller ones, regional ones, and the Iraqi ayatollah, he's also pretty adamant. He actually issued a fatwa, a jihad against any American and Israeli troops in Iraq.
Look,
Yes,
I don't blame him.
From an American
I understand
perspective,
this.
from an American perspective, just how much more can they take of being, the loser?
Who?
I mean, the Taliban in Afghanistan, they didn't end the Taliban. They lost in Vietnam. They didn't have a good run in Korea.
Yeah.
I mean, just since the World War II, it hasn't exactly gone very well for them, has it? I mean, just
No,
how
it
much
hasn't.
more are they willing to let this be another, major L?
It's already happening. The NW, it's already. Guess what happened?
I know, but it's not over yet, baby.
I know it's not, but guess what's happening inside Iraq? Beautiful things are happening in Iraq. I actually read this news. This is from an official Iraqi source, not Iranian, Iraqi. This is from the actual people of Iraq. This is what it says. This is from Novarum. Here it goes. Breaking. Iraqi militant groups have agreed to let the full withdrawal of U.S. and NATO bases on this, or have agreed to stop attacking on bases. U.S. bases and NATO troops from Baghdad as long as they leave. And now a lot of U.S. troops and like the NATO troops, they are now only in the north of Iraq. So yes, they fundamentally left Baghdad. They left Mosul. They left. They all left southern Iraq now because Iran blew up a lot of them. Not only Iran, but a lot of the Shia groups also use their own drone warfare and their own like.
I heard they attacked the Iraqi embassy. Like there was Marines in there, and the Shias literally swarmed and started.
Yes,
killing
they did.
people.
Oh, yes, it was brutal.
They
swarmed them, so they've really fucking made Americans and like NATO troops scared. They made them flee all the way up north.
Is it fair to say that the outcome of this will not be World War III, but it will be a building of and a strengthening of a new world order that favors this kind of Iran, Russia, China teaming
axis? Yes. Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Even the EU is muscling its way to try to survive to make its way to that position. Because you need to understand something.
How do you know all this? How do you know this?
One second. When it comes to America, can you please let me speak? When it comes to America, they have no choice. They have no choice to continue. They have no choice to continue because right now America is dealing with an implosion on an internal order level because of all the Epstein files and all that. There's stuff coming out that's proving that they've been run by ball cults for a long time, and most of the American citizens do not want that. So they have no choice but to try to distract and point the direction elsewhere because otherwise America's on the verge of a civil war, to be honest, and people are sick and tired of how Epstein and child traffickers have basically operated the American government as a fucking mafia, pardon my language, but that's how severe the situation is.
It's a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, it's accurate. No, it's accurate. I agree with you. I'm an American.
A lot of Americans are like, we don't want to be citizens of Zog anymore. They want to be American. Right, they feel their Congress is completely bought off by foreign lobbies. Right, JFK tried to like push them out to be seen as foreign agents. Guess we all know what happened to him after.
He died. Yes, he got killed by them. It wasn't Lee
So
Harvey.
the events leading up to today are just, it all adds up, right?
Yeah, it does
And when it comes to the Iran war, some people say there's going to be an amphibious invasion, and if that fails, a lot of people in the States are going to like right now. The future of the political arena for America, if you don't have APAC money in your back pocket or any Zionist affiliated lobby, you will win your election, whether right or left. Right, and everybody who's Zionist aligned is getting pushed out, and that's the future, right?
In the
Thomas
future,
Massey might actually become the next president if he wanted
yes.
to.
Thomas Massey is one of the. Thomas Massey has always been against every war in America. He's been against Iraq war, Libyan war, Afghan war, Syrian war. He was against
He's
every
more.
war.
He's literally the real MAGA, the real America First. When Trump turned MAGA into MEGA, the whole foundation collapsed.
Yeah,
right?
it did. Well, I argue he was always like an agent for them. He was just being a duplicit. He was just being a liar, as what all American
guys,
presidents.
is some of America's problem the fact that it's got Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump in positions.
Pete Hegseth is a
I mean these guys are reality TV stars.
Yes,
right.
And you know, Fox News newsreaders. I mean, what do they know?
They know nothing. The NW, they know nothing. Pete Hegseth has a freaking Deus Vult tattoo, as if he's a wannabe LARPer crusader. He is so brain dead. He does not understand anything.
I don't want you to. I know you've got biases, but I will say one thing. The only man who knows anything about this region is Netanyahu. No, he's got his. No, he knows the region.
I know he does, but
what I'm saying is,
like he does.
And Hegseth are clueless morons.
Yes,
of course.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah. You know? Unfortunately, as much as I hate to admit it, he does have a.
I would dare say, Fatima, that the Bush administration had more intelligence. That's saying something, bro.
That is. Are you serious, bro? The Bush administration being more. Damn. I don't. It's a tie to me, because the Bush administration would just lie after lie after lie after lie after lie, like this one. But this one, I guess, is more bad because it had promise of like not doing this shit again, and it did exactly what it promised.
DJT literally fulfilled the Antichrist prophecy.
Another point to make about this war and the rather remarkable times we're living in is the fact that Trump makes ultimatums of serious global consequence on bloody social media. You know, he literally announced his 48-hour ultimatum that he has now, you know, done a 180 on his own Truth Social. I think it was.
I wouldn't trust him though.
Yeah.
I mean, but
it's not even on Twitter.
No. The fact that they say these things on Twitter is worrying, is it not? Because what he's done is he set a precedent that he makes ultimatums on Twitter. He makes threats on Twitter. Who's to say his account won't be hacked? And, you know, he could say someone else could get control of his account.
I have to ask you
that causes havoc. Do you get
I have
my
to ask
point?
you a question though, the NW. Do you think that the Iranian war leaders are reading his posts? Do you think that they're? You think they're not, or are they? I don't think
no. They are. No, Fatima. It's fifth generation warfare. It's meme war. They're always watching the social media thing all the time. It is meme war right now.
Because they do have social media.
They do a kind of holistic take on everything, you know.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Now,
great assault.
But you get my point. If he's utilizing these social media platforms to make threats, who's to say he can't be hacked and that can't cause
exactly
havoc,
that's dangerous. He's kind of he's dumb in that regard. Yes, as with all U.S. presidents are.
Something else to say as well. Remember how I mentioned their Palestine protest funding from Iran? The thing is, people need to understand this translates to online. So the psychological mimetic warfare, so to speak, it's a meme war on the internet between people who support like Iran and those who don't support either side, and those who support Israel and America, right? And we already see on the digital battlefield that Israeli interests are actively choosing to censor knowledge, information, truth.
Yes, they are.
I made a point of writing notes almost day by day. Like I've been a little lax on it because there's so many people keeping an eye on it that I was able to just take a break from taking notes on the war. But from the beginning, I knew truth is the first casualty. It always is. So writing down the notes
Yes.
to game theory properly, because that's how you game theory. You need to look at the situation, look at what happened in the past, and then you can see the dominoes as you can see how the domino trajectory is before it falls, and that's the point of game theory. Right now, the trajectory is showing that Iran is going to use and is obviously like looking at Trump writing his stuff on Truth Social, which is then being shared on Twitter. I don't know who's running the White House Twitter account.
I don't know
I
either.
think they're like a 13-year-old in the mind with memes for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
And like I have some of my own insider information when it comes to how certain groups of people interact. So Trump was actually trying to reach a pinnacle.
Oh, I did that.
He was trying to reach a pinnacle of leadership that he could not achieve. Right? He failed because he wanted to get the anointing. This is a fact, and he has no pull. He has no authority, basically, on
No.
the Western strata of secret societies. He literally has less pull than even a gamer right now. That's not a joke.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's just like the puppet now. He's just a vehicle. He's just a vehicle. That's all he is now. All U.S. presidents are just vehicles. Like they're all vehicles, and like they're all just useful idiots. Like they are just selected. And hey, you want to come on? Based Welshman's 1964. Come on, bro. What's wrong?
Based Welshman, do come on and tell us what you mean by that.
Yeah, what the hell, man? What's up? What's up?
What about guys? The situation in Europe. I mean, this is the worst possible thing that could happen for Europe, given the situation with Ukraine.
Well,
Are Russia not salivating at the fact that their opposition in this proxy war in Ukraine are now
you broke up the NW.
Divided in terms of labor? They're having to concentrate on Iran. That is weakening their focus on Ukraine. Is this not just a
Yes,
play into
that's
Russia's
true.
hands?
That's true.
But I haven't really been keeping an eye on the Russian situation in Ukraine, but apparently Ukraine are doing very well despite all this.
They actually took a lot of ground back surprisingly recently. That there's a lot of experience. In fact, leading up to the Iran war, North Korea, NATO nations, EU nations, anybody who had a burgeoning military force wanting to have their own tier one, like everybody wants to have their own version of Navy SEALs or Delta Force, right? Or JTF. They sent their people as militia on either side, whether Russia side or Ukraine side. They've been gathering a lot of training. This is like countries do this. It's a fact. This is how they train their tier one to be the best of the best. So they got the experience from the Ukraine war. Those people are now shifting out and seeing like that. You're not wrong, DMW. EU and the NATO aspects of EU, they are looking at the Russia situation, and then they're looking at the Iran situation, and they see Trump being like, "You need to join me against Hormuz." All of them are like, actually, we are already dealing with a backwater conflict right now, right? They're already dealing with Ukraine, and they can't just
Europe has to
drift
stand
about.
up because this is going to affect Europe one
No,
way or
but
another.
can I say something though, DNW? As for the Ukraine, right, here's my take on it from what I read. I think it's a stalemate between Russia and Ukraine now, but the fact that NATO cannot like push back Russia entirely, they can only take some like asymmetrical parts of it, shows that like it's going to end in a stalemate. And because there's a lot of ethnic Russians in Ukraine who want to be with Russia again, so that's why this might be a side tangent, but the only way this war in Ukraine can end is that if Ukraine is actually divided between East and West, with East being part of Russia.
Another way it ends.
You're not wrong.
What about another way it could potentially end? And that is
How?
Trump says, look, we've damaged their capability to create nuclear weapons. They can't. They're not in a position to do that at the moment. We will keep an eye on them. We will now end our aggression and there'll be no further action from America, but we will keep an eye on them.
That implies that.
But
Sorry.
that creates what I said earlier about the Cold War scenario, and it also doesn't suggest what will happen in the region. Will Iran stop, causing havoc for its neighbors?
No, it won't. They'll be even more angry.
Will it, open up the strait? Probably not.
No. But here's the thing: that implies that America can destroy their enrichment facilities. It hasn't yet so far. It's just damage, and it's underneath the ground.
Do you think this is?
So, guys, we're talking about for or against. What about neutral?
Do you think the real reason Trump took Venezuela was
oil
to get the oil, because he knew this was coming up down the pipeline?
Oil. Yes, unfortunately, yes, oil, and the fact that Maduro was against Israel and was housing Palestinian organizations.
No, it was a prepping step for this attack.
Exactly. Yeah, but here's the thing.
Venezuela is a economic partner to BRICS, and the main economic factors of the Ukraine and the Iran war, food and oil. Ukraine is the most fertile region in the world for farmland and pumps out so much so it got so bad early on in the Ukraine war. Right, I studied the Civil War from my high school political class. Right, there was already a 10-year going on civil war until people actually started calling it the Russian-Ukraine war. Right, before Russia even got involved, the farming production, who's neutral, the entire food market, you could say, stock markets and stuff like that, but food, just the food section, it got hit, right? So the same thing with Venezuela, as you mentioned, it's not just taking out Maduro. He's doing it for his Israeli masters, and he's also getting the oil, right? And right now, if you think BlackRock is not sending people to basically, when you to review or survey, that's the word. They're surveying all the resources of the land in Venezuela right now. It is now it's literally a conquered state.
Unfortunately,
it just like that, and it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
And the reason they wanted to do that is because Venezuela could have been a base of operations to team up with Cuba. And also, here's a wild card nobody thinks about: Brazil. Brazil is not interested in NATO. They are into BRICS. Okay, they would be the main Axis hegemon against NATO if this went off in South America, right?
Yeah, they're the B in BRICS. Brazil is the B in BRICS.
The I in BRICS is Iran, right? There's no V, but Venezuela was definitely
there.
Business,
unfortunately, right? Which is why I supported Hugo Chavez and Maduro. Unfortunately, but unfortunately, that's what happened. And Venezuela didn't have any central banking there in the region until gonna be soon. Yeah, unfortunately, because unfortunately, the government there wasn't quite prepared as it is in Iran for some reason. I have no idea why, but unfortunately, that's what happened.
Skate raises an interesting point here, guys, he says he heard that small drones can block the Strait of Hormuz easily.
They can.
And this is the interesting thing about these times we live in. Although we have amazing, abilities in terms of immense, powerful weaponry, it is this. Sometimes it's the small, clever little
machinery.
Did you know that can do immense damage?
Did you know DNW? Did you know that the drones can be made within 100 times a month? Even fucking the Gusano, Marco Rubio said that. I fucking hate his guts, by the way. He said that Iran can make over 100 drones a month. So and it only cost them $20,000
a month.
Yes, he said that.
But guys, there was actually a video game that predicted drone warfare on the scale we're seeing in Ukraine, Iran, the Middle East. It was actually Black Ops 2.
I don't think 100 drones is that much.
No, they make a lot more. They make a lot more.
They make a lot more.
They're streamlining it. So the story in Black Ops 2, not to get too derivated, but it's almost like it predicted this. So in Black Ops 2, the story, it's a terroristic faction that gets a hold of drones. We don't need to go into the minutiae in detail, but they use drones on massive scales to the point of just, they massive attacking and stuff like that. And even I like to play Battlefield, right? In Battlefield 3, you have your little MAV, right? It's a drone that floats around. You could notoriously put C4 on it, fly it behind a tank. We were doing this on Battlefield 3 in 2016, blowing up tanks in a war simulation, right? So the phenom of drone warfare and strapping Boombas to it is actually one of the most revolutionary things that's happening right now. It's so effective that people are developing drones that look the size of insects to spy, and they could have bigger drones with weaponry and equipment. This is like drone warfare. Like, you know how people thought video gaming would never be able to be transferred into real life warfare? Bullshit.
That was
Every
a lot. Bullshit.
every gamer is a drone operator in the making. That's not a joke.
Yes, that is so true. Yes, hand-eye coordination. Video games teach you hand-eye coordination, and drone warfare includes hand-eye coordination. So yes, that is very true. Yes, and
like,
it's
imagine rigging a PS4 remote to like up some drones you can just launch, and like every time you lose a drone, you just you pick up another one and you go. They're finding out that they've been testing in Ukraine how to stop them. The most effective would be shotguns with not necessarily birdshot. Birdshot works on the smaller ones apparently, but the Ukrainians and even on the Russian side, because both sides are doing it, some of them used energy weapons to like EMP into a specific wave format to cut off the signal, and even hijack. So hackers who are quick enough
jammers
with the gear can actually
jammers. Yes, jammers. Yeah. That's what Iranians.
The jammers. The jammer technology is upgrading. They suck. That's why they have to rely on shotguns sometimes with birdshot to such a degree that everybody almost needs to have a shotgun on their back ready with birdshot, and they have to shoot in formation just to get a handful of them. Because if they don't get them, they're screwed. Right? Tanks are literally wearing turtle carapaces in the Russian-Ukraine conflict just to make sure some drone with C4 doesn't show up and blows up its rear, right?
They've got military vehicles in the Ukraine war going around with like windmills on them to try and.
They do, yes.
It's crazy.
Can I
try and hit the drones away?
Interject here? I saw this now recently on Twitter, guys. This is from Frank Faruk Gazukanaka. He's the Turkish. I butchered his name. Sorry, Furkan Gozranka. Yes, he's Turkish like war expert. And this is from Colonial McGregor predicts Putin has already delivered a terrifying ultimatum to Netanyahu. If Israel dares to use a nuclear weapon in the Middle East against, Russian scientists in Iran, he will drop a nuclear weapon on Israel. And that's like an ultimatum.
Have we actually got that confirmed? I mean, that's just speculation. We don't know for sure that he said that.
I don't know either, because this is from a colonel.
That's speculation.
Yeah, but it isn't everything.
I don't think we can say for sure that.
But isn't everything that's coming out of the Western media's mouth of speculation?
Putin has also said that there's basically. He said something like there's 2 million Russian-speaking Jews or Russians in Israel, and that's why he's come out and said that that's why he doesn't do anything to Israel, because he considers there to be 2 million Russians there. So that's another way of looking at this.
Not to mention, the Zionists have always had connections with the beginning of the USSR all the way through to the KGB. And guess who Putin is? He's ex-KGB. He's KGB. He's literally an ex-KGB guy.
This Pete Hegseth character in particular is fascinating to me. I mean, he's like because
he's a moron.
He's like some kind of action figure, like some like toy and toy figurine, He does look the part. He is the newsreader. He has that look, and basically, but what does he know? He's just a glorified presenter, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yes. I mean, so as a Catholic, I have a bias here.
As the Secretary for War,
isn't he like a Protestant, Ragnar? He's a Protestant, like.
So let me explain something, right? So you mentioned his tattoos, his Deus Vult, meaning God wills it, right, in Latin. He's LARPing as if he's some sort of Catholic crusader. The entire Catholic community is actually against the Epstein, Zog, Zionist occupation government. Yes. Like, did you know the Catholics actually favor stopping what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians, because even the Palestinian Orthodox and Catholics and non-denominational have been getting targeted in the crosshairs, so much so to the point that even in Syria it's a problem. So the Catholic Church position, of which I align myself to its position, they are against the infiltration of the Zog system. And what is Pete Hegseth in this situation? He is a good little goy following, and I don't mean to insult him. They call people Shabos goy. Right? Yeah. My
I've been holding back
they
so
call
much.
I'll just say Shabos.
I've been holding back a lot.
I'll just say Shabos, right?
Yeah, D and W. I've been
So hear
holding
me
back
out.
so much.
So
by the way.
on Pete Hegseth, he's a Shabos who definitely aligns himself. And so they believed that Trump was going to be some sort of anointed Messiah and that they were going to come save the nation of Israel. They actually believed that notion. They actually found out somebody else is anointed and is not even fucking American. He's Canadian, and they're pissed off because somebody else got it, and that they're actually pissed off about that situation. And the church is aligning against that situation. So when it comes to Pete Hegseth, he's just LARPing. He's LARPing.
We lost the Australian dude. I don't know if he can come back.
No.
I am Australian dude. If you want to come back, please do.
Yes.
We're giving everyone a chance. Cougar Duma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about the Iran war?
Hey, Cougar Duma.
What is happening and what might happen next? We're just talking about possible strategic next steps. What we think may happen based on evidence we've heard, or I know evidence is a bit of a funny word in this situation, given the fog of war and all the fake news going around. But we're just trying our best to provide analysis on what is occurring. Would you like to give yours?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
You're a little bit
breaking up.
It's the connection isn't great, Cougar Duma.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to be a little louder. So, the Iran thing, I guess everyone is in got their undies a bunch about Donald Trump having laid down this ultimatum, 48 hours, you do what I want, or it's Armageddon. And, of course, Trump always chickens out, taco. So we can't expect him to do anything about it. But what's interesting about this whole thing is, this has been the Republicans in America. The Republican Party has been gearing themselves up to become the party of Christ for about 25 years. After Nixon, the Republican Party fell pretty hard because of corruption. Yeah. So they had to remake themselves. And they remade themselves in the image of a Christian nationalist party. This was just political survival for them. But it worked really well because the Christian nationalists, who have been active in America for about 100 years, the Christian nationalists really do want a Christian country. I don't mean Christian like culturally, but they want a theocracy. Okay, kind of like what Muslim nations like to have, a theocracy. So the problem is that this whole Iran thing came along at a time when they're really expecting the end of the world, the Armageddon.
They are.
And this is the thing for them. And you may say, "Oh God, this guy's full of shit." This is what they talk about. The Pentagon, they had something like 200 military personnel complain to their ombudsman that they've been getting apocalyptic preachings from their military leadership. Apocalyptic preachings like, you need to go to the Middle East, you need to fight for Christ, and you need to die on the fields of Armageddon. And of course, you don't like that noise because that sounds like dying for whatever cause. And so there's been complaints out of the Pentagon. This is crazy shit, people. This is like Heaven's Gate kind of death cult insanity.
Sure.
So it's right at the top, man. Right at the top. So they mentioned
Trump thinks he's anointed. He thinks he's anointed. He's not.
By God or by Christ.
Look, I don't really want to go into it. There's religious lunatics on all sides, in my view.
Okay.
I want to go into
but the fact that the DNW, you have to look at it from this way. The fact that us Americans call Iran like, oh, crazy, barbaric, Islamic savages, theocrats. Well, on their own fucking government, we have the exact same people, except in Iran, one of the leaders who died, he was a general. He was actually a scholar of Immanuel Kant. He had like high IQ. He studied Immanuel Kant, and the foreign minister of Iran, he wrote his dissertation thesis I believe John Locke, and he published other books on John Locke as well. So no, like this isn't about like
Okay, yeah. Look, the reason I mention it at the NW is not because I'm a religious nut, because I'm not, and not because I want to encourage religious fanaticism, because there's enough of that on this channel anyway. So let's not do that. I would never deliberately do that. But what reason I'm saying it is because you need a context for why Trump on Friday calls for essentially the end of the world on Monday, and lets everyone stew about that all weekend. This is not an accident. They actually want this. And I wouldn't be too surprised, and this is what I have tried to say before, I wouldn't be too surprised if the end of oil and the high price of fuels is sort of how they get what they want, because if they can create conditions for massive unrest in the United States, then they can impose theocracy. And that's one of the, that's like first base to a home run for these people. They have to establish a theocracy in Israel, a theocracy in the US. They have to establish war with Islam, forever war with Islam. They have to establish the military on the fields of Armageddon.
Do you think not only are they thinking about Israel, but they're strategizing to stay in power in America, and given the midterms are coming up, and I believe Trump might be in trouble, you think they're trying to find a way to weasel in and retain
they
power?
are.
Yes. They're absolutely doing this, and this will work with the Christians. And you have to say, who cares about these pinheads? Look, these pinheads have like 5,000 nuclear weapons.
Are you going to go as far to say that, in many ways, on home soil, this is a war they were never going to lose, because it gives Trump power to remain in power?
Yeah, the war is not what you think it is. The war is not even regime change. They didn't do that. They know they can't do that, because it's Muslims all the way down. It's fundamentalist Islam all the way down, all the way to the dog catcher, right? The dog catcher becomes Ayatollah, and you haven't changed anything. So they know that. But this is all a setup so that they can have, like in the novel 1984.
Kenny's called you an absolute moron. Kenny, do come on and explain that statement, and try to be more civilized in your.
Okay, but you have to understand. I'm not going to be on here with Kenny. I'm not going to be on here with Kenny. This is your choice. This is your Waterloo. You either get Kenny or you get me, because I'm leaving.
Right.
Because Kenny is an idiot. Kenny is an idiot, and he's just on here to make people feel bad. And I am not going to be in the same forum with that son of a bitch.
Hey, DNW.
No, tracking. We will come to you, brother. I just want to be fair and give everyone a voice. Kenny says, never interrupt your enemy while he's making a mistake.
What do you mean by that, retard?
I mean, keep your voice down. Sorry, Cougar's gone. Cougar, I hope you can come back. Random Australian, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about Iran. Please bear in mind, we're not talking about what caused the problem. We're talking about what could happen, what will happen going forwards. We're speculating, and it is worrying times all around. So try not to say anything illegal, racist, hateful, etc. Thank you. You're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks a lot for having me. It's first time here. Greetings to everybody on panel and listening. But I was just, I didn't really have too much to input. I was going to, listen along. But what that gentleman just said before, it brought to mind when he was sort of talking about strategies and what's the next move and things like that. It made me kind of think, well, if there is kind of a, maybe what they call it, a group that are trying to have a one world establishment and they control the whole area, but then even if they do establish that, I think would that war machine, the military industrial complex, and that money making effort, that would still continue, I think, or would it? Maybe, it just made me think what is the end? What is the mean to the ends, or whatever it is? Are these different nations trying to fight each other to take over. To me, the war is like kind of idiotic. Not idiotic, but very like to be a mature person, to want to kill somebody for these people to be the most qualified and established people, and that's their option. And they don't actually even go front line. But I was just thinking, if if there is that, because then the wars and things will just continue, bombs, because they make so much money from that in itself. So it's just going to continue on and on and on.
It would be interesting to do an analysis of that, as in who's making money out of it, if anybody, who's benefiting from this. And scarily, in this world, those who own resources or own the means to the resources end up being enriched, whatever the scenario eventually. And that's the crazy and the sad state of affairs here. Someone will profit from this. You're right. But I don't know whether we could say fairly that's why they're doing it. I don't think that is why they're doing it, to financially profit from it. But of course, they will try to. Tracking, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show, brother. Welcome. Please bear in mind, we're trying to be civilized here. No hateful or illegal remarks. No blaming. We're literally talking about what is happening in terms of strategy and what might happen next.
Hi, thanks for letting me be on the show. The thing that I really wanted to ask first of all is how come your voice has a reverb effect? Is that intentional, or is that simply a strange byproduct of my laggy connection?
I don't know. Is it the same for everybody?
It's probably just his room acoustics if he hasn't got an effect on it. It does sound a little bit. It does
sound like you have a bit of an echo. There is a bit of an echo, but
there is a bit of an echo, unfortunately.
I mean, I kind of like it. I think it gives your voice a very commanding presence.
Okay.
Random Australian, have you just opened up a bag of crisps?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you're not talking, please mute yourself, guys. Go ahead, Tracking.
You actually
okay. All right. Well, I have something of a perverse interest in geopolitics.
So do I.
It's not something. Obviously, it's not to everybody's taste, but I do know that we're living through an historical epoch, which decades from now, historians are going to look back on, and young children at school are going to be quizzed over, because the global balance of power is changing. I feel that we're on the cusp, or we could be on the threshold of the end of the Pax Americana, or the global empire, the American empire, as it's commonly called. And
they call it the Pax Judaica.
Okay, well that's also valid and true.
Zionist occupied government. Yes.
For the sake of clarity, I'm going to refer to this as the American Empire. So, just to clarify what I mean for anyone who isn't sure, ever since the Second World War, in wake of the Holocaust and the slow dismantling of the British Empire, the world has sort of shifted towards a trend of liberal democracies, very much modeled based on the United States of America. And this order has been very much reified via the existence of transnational institutions like the United Nations, being one example. And we look at the United Nations as though they are a neutral entity, but and they're there to step in whenever illegal wars are being fought. But in reality, the United Nations is very much it's how can I put this? It's the standard bearer of the global liberalized order, and in turn, it is in effect it's the American empire in action.
The satanic order.
Okay, well, I won't argue with or deny that, but I want to sound neutral, and I don't want to say things that that break the rules. But anyway, basically, it's born out of this idea that we don't need to have wars or conflict anymore. We can just negotiate peacefully through trade offers, through diplomacy, and through sanctions. We can put an end to all conflict. It's an idea that sort of began in the horrors of the Second World War after the Holocaust, but then it's sort
even
of
League of Nations, World War One, it was seeded. So you're absolutely right on everything you're talking about.
yes, yeah, that's true. But it's sort of morphed into something bigger, and by the late 90s, it's resulted. I might even say it's metastasized into something that has long deviated from its original stated purposes, because the United Nations, the global liberal consensus, or we might say the global American empire, its legitimacy is beginning to fade because people are beginning to see how unfair and how many double standards there are. And there's no greater example of this than with the current war that's going on with Iran. Because first of all, this is not a legal war. This is not a just war in any sense of the term, and most people can see it. This war was completely started by Israel, and there's no doubt that this is a war that Israel has declared on Iran for no real cause other than they've completely decided that they want to destabilize and get rid of the Iranian regime, which they naively thought they could do by taking out the leader Ayatollah Khomeini, and America's been roped into this war despite what I'm fairly certain is mass public consensus against the war, because most Americans, especially ever since the Iraq War, most Americans are not fond of there being another war, especially not in the Middle East. So really what this all points to is that the American political class, especially Trump and the GOP, are controlled by Israel's foreign lobby. So this is a war, even though this is a war between America and Iran, it's very much an Israeli war. And
yes, and that's why I mentioned the Pax Judaica.
Look, you may say that, but is there not some room for thinking about America is trying to protect its position as the world superpower? It doesn't want Iran to become powerful because it's going to be in a position where it's being threatened by the BRICS, as a power force, as a unified power force.
Okay. Well, if America wanted to retain its position as the global power, it would not have done what it has done. It would not have gotten involved into this war because it has already undermined its own position. The American establishment, Trump, naively thought that by getting rid of Ayatollah Khomeini, they thought that Iran would just collapse and fall into a state of disrepair, like with Iraq under Saddam Hussein, or Libya under when Gaddafi was deposed. But that hasn't happened. And what's happened what's really shocking is that Iran is now in a better position economically than it was before the war started. Iran has now, as we all thought would happen, it has now completely controlled the Straits of Hormuz. It has complete control of 20% of the world's oil and I think liquid natural gas reserves, and it's now charging trading ships to go through the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, I read that as well. In fact, I wrote about it in my post. But that's also, we have to add, that's also been denied by the Iranian embassy in India, just so you know. We don't know for sure what is true. But that has been denied by the Iranian embassy in India, so I'm just putting that out.
Hold on, wait. I'm not sure what you mean by the Iranian embassy in India. The Iranian, I can't remember the guy's name, but the Iranians have been on the record and said on live television, we're not blocking the Strait of Hormuz, we're only blocking it to America and Israel and their allies. And they're levying taxes.
Yeah,
and this is going to lead to a whole host of second order and third order consequences, which is going to result in the complete destabilization of the American.
And one must ask, tracking, something I've thought about is, will they stop that toll? I mean, when the heat dies down, that toll could remain in place for some time because it's only going to build up the coffers of Iran and help, position China as a kind of greater power.
The toll will expand their war purse as well. And also, a lot of people are forgetting that the Zionist element, their goal is the Abrahamic promise. All lands from the Euphrates to the Nile. This is why the wars in the Middle East for the past decade.
Power of its tactics here. I don't know if it will be as very in any way hesitant to, allow free passage in that strait for some time.
It won't. If they
so-
were smart, they would continue with their war person tolls.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would, and they are going to do that most likely.
If I'm to answer your question, DNW, no, I don't think Iran will stop its toll because Iran is in a stronger position now than it was before the war started. And
Yes.
I mean, this is such a catastrophic blunder. America had no reason to get involved into this war. I don't know why Trump decided to get involved in this war in Iran.
Blackmailed.
Apparently, it's,
Blackmailed.
Yeah, most likely. I'm willing to bet it has something to do with his name being in the Epstein files.
Yeah, he was blackmailed.
Or-
No other question.
Whatever must be in the files, it must be so horrific that Trump would rather.
I don't
risk
think there's
a
any
war.
one reason, guys, though. That's the thing. I think there's a multitude
There's
of
multiple
reasons.
reasons.
Yeah.
Multiple reasons,
You're
but that's a
absolutely
big
right.
one. That's
There-
a
there's
big one.
There's the Zionists and their agenda. There's Trump's and his agenda. There's UN and NATO, their agendas. Nobody gains from going to war with Iran, to be honest. And I'll tell you right now, there's only one person in history who actually conquered Iran, and it's Alexander the Great. And
Yeah.
he did it by burning down Persepolis. But what the thing is, he drew Darius out. He drew the main power out into the fields of Iraq and Syria, and he crushed them into the flats of Iraq, right? So he drew out
Yeah.
the forces from the mountain hills of Iran. He didn't take Iran by force. Iran already capitulated because their entire power nexus went down. But it doesn't work this way with the Shia system. It's not Persia of old, right? It's not a monarchy you could just take over.
Yes. It's not. No, it's
And-
not. It's a theocracy. Republic theocracy.
And not just that, Iran is radicalized. You guys probably you do, but most people can't comprehend just how anti-America the Iranian regime is. Ever since the 1979
no idea.
revolution. Oh no, sorry, I meant that as a figure of speech. Obviously,
Oh.
you guys have some idea, but it's
I do.
just ever since the 1979 Iranian Revolution and the deposition of the Shah, Iran has become an ideologically anti-Western, anti-American state. They literally chant "Death to America" in their national parliament. It's
Yes, they do.
imbued in their national culture.
Good sir. The
There-
ultimate
there's-
irony is that the CIA helped overthrow the Shah.
Yeah,
They
but
helped
even
fund the RGC. They are another Mujahideen element that they funded, just like in the war with Russia and Afghanistan in the past.
yeah, but you know why they were funding like the RAGC is because the Shah was originally also an American Western the puppet, right?
Guys, yeah, some news there. A Pakistani official has said that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, White House Special Envoy Witkoff, and Trump's son-in-law Kushner are expected to meet Iranian officials in Islamabad this week, following a call between Trump and Pakistan's army chief Asim Munir. There you go, guys.
But
That's
dude,
okay,
dude,
well,
Who
this is a
elected the
lie.
wannabe Antichrist Kushner? Nobody elected that man. He needs
nobody
to sit
elected
down
Kushner,
somewhere.
DNW. DNW, this is another false tactic. They literally, before this war started, they did another attempted, alleged proposed negotiation, and this is why the war started. I don't think Iran is going to take the bait anymore. And this is just Western media saying that, oh no, they're going to capitulate. They're not going to capitulate for anything anymore. They're not. They are simply not. This is what led the war in the first place, was a false premise of negotiation and lying to the Iranian government and people thus. So I don't trust it. And through a intermediary such as Pakistan, yeah, that's going to go somewhere.
Dude, I'll tell
Yeah,
you right
no.
now,
Jared
when
Kushner.
Iran sees Kushner sitting there, he's going to be like, oh, so you're the man behind DJT. We know that. You're a wannabe Antichrist. You hate Christians to the bone. You want to kill them all. He's actually very well known as somebody who wants to be the Antichrist. That's not a joke. That's his
No, that's
entire
not.
bent.
Original goals of the war, toppling Iran's regime is nuclear program is no longer achievable. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
But
Iran-
that's
Iran
still
has-
on the table. That's still on the table for them. They're just saying that to ease the markets. They really want to get out the Iranian government badly, no matter
Honestly, the only way the Iranians are ever going to concede or negotiate as a peace deal or a ceasefire is under the following conditions, and that's going to be something like this. A, there's a complete unilateral withdrawal of America, not just from Iran, but from all the Gulf states. So that's what the Iranians want. They want the complete withdrawal of all American military bases from the Middle East. B, they probably want Israel to get rid of all of its illegal settlements in Palestine. And that's if they're generous. Otherwise, it might just be they want the complete dissolution of Israel. They want all Israels to leave
Palestine. Yes,
Palestine. What we call Israel, and they want Palestine to exist as a nation state again.
Yes,
that's if they're feeling less generous.
We already have actual Jews leaving, going back to Europe and Poland, and you have videos of Polish people telling the Jews, no, go back, go fight your war. Like, it's not a joke. They're trying to come back to Europe, and Europe is like, no, we don't want you here.
Exactly. No one wants Jews in their fucking country.
Dude, I'm a Jew, but I'm not even Zionistic. I don't like these rabbinical crazies, bro. I'm not even being racial.
I have to kick you off.
I have to be very, very careful about what I say, because obviously
Fatima.
All right, so a lot of what I am about to say is hold on, sorry. I actually need to quickly check up on something, so I need to mute my mic for a moment. But yeah, there's a lot I want to say about this, because this is going to be a very, let's just say, this is going to be a very testing moment for not just the Israelis, but also the global Jewish diaspora. This is going to be a very testing moment for them. Hold on.
I kicked Fatima off the show because he said something that was unnecessary. Okay, he's not coming back today. I did warn her, sorry. Tracking. I'm going to just take a little break to go and get a cup of tea. I want to hear, guys, an honest opinion here. Are we in the early stages of World War III? I mean, it's not necessarily the beginning. It might be the end of the beginning. We've moved on now to the next stage. Is this World War III? I'll be back in a bit. I just want to hear your thoughts. Please share amongst yourselves your opinions on that. And as usual, don't say anything illegal, hateful. Be respectful.
I'll say one statistic fact, and then I'll let you guys have the mic. I did the research, right? I just wanted to find out how many wars are ongoing on every single continent and every single region of the world. There's never been as much war than there is right now. Be it proxy conflict, gang warfare, nation versus nation, or asymmetrical warfare, whatever kind of war, even online, digital. There's never been such amount of war since World War II, right? We have the Pacific region with Indonesia dealing with their insurgents and all sorts of other stuff. Most people don't talk about that. You have the regions of Pakistan and India. They're at each other's throats. In fact, Pakistan threatened to nuke India because Pakistan can't even nuke Israel. They're out of range. They threatened something like that. Somebody can correct me on that. That's an interesting piece of news that came out today. In Ukraine, we all know about that situation. Africa, World War Africa has been going on for a very long time. It's mostly between Christian militias and Muslim militias who argue also with inter-African tribal conflict. So the amount of war we're dealing with is incessant. The juntas of South America, that region, is seeing more peace than usual as compared to the 80s, except for the Venezuela situation. But the cartels and groups are really pushing and forcing people to stay calm and be peaceful and keep businesses going. Because when there's less war, more business flow, right? But that it can also be said the opposite. And the West is currently compacting between the left and the right. So we are very, it's a strenuous situation that could explode much, much worse. If it's like agitated, but like all that together on the whole playing field, including Iran and the Middle East and all the decades of war that happened there, we've never been at as much war. It's like, China and Japan, they were fighting each other in the early 30s, but World War II didn't break out yet. That specific phenom is the Middle East right now, and Russia and Africa.
All right, well, I might give my thoughts on this. Do I think that what we're seeing could be the flashpoint leading to World War III? I think it probably won't. I do think that we're living in we're living in an historic epoch that people will look back on and say this was the tipping point where we saw the end of the Pax Americana. But as a general rule, I think the global markets, that is the interconnected nexus of trade and wealth, assets and capital, it really has a strong fondness for stability. And a global war would throw the global markets into disrepair. Now, we can say what we like about the global markets, but a global war would be terrible for the international finance system. I mean, for one, the seizure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran, we're very much living in the risk that the price of oil, the price of crude oil, could rise to up to $200. Now, and this has got the whole world in a panic. And if this happens, this is going to cause a major economic meltdown in most European and American nations. And I don't think this is why I don't think Trump will risk it. I don't think Trump is going to risk sending troops and preparing them for a ground invasion of Iran, because this would not, first of all, this would not solve the problem, but it would. He would run the risk of having his own supporters turn against him, and well, that is more than they are currently, because he's certainly not popular with the American public anymore. I think he's going to get absolutely liquidated in the upcoming midterms. It's going to be.
Can I ask you a question?
All over the. Oh yes, sure.
Are you part of the English Commonwealth, the British Commonwealth, Canada, UK, New Zealand, Australia, all that jazz?
Yes, that's right.
So I'm Canadian. You mentioned, so I'm Canadian, right? The Canadian solution to the panic you brought up is we're actually on a national level moving to harness the oil sands that are even bigger than Iran's, far much way and even more better quality. So catch my breath. The British Commonwealth, the Canada solution with the EU. Okay, so Carney, the leader of Canada, he's been doing trade deals with the EU. Canada is the resource future of the EU as well as North America, given all the resources that are rich here. The oil crisis will be solved by the British Commonwealth without American help, right? Because we can actually access through the Northwest Passage to Britain and Canada, and basically we're seeing the rebirth of the British Commonwealth, right? I actually lament the weakening of the British Empire ever since World War I, World War II, but our trade systems are coming back online, and Canada is getting their oil ready to basically become so it's like there's a shortness on supply and there's monopolies and people fighting over the Hormuz Strait, right? The next economic zone is the Northwest Passage with the Hudson Bay. If the English Commonwealth can focus economically on ensuring this economic prosperity amongst the English Commonwealth and then trade with the EU, we will actually be in a better position than even the United States of America. The Pax Americana, you're correct, that is over. The Pax Britannica actually has a chance to rise again, but we need to work with the EU and other people and make sure the trade is going. But this involves massive investment in the oils of Canada and also the resources from Australia and our Navy. We need Navy investiture, but if we don't invest, we're screwed. That's the big key point here. Long-term, great benefits. Short-term suffering, though. So what do you think about that solution?
Well, I don't feel like I'm qualified to talk about what you've just spoken of. I didn't realize that Canada had these rich oil deposits. Honestly, as a
third
Brit,
biggest in the world.
It would be nice if we could get back together the Anglosphere and form a mutual commonwealth of trade and service, and we could put back together some kind of system of mutual agreement, and that would be good, I guess. However, I want to going back to DNW's question about whether it would result in a war. I do think that everything we're seeing now, it will result in some kind of destabilization where power will change hands. John Mearsheimer talks about this a lot in his lectures. He talks about how we're no longer living in a unipolar world where America controls the whole global economy. But now we're going to be entering into a new stage of the global economy where instead of a unipolar world, it's a multipolar world where China,
Hence
Russia,
my emphasis on our Commonwealth. We need to really invest on our Commonwealth to muscle in our position to make sure we're secure in the future.
I'd certainly like that idea. At times like this, you know, where the whole world appears to be going insane and the markets are going haywire, we need to stick together with people who we trust and you know, other nations that we have good friendly terms with. And it'd be good for us, and it would be a stable alliance, and it would be honestly a lot better than what we have currently, because what we have currently
And also,
isn't
Canada
working.
has more gold in its mountains unmined, as well as cobalt. It actually has more mineral richness than China and Africa combined. And if we have the best timber in the world, we have the potash, we have every single ingredient for basically a Pax Britannica or a Pax English Commonwealth. The only thing holding us back are basically what you call Pax Americana. They are not interested in allowing the British Empire to rise again. They don't want that, right? They do not want our democratic monarchy to basically come out of its position since World War II, because to get assistance from America in World War I, America said you need to let go of your colonies, right? So that they still had their little rebel rant, and that caused a lot of problems. Like, arguably, colonialism has its benefits and its cons. That's not the argument. The question is, though, we have a lot of countries around the world who still have good relations with Britain and Canada, especially Europe, especially since post-World War II. The Netherlands love doing trade with Canada because Canada helped liberate the Netherlands to an extreme degree from the Nazis. So Canada has this historical, you know how people have historical grievances to certain countries? Canada actually has historical blessings, because like Canada's been working a lot to help people around the world as much as we can. Under Harper, we were a peacekeeping system. We worked with the UN, but that, like, outside of the UN system, like you mentioned, right? The survival of the liberal Western order, you could say, is definitely in the Commonwealth. But you're right about the Iran war being the situation that destroys what I call the ZOG, the Zionist-occupied government of America, but also its influences in Canada. So some people call Carney a Zionist. I don't think so. He may have connections due to banking and stuff like that, but a lot of people are divorcing themselves from that element because they see it's like the democratic consensus, like you said. Most people, right and left, want nothing to do with the Middle East anymore. They want nothing to do with it. And in fact, like Hong Kong, that situation, nobody talks about that. Britain has favor with a lot of different people around the world because it tried to help people. Yes, it did many, many bad things, and I am partly Acadian. The Redcoats genocided my people, but that's neither here nor now. Right now, the Commonwealth could fill in this power vacuum, but that would take like people talked about. It's called CANZUK. It's Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand working together as being their own version of the EU.
What about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is that
see? That's never going to happen. The EU and the UK have already made promises.
That's a comment on screen. I wanted you to reply to.
It's never going to happen. As much as he wants it, America actually needs to invade Canada. It's actually a fact of a matter. They want the oil fields, they want the resources, and also this: if we ever have a war over fresh water in the future, the battleground is Canada. We're the ones with the most fresh water in the entire world. We have more virgin land than anybody, and the Native American lobby in Canada is, I would say, somewhat willing to work with the British Commonwealth to also protect their interests. But it has to be very, there is that treaty negotiation that's going to be very important. The Native Americans would rather side with Canada against the United States. This is an ongoing relationship since Tecumseh, where the British, like the evil, right? They would prefer siding with the British element against the American element. overall, because we have a situation in Canada where Native Americans will not tolerate being part of America, right? You have myself, the French, and Irish. No, we're not interested. Ever since the days of the Revolutionary era, Canada was never interested in joining them. They were always their own little element, and America has to invade Canada if you look at the geopolitical game theory. To survive, they actually have to invade Canada. They have no choice. This is why they're seeking annexation, and they're even pushing influence into separatism in Alberta. They're pushing for Zionist controlled conservative elements, but also some liberal ones. It's a problem, but as a Canadian, if I'm to be a nationalist, but also a Commonwealth enthusiast, I would prefer a trade negotiation or Commonwealth union with the Europeans, as well as Britain and Australia and New Zealand. We would become the richest economy in the world overnight. This is actually a huge chance for us to become the superpower of the future. But there would be a power in the East, China and Russia. So it would be a dual lateral world. But the problem is the transition phase where America is collapsing on itself because of its own internal rot, right? Gaddafi predicted it. He said in the 90s, the decadence of the United States will be its end. Like these cults that go around with Epstein and stuff like that, they are distracting from that. Their government is completely infiltrated.
I want to add to this. Somebody in our comments has just said, this isn't philosophy, it's boring and myopic political punditry. Well, I want to revert this discussion back to philosophy because, in a way, now I don't have any particular names I want to cite for the opinion I'm about to express, but I do believe that a lot of our values, a lot of our philosophies we believe in, are very much shaped and molded by the geopolitical circumstances that we're living under. That is the way things are, the way the economy is designed right now results in a very particular set of problems, problems on the one hand, but also values and beliefs and phenomena that shape our opinions without us even being aware of it. One very, to start, as you mentioned just a moment ago, Peter Ragnarok, the Epstein files, it's just a known fact that I think at this point, it's probably easier to name the celebrities who aren't in the Epstein files. It's actually baffling just how many of our A-list Hollywood actors, our high-ranking politicians, all of our celebrities, they're all part of this filthy, degenerate network of pedophiles who have done unspeakable things to young children.
Sorry,
and
Fatima, not today. Not today. You broke the rules. Sorry, I have to be hard on people who break the rules. Sorry. Come back tomorrow.
It begs a whole host of unsavory questions. Like, first of all, how did we not know about this? The media gave such a polished image of them. None of them seemed like the kind of people to have committed these crimes. And second, why? How is it that none of them are doing any jail time? And the corollary from that is...
They found out the justice system is covering up for them. The judges are involved. The FBI is involved.
Exactly. The ruling power structure refuses to press charges against them. And we know that so many people in the American in the American political elite, they're all implicated in this. People like Bill Clinton, to name one, Donald Trump, to name another. The list of names is so, and Prince Harry. I mean, he's lost his royal title, but why is he not? Why is he not in prison?
I think you mean Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Prince Andrew. That's right.
Yeah. Harry has some controversy, but not that deep. And William, for what I know from William, he hates them with a passion. He actually thinks they killed his mother because his mother was going to expose them on the British side of things when it comes to these cults who traffic, Yeah.
Yes. No, you're probably right. And what I'm trying to get at is we're living in a failing system that is beginning to implode under its own contradictions. We live in a system, basically, if I'm to summarize it in a nutshell, it's that we don't believe in God anymore. We've replaced God with money, or that is trade. We believe all wars can be avoided by trade and diplomacy. Everything gets better when you have more money. And how can we fight poverty? By by investing in business, and because business makes money. We haven't even noticed that this whole unthinking, uncritical attitude of more money, more trade is only leading to more inequality. More and more people aren't able to afford houses. More people aren't even able to afford a down payment on a mortgage. People can't even rent anymore.
The West, ever since 1913, my friend, we like that notion where you said that they're trying to replace God with the concept of money, right? That started in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Bank, and they had absolute intentions to drain and parasite off the entire Western economy. And they told everybody that the Western liberal economic order would be a benefit to stop poverty and like fix these problems. But all I see is these people cashing in, and they're raising the taxes, they're disrespecting their voters. I dare say, with everything in the situation, even in the United States of America, the clause of the Second Amendment, when your government becomes tyrannical, you have the right to resist against them. That's the entire meaning of the Second Amendment. I dare say it's been tripped, like it's been triggered already, because its own justice system won't do anything. And back to the economic side of things, the replacing God with money, like, money's the root of all evil, right? But on the other side of things, if they actually cared about solving poverty, they would have a long time ago. In fact, like some people especially believe that this would work. And like from Australia to the UK to Canada, right? Like we have 3 individuals here. We're all in the Commonwealth, basically. We have been getting drained and betrayed culturally, economically, and socially, and even religiously, to the extent of degrees that we need to start evaluating our position.
Yes, we do need to evaluate our position, not just how we conduct business, how we engage in diplomatic relations with other country, but also what we believe and why. This, I think a lot of problems, the way things are currently, a lot of what is wrong with the world is because we treat trade and capitalism as an unqualified good, without seeing, and we conveniently overlook the whole slew of negative consequences, and we refuse to see an obvious connection with the fact that a lot of it stems from our unqualified love of trade and capitalism. The fact that it's just the system it's reached its expiration date. It's clearly not working as intended. We're living in a democracy where our leaders are completely unresponsive to the demands of their people. Nobody wants this war in Iran, but we're getting it anyway. And in fact, I've been seeing news on my Twitter feed from the G7 summit that have condemned Iran for using cluster bomb munitions on Israel, even though the Iranians didn't start this war. There is, mark my words, there is a very distinct possibility that the other G7 countries, including the UK, we might get roped into this war if Trump refuses to back down. And that is something no one wants, but the nature of the system means that it could well happen. And no one wants it to happen. I certainly don't. But
So
we have to
I need to mention this, good sir. You brought up
Is there a
point.
possibility that people say Trump didn't think about this straight situation, but maybe he did. Maybe he knew this was going to happen, and he knew it would pull in other countries. Is that an insane theory, that he knew this would mean chaos in the world economy, chaos in logistics, and other countries would have to get dragged in, and it would escalate? Maybe he wants this war to end any possibility of American, power in the world being dethroned.
There's a strong chance of that, and this all reminds me of like we all use frame of references, right? So you mentioned the democratic consensus is not being respected, right? And Trump is not respecting how most of Americans don't like the situation, right? It's exactly like in the Middle Age war between England and France in the War of the Magna Carta. The barons and the peasantry were tired of fighting this foreign war, but the king just wanted taxes and more taxes and wanted to continue fighting the war. If you want to watch the movie Robin Hood with Russell Crowe, whatever, a very good representation of that event. But it's very similar because it is a foreign war, and the elite, business elite, and the people and the warrior class are all arguing against the leadership node, being like, hey, no, we can't do this, and like, you're just trying to protect your power, right? And he was, I think it was Charles the First. You can correct me on that, he basically just wanted to continue. He didn't care. He was very disrespectful, but he learned very quickly that a civil war would break out. So you're not wrong, DMW. The want to control and retain the American hegemon might actually cost them their entire leadership node entirely.
Are You Puking brings up this interesting theory. Someone might say it's a banal, insane conspiracy theory, but we'll think about it anyway. He says they want the financial system to collapse to introduce lockstep tandem of digital currency with universal basic income. Just sign on the dotted line, all your rights, all your bases belong to us. So basically, he's saying there is an ulterior motive for all of this, and it is to bring in some kind of control system, super surveillance, digital currency. I don't know. I mean, what the hell do you think of that, guys?
Yes,
my opinion
that's
is,
I would. I think that would be
oh,
the relevant.
Let's let the Australian
because,
have the mic.
yeah.
oh yeah, I mean I think I've I haven't been sitting there for a while. I haven't said much. Yeah, like to what he said, there would be a group of people out there that would definitely, and then they've mentioned that at their summits. I think that universal basic is probably part of what they, the descriptive that they wrote. So, that's true. And I guess those people are
I
able
mean,
to.
the question is
They can push.
how would that play out? I mean, why and how would this war bring about that?
I guess I don't know, through some way of the instabilities and that. I wouldn't, I wouldn't know. I was just
Is
talking
it
to the
perhaps
fact
that he's speculating that the chaos in the world economy will cause problems in supply chains? So, citizens will have to come, hat out looking for payouts from the government because it will get so bad, and perhaps that will be done through a digital system, and then that digital system will remain in place what after the war has ended. Tracking, what do you think? I mean, I think it's probably a step too far to link that conspiracy theory to the war, but what do you think?
Okay, well, my thoughts are that there are elements among the global elite who do want mass surveillance, a digital currency, and perhaps a digital surveillance state. But then there are also elites who want this war. However, I think those two things are mutually exclusive, because getting us involved in a war, wars are not cheap. A war would drain the resources of all the companies, and it would undermine their capacity to to transition us into a mass surveillance state. So if the express purpose was to consolidate its power over the general population, it probably wouldn't go down that road. And to be honest, I'm a little more optimistic on this issue. I don't think we are moving towards a mass surveillance state, because a state that can only maintain law and order through coercive force, through armed guards, and through spying and espionage, a state like that cannot last for too long because it does not have the legitimate support of the people that it's looking over. It would have to work 3 times as hard as a state that is willingly selected and chosen by its own people, who are not misled or uninformed about the way it works, and who understand how it works and who are 100% on board with it. So for that very reason, I just think that we're moving through one of those civilizational cycles where a certain civilization or an arrangement of power structures is in place for a fixed amount of time, and then it becomes exhausted and collapses, and then it gets replaced by a new one. But I don't think that necessarily means that we will go to a mass surveillance state, because the people just would not consent to it, and
they would
it doesn't
not.
matter. It's just no matter what kind of technological infrastructure we would require in order to have it in place, as long as the people don't want it, it can't happen for too long. I mean, this reminds me, the whole discussion about AI and the pace that AI has been growing. We're now getting increasingly to the point where you can watch a viral video on Twitter and not know if it's AI or not. Hey, do you guys think that Benjamin Netanyahu is alive or dead? Because there have been rumors going around that he was killed in an Iranian airstrike, and he's released.
I'm 80% sure that Netanyahu is no longer with us.
Yeah,
I think he's still alive.
exactly. Exactly. There have been 3 videos that have been released since his alleged death, but people don't believe them. People are looking out for these small continuity errors, and the point is, it's not as to whether he's alive or dead. It's that no one can tell the difference between what is real and what is a fabrication. AI has done this to us, and people are angry because this is not something that anyone ever consented to.
I tell you what, guys, the AI-generated videos are getting better and better. I mean, I've watched some videos of supposedly, famous people talking, giving speeches, politicians, prominent public speakers, and they've proven to be AI. But it's getting increasingly hard to figure out whether they are AI or not. So you've got it. The only way you can kind of get around it is seeing what account is posting it. Is it coming from the account of the person who is supposedly talking in the video? If it's not, I mean, can you trust it as a source? It's getting increasingly worrying in that regard.
It's quite the measure to the fog of war. It is a serious development.
Tracking, there's a comment there. Do you want to read it out? It's for you, and maybe you can answer it.
Did Tracking choose the WEF constituency? I don't think any of us did. Sainsbury's now has face scanning in some of their stores. Jesus Christ, does it really? I mean, the last Sainsbury I visited
madness.
didn't have that, but who's protesting? Who cares? Okay, no. I see the argument that you're trying to make. There are grocery stores, places like Sainsbury's, that have already started setting up their own technological infrastructure that contains the very man-made horrors beyond our comprehension, probably using AI, which none of us consented to. I mean, the government would have been trying to roll in digital ID for the past year or so now, and we've been vocally against that. I don't dispute that this is all happening. This is all very terrifying, and people don't like this, but it's going to happen anyway. My argument, however, is that it is not sustainable in the long term because it is exhaustive. It will have to exert far more resources, far more effort, and it will have to convince the people of its own legitimacy, its paternalistic legitimacy, the idea that this is...
Britain also has a growing community of edge runners attacking cameras. Like in Britain, there's edge runners, they're called that. They specifically attack digital cameras, scanning stuff, all that stuff. So if they're going to try to set up a surveillance state, the edge runner underground is basically going to constantly try to stop them. It's a fact.
They are.
Do you guys think...
Can I just say, Kenny Gibbons says, Tracking and Peter Ragnarok have just embarrassed themselves with that BB is dead conspiracy theory. Vegan Equilibrium, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We're not talking about who's to blame for this war. We're literally asking what will happen, what is happening, what will happen strategically. What do you think is going to occur in the world next in terms of this war? Will it escalate? Where can it go from here?
Well, the U.S. is just clapping Iran, really. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people kicking and screaming along the way. Like, it's like little toddlers that you have to, they're in the grocery store or in the shopping center and they want the thing, and, you're not going to get them the thing and they're not going to get it, but they're going to kick and scream and you have to take them out of the store. And that's basically what we're going to make it happen. We're going to follow through probably with whatever the plan is, at least to try and regain some sanity in that region again. But yeah, the unfortunate thing is that there was no plan for regime change set up, so it was kind of done willy-nilly, which is making it a lot more difficult to to understand what the actual outcome is going to be. It'll be sad. It would be very sad if we do all this stuff and the IRGC is still there at the end of it. So, but I think we are cleaning shit up. We little by little, it can't happen overnight, but we are cleaning shit up. It's just scary because they have such a vast network of terrorist cell proxy militias and terrorist cells and sympathizers. So it's just scary, more so than any other extremist group in the world. It's crazy, man. It's insane. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how humanity is so stuck right there.
I just want to respond to the comment that's given by Kenny Given. I didn't say that I necessarily believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead. There was a time when I did briefly, I think from March 13th to 15th, until he released that video, and now I'm just genuinely not sure. It's the point I was trying to, the argument I was trying to make is that you cannot be sure because seeing is no longer believing thanks to the AI technology. And likewise, you cannot be sure that he is genuinely alive either, unless you were to fly over to Tel Aviv and meet him in the flesh. And for that matter, how do you know that the man who's appeared in any of his videos is Netanyahu and not, say, a body double?
How do you know that China even exists, bro?
And one thing I need to mention, I'm always wary of people who want the got you in a conversational, like they want to set up an intellectual trap, but they don't care about the what's being spoken of, right? They just want their ideological intellectual traps. Haha, I got you, you're embarrassed. I've noticed that it's a toxic development from communication, lack of skills from the culture war, because like the left and the right, they're spat. Anybody who's been playing those political roles, I admit I was left-wing in my youth, right-wing when I got older. Now I'm apolitical. I don't care about either side too much. I have some of my policies that I prefer. But when it comes to the wanting to like get a got you, Trump is actively looking at Iran and being like, haha, I got a got you moment. Haha. He's behaving as if it's like that, and a lot of his base are still operating on 2016 software in their heads, being like, haha, you have TDS, your Trump derangement syndrome. Like, dude, we have literal evidence in the files. We don't need to go talk about that right now, but it's there. It's absolutely there. There is no denying it. I used to be a Trump supporter. As soon as he said the Epstein files were a hoax, I was like, nope, bye, fuck you, because I'm very anti-child trafficking. I always have been, always will be. But that's neither here nor there. That's my personal side of things. But when it comes to global state of affairs, like DMW brought up how Trump is Twitterizing diplomatic policies, right? He's by Twitterizing, I mean he's putting massive international gravitas type situations. Like you know, you go into a forum and you talk to foreign nations and stuff. He's doing that on a Truth Social pattern, and people are figuring out like this is not rational. This is trying to get a got you moment, and like he's looking for that narcissistic supply of a hype up, and it's disgusting to me. And I actually lament ever having supported that individual throughout 2016. My reasoning was because he promised to no longer have war. He promised to go against the corrupt internal system that people call, you know, the New World Order, deep state. He made those promises. He absolutely joined them. As soon as he gets exposed, he decides to start this massive fuck off war that might drag us all into world war. People are literally saying, right, the Antichrist, okay, we don't need to go too religious, but this is what religious people are talking about. The Antichrist is a builder of towers, a boaster, and a man who promised war but would bring war and was wounded in the head that healed. So a lot that narrative is there because of the fact of seeing in action. And the other aspect, when it comes to the digital side of things, we're seeing everybody, like you mentioned, the proxy militias. We talked about that a little earlier on when you came on. That is the major threat right now. Like most of the West is diplomatically backing off. Like 2 weeks ago, the UK was like, maybe we'll go. Today, they're like, no. It's not that they're afraid of the proxies and perhaps the Islamic militants that could rise out of some of the, you know, the migration and illegal migration. That is a factor, but the other factor is also business and other aspects. And like you may make the equivalency in frame of reference in thinking that Trump is the adult in the situation and all the other NATO countries are like little toddlers in the grocery store being like, no. Trump is the toddler. Trying to be like,
I didn't say Trump was the adult.
No,
I didn't say Trump was the adult.
I know. I'm not going to like.
People are handling Trump.
I don't mean to strawman you.
Trump has a whole like council of people that advise him. You know,
Kushner is puppeting him on an extreme level. This is a known fact. But the other aspect, exactly. Yes, exactly. So we're dealing with people who are blackmailed, compromised. I told people a long time ago, I told them if we don't get the Epstein files out, if we don't remove the compromised nodes of power in NATO leadership, and no matter what country, we're screwed. They're going to drag us into the war. And it's just like if we're lucky, Iran will be like, okay, we know the people of the West don't want war with us, but the Zog who controls their governments absolutely does, because the ultimate agenda.
Wait, what did you just say? Right? What did you just say?
Zog, Zionist occupation government.
Yeah.
A lot of them control different governments.
You believe in that crap?
It's absolutely real. APAC has been bribed and blackmailed.
That's neo-Nazi bullshit, right?
How is that neo-Nazi? You have communists and left-wing people saying that.
Do you know, dude? I understand. They're pretty much basically both two heads of the same dragon. For example, basically,
are you seriously denying the Zionist occupation government, dude?
The communists realized in the the 60s and 70s that by using Zionists instead of the way that Nazis were basically anti-Semitic, if the communists thought, we can actually do an anti-Zionism thing and that'll work better because we're not saying Jews, we're saying Zionists. But
the Israel lobby is a real thing. You can't deny that.
Okay, Nazis say Zog machine. That is Nazi talking points right there. Go watch any.
Okay. So the right wing say Zog machine. The left wing say the killers of Palestinian babies.
Right.
I want to ask a question.
I want to ask a question because I think it is interesting, and that is, Noodles. You talk about communism a lot. And I don't know if there are any real communist governments out there. I just don't know if there. Who are these communist, troublemakers. I mean, I don't know if it's really communism. I think it's just, power mongering amongst, different parties, and some of them, toxic, but not necessarily really communist in there. They're not really communist. I don't think they really want like a communist system, do they?
I thought this conversation was about Zionism, and does it?
No,
really
I'm just
control the
interested
US
in
government?
this whole communist idea, because Nick brought it up. He does bring up occasionally, and I just want to learn more about it. To be honest with you, if he's able to speak.
All right. Well, my understanding is that communism it's typically a pejorative for somebody who holds economically left-wing views. Somebody who, for instance, believes in higher taxation. And someone who is vocally opposed to wealth inequality,
Right.
and it's often used as a lazy kind of catch-all term for somebody like who's a socialist or somebody who's.
Well, here's the thing. I understand that I understand socialists and communists are not always the same. The thing that you were asking me is, well, that stuff stems from when those governments were more aligned with communism, and it comes out of the USSR, and it comes out of when China was more communist.
Yeah,
I am aware that.
Let's not forget. You brought this up because I mentioned the word Zog. You don't like that term. We can use a different one.
Yeah, please.
It's
guys,
the same system.
I'm going to mute you, Peter. Let Vegan Equilibrium speak. Go ahead, Vegan Equilibrium.
Look, it stems from that period. That is propaganda that is left over from that time. Now, I don't know what major power is communist other than North Korea and say North Vietnam right now. I'm not sure about that, but there's plenty of what's the sub government. It's the people that are propping things up, not necessarily the government itself. There's tons of people that are part of a communist movement out there, and they feed into this leftover propaganda that was meant to destabilize the West, in my belief. So that's my belief. Saying the Zionist occupational government, that is absolutely ridiculous. Occupational. This is you're basically assuming that they're like occupiers, or like they're illegally doing something, which they're not, and you're also assuming that there's.
I guess that's similarly.
Oh yes, Epstein was doing nothing. Epstein was not a Mossad agent. Is that what you want to say?
I don't know who the hell's talking that's so loud, but you're also assuming that there's this plot to take over the world or some bullshit like that. It's neo-Nazi propaganda and bullshit. It absolutely is.
I beg to differ, sir.
Vegan Equilibrium, I want to ask, do you deny the idea that the American political class and its entire political structure is under control by ideological Zionists?
I don't agree with that, no.
Well, then
you would not be a very good analyst, would you? Because both Democrat and Republican, both sides, are actively Zionist.
Okay, well, I'm a Zionist. I don't think that means that the whole government is Zionist, but either way, that doesn't make it a occupational
government. What do you mean you're a Zionist? In what way?
I mean that Jews have the right to self-determination in their Holy Land. And
I didn't really want to go down this road, guys. I said at the beginning, because I know that it's going to be too much of a Ferrari on here.
You have these fucking neo-Nazi sympathizers on here, man. What do you expect?
I think...
no, he calls me a Nazi. I'm actually Jewish, you fucking retard.
All right, well, you're self-loathing.
Pardon my language, but he called somebody from the tribe of Judah a Nazi. Well, Forgive me for being a little angry.
You're a house You're a house Jew, man.
Oh, no. You were about to say the house N. You little. Oh, I'm gonna bite my tongue.
I actually wasn't actually, but you are a house Jew.
No, actually, true Judaism, you're not supposed to go back to the Holy Land until the Messiah shows up.
So
well,
all
that's
Jews
your
are meant to
interpretation.
so all Jews are meant to think the same. I don't know if that's necessarily fair, but he did say something you view as neo-Nazi, right?
I used to be a self-loathing Jew too. I get it. I was where you were once. You should get over this thing.
But he also said North Vietnam, which was like
there is no
the
North
most
Vietnam.
kind of-
He's a poor analyst.
Exactly.
He doesn't even know Vietnam is
Yeah.
one country.
No, northern Vietnam, I believe, is still a run
There
by
is no southern Vietnam.
Right, guys. Of course, you two won't start bickering amongst yourselves, and you know you're both Jews, so I'll ask you both to sort it out amongst yourselves, and we'll get. That's a joke. Sorry, guys. I do have a sense of humor about things. We live in a very dangerous time. You can't make a joke.
What is the country that is north of Vietnam? Is it Cambodia?
Not sure if I'm honest. By the way,
DMW, I'm just going to bite my tongue. I'm just going to bite my tongue.
Vietnam is one country now, but it is still communist. You are right. It is communist.
Right.
Social experimentalist, you're in the Fighting Gnosis show. We are talking about what next in the world. We're not asking for the blame game here, and it did kind of almost deteriorate into that. Now we're not asking what caused it. We're asking potentially what next in the world. Where are we headed? And we're looking at it from kind of like a game theory kind of angle. What's on the table here? What can all the different sides do? I think I know your answer, brother. You're going to say it's all theatre. It's all pointless to think about. But go ahead. Try and surprise me with your answer.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I just thought I'd just throw a little stone in the works regarding Judaism and Jewishness. I don't usually speak about my Judaism and Jewishness, but it looks like an opportune moment just to let you know that I spent 3 years of my life studying at a seminary. And I was brought up in a very Orthodox Jewish home, so I think I've probably got more knowledge about these things than both of you put together. So I'd just be, I would be very hesitant to start making claims. I don't know who it was that was making those claims about, I don't know how much knowledge you really do have. I would question that. So that's the first point. As regarding where we go next from here, as you know, this is all, this is all downstream problems, because we have to keep going back to the main problem, which is the throwing of the human beings into the fire, right, and the creation of human beings, which is the problem that led to all of these problems. I blame the parents always. It's always the parents' fault who create everything. The parents are the ones that create everything. And there's only one solution. It's very simple. Stop having kids. Period.
So you're an anti-natalist.
Well, I am not, and I don't define myself as anything, right? I am a skeptic, and I've, as of yet,
you just defined yourself, Danny.
What's that?
You just defined yourself.
As what?
As a skeptic.
You committed an oxymoron.
Okay.
You denied. You defined yourself and said you don't like being
fair enough.
defined.
I'd rather not define myself as anything, but okay, fair enough. I am not a skeptic either, right? I am just who I am in every moment, and I think differently sometimes from other times. But I would say that I am skeptical, and I've questioned. To me, it's blindingly obvious that the cause of all problems is unprotected sex, because it leads to all the problems that we have in the world. And if we
then what about the problems for the animals that would happen if the humans disappeared?
Oh, here we go again with that. The humans aren't going to disappear because they're too dumb. and
So,
they'll carry on
Danny, do you
having
think
sex.
in any way we're trying to relate this to the war and the future? I know you are saying that's the cause of everything, but are you suggesting that all this situation is going to somehow favor support of your chosen philosophical take on existence?
I don't really understand the question.
I'm trying to relate it to the topic of the show, which is what next in the world, given what's happening. Do you think that your philosophical take on matters will grow worldwide, globally?
It is growing. It is growing. Yes, the amount. I mean, there's
direct result of what's happening in your.
Well, I mean, I hope it will. I mean, humans, unfortunately, are really not very bright, and they'll carry on procreating even in the most terrible situations. But there is a growing number of people in, for example, America. I can't remember the exact statistics, but I think the projection is that by I don't know, within less than 10 years, around 50% of women will be child-free by choice. I think it's child-free by choice. It might just be child-free, whether it's by choice or not. But there's a huge growing movement. I mean, if you look on social media, there's a fantastic. I love it. I love watching these, especially the women, but there are men as well. But it's majority of women who've chosen not to have kids, and they are very vocal and very bright, and I don't see any opposition to their positions. Only pathetic commentators who just natalists.
I could give you opposition.
Yeah, go on then.
Well, I think it's a social movement preaching death. It's just death and more death. There's nothing bright about it. There is nothing bright about trying to stop human continuity.
That's absolute nonsense. It's not.
And I'd like to ask you a question, since you claim to profess in this knowledge. Yes.
It's 1 minute.
May I ask you this question?
1 minute. It's before you carry on. It's not preaching death, right? It's preaching.
To me, it appears as such.
It's the prevention of suffering. You are obviously pro-suffering. You must be pro-suffering.
Everything that evolved went through some struggle. That is a fact.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly.
So here's one thing I need to ask you though.
Yeah.
But regardless of what we just spoke on, right? You mentioned you come from an Orthodox seminary thing. Whatnot. My question to you is very simple: do you believe Jews should go back to the homeland before the Messiah comes?
I don't have a view on any of that nonsense. So to me, I have no view on that.
So you've abandoned your faith. I think
basically. To me, all I'm interested in is the prevention of suffering, and I object to all.
I understand, but you claim to profess knowledge to this.
I object to all. I object to all religions because they are pro-natalist. Lots of religions, including Judaism, have some very good aspects to them, but the dark aspects to them, as far as I'm concerned, is the pro-natalism that they promote, and they promote it in order to further their numbers, and I think that's abusive, right? So that's what interests me, because the downstream problems, to me, all of what we're talking about here, they're all downstream problems, right? That wouldn't be there if people had the.
I understand the anti-natalist position that if there were less births, there would be less wars and less suffering and less problems.
Correct.
But that's not true. Those who are still around will go through a certain modicum of political strife or religious strife. It's going to happen. And here's the thing. The reason I think it's all about just death and disorder, right? I think it's a lot of people who are self-defeating. They're nihilistic. They just, there is no brightness there. And like in all due respect, as a fellow human being, like maybe you don't have faith in God, but that's fine. But like the God's creation, we were designed this way. We're going to go that route. But let's go back. Let's go back to the Iran topic, right?
Let's talk about God.
The thing is, look. No, I don't want to talk about that right now. No, that's not the topic.
Cunt that created all this vile, disgusting.
No. He's a very good man. I'll say that.
The ultimate sadist. You worship the sadist. You worship the sadist.
No, my Father in heaven is a very good man.
Vile. What's that?
God is a cunt.
God is
a
cosmic cunt.
Well, the godless are nihilistic. That's for sure.
Let's get a T-shirt or a hat made that says "God is a cunt."
Well,
Definitely.
every
But
single
I think
movement
rather
I've
than
seen,
saying, I think
nihilistic
rather
and
than
atheistic,
talking
they
about
never
God
survive.
in the
Excuse
sense,
me.
like when
I-
when
I-
One second, guys. 1 second. Let's give the Australian a chance. He hasn't said much. Go ahead, Australian.
I was just wanting to say, rather than taking it into this like sense of God though, but to what I can't see the name, but what to the brother just said, who just come up just saying that humans are dumb. Like I in aspect to that, I think actually, like, you know, we're the most complex and like, you know, system, that organism on this earth, and we have the ability to, like, you know, produce supernatural and amazing feats, you know, at certain times and things like that. So we, you know, humans have this, you know, which is how we are designed and thing, in the connection with nature and that. But obviously, people aren't going to that full potential. A lot of people are slacking and things like that. But and not everybody, but you know, I think it's humans aren't dumb. We're actually,
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. We are creative. We built something from nothing on many occasions, and our connection to spiritual aspects and every other method of interpretation of a higher power. We are beautiful. We are bright. Life is amazing. This modern
Life is
sickness that came out of civilization. Let
absolutely
me finish.
life
This
is and
modern
life is an
sickness of death
abomination.
and
Life is an
antinatalism. See,
abomination.
that's the thing.
Cancer. Do you think cancer is beautiful? Is
All right.
cancer
Well,
beautiful?
you know what?
Yeah.
No,
Is
no. The
child
trash
abuse
takes
beautiful?
itself
Is
out,
war
right?
beautiful? Is disability beautiful?
No, 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 no,
Disgusting.
no, 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 dude. You
How
were
can you say
constantly
life
trying
is
to put in your
beautiful?
own
Life is a
nihilistic, dark,
complete
chaotic view of
abomination.
humanity, and I
No,
do not
it's not
subscribe to such a
nihilistic.
thing.
It's not nihilistic at all.
No, no.
Quite
Life
the
is
opposite.
beautiful.
No, it's not nihilistic, because I'll tell you why it's not nihilistic. Because the only thing that matters to me is the prevention of suffering. That's not that. I mean,
You're
otherwise,
not
the only
preventing
thing that has any
suffering.
meaning,
That'll
the
never
only thing
happen.
that has any real meaning, the only thing that has any real meaning is suffering, because it feels
Yes. Do you know
absolutely
why?
terrible to people, right?
Do you want to know why?
And therefore, I'm against all suffering, right? And there's a way to
If the
prevent
caterpillar did not
the
suffer
way
to
to
turn
prevent
into a
the
butterfly,
way
it
to
would not fly.
it doesn't need to be there in the first place. The
That's no,
caterpillar
no, no, no,
doesn't
no.
need
The
to be there in the
creation
first
and
place.
existence is beautiful and it exists.
Whatever
You have your complaints in your little
I'm
comfortable
gonna ask
suburban
people
life.
to come on at this stage. Other people come on at this stage. You can have your say. We'll open it up. I mean, Danny's come on. He doesn't come on this much, or he doesn't come on the show much. So we'll allow him an opportunity to talk about this matter that he cares so deeply about. If you want to come on here and either agree or disagree with him, the links under the video in the description. Do come on and try and relate it to the world going forward. I mean, we can think about this war. What is this war saying about the human condition? What is it saying about future
thousands
prospects?
and thousands of people being killed and injured all over the world, and you find that beautiful? What about the fact that I got cancer a year ago, the worst type of cancer that known to mankind, very rare cancer? I was told I had a few weeks to live. Was that beautiful? That I got knocked off my bike and I nearly died. Is that beautiful? That there are people, children in hospital. Is that beautiful? There are trillions of animals that are suffering terribly in the wild. Is that beautiful? There are billions.
You want to know what I think is beautiful? Healing animals. You want to know what I think is beautiful? Making sure children are safe. You want to know what I think is beautiful? People coming together for a greater cause. That's beautiful. Making families, saving pets, animals, children, making sure we have animal conservationism, saving the crocodiles from extinction, the elephants, the rhinos, saving all these other life forms. Okay, that we can help them. You see nothing but death because you are godless.
Oh, really? Godless? God? Don't
I'd
speak
like
to me
to
about God,
advance.
the cosmic cunt who created all this suffering. Let me ask you a
Every
question.
single person who hates on God presently, every single time there's a pattern. They're insufferable, full of death. They just preach death all the time.
Answer me this question. I have one question for
guys.
you.
1 second. 1 second. We'll bring tracking in. Tracking, go ahead.
Okay. Since this whole conversation's about suffering, if God exists, why do we exist, and what is the purpose of suffering? Well, I have something that's probably going to be a lot of contention among you, but I think the absence of suffering, that is living in an environment where there are no realistic risks of dying or feeling pain, that in itself is a kind of suffering, but not in the sense that anyone realizes. Because we're more than humans. We're just highly advanced and complex life forms that are evolved from apes. And it's no secret that our ancestors, they had to suffer through every day of their lives. And it was just such a routine part of, whether it be getting eaten by giant predators or dying from diseases through causes that nobody understood. It was such a routine part of their lives that they expected it and accepted it. Whereas we're living in a completely different turn of events and set of circumstances compared to them, that we no longer recognize suffering. Most of the major diseases of the world we've already been inoculated against them. Most wars are so unthinkable now that the very fact that there's a war in Iran right now, it's making global headlines, as is the war in Ukraine, purely by virtue of the fact that we have an existing liberal international superstructure in place that's dedicated to preventing this from happening, and nobody knows what to do now that it is. And to me, what this sense is, if you ask me, I think a lot of the reason, now, this could be, you could argue about whether I have the right perspective or the right opinion on this, but I think a lot of the reasons why there's an increase in anti-natalists, and I'm not accusing anyone here of being an anti-natalist, or why there are people who are nihilistic.
You're not accusing. What do you mean? Is it an accusation
I'm
to
theorizing.
to be
I have not
into the prevention of suffering? That's not an accusation. The accusation is to be a natalist. That's what the accusation should be, a pro-natalist.
Consider this. The reason why there are people who take the view that life is unconditionally not worth living, it is a moral evil to procreate, and you're sick if you think otherwise. I think this is the only kind of view that you could take if you had lived in an environment like the one we're living in currently. Because it's no secret, modernity has, pardon my language, modernity has fucked a lot of people up. Nobody really understands what the point of living is anymore. There's no realistic risk of being eaten by a giant bear or a wolf. There are no existential threats to humanity, at least not within our immediate proximal environment. The only goal to living, it seems, in this day and age is to accumulate as much resources as possible. But how do we make sense of this? Is this really what it means to be alive, or could it be that we need to have some measure of suffering to remind us who we are and where we come from? And perhaps it may upset a lot of people. It upsets me to admit this. Perhaps we need war, because without it, we wouldn't know what the hell we were supposed to do. Francis Fukuyama talks about this in his book, The End of History, where if you reach a point where you've ended all wars and ended all poverty, you would need to find some new kind of invented adversarial struggle purely for the sake of struggling. There you go, Danny.
Trackers put forward this suggestion. A reason to keep going is war, to be pro-war, the eternal war, fight the war, enlist yourself, Danny, put on your boots, give them a shot.
Hold on, I didn't argue that. That's a straw man of what I'm arguing. I'm not saying you should be pro-war. I'm just saying that war is inevitable and we kind of need it to be there. Otherwise, we would wither away and die purely from boredom or from confusion.
Yes, you're saying in the woes of comfort, people want that struggle, right? The left versus right phenomenon in the liberal Western order is born from that. People are bored. They want to have their little shit fight. So some people who are far too bored and far too comfortable have become anti-life because they don't know the pleasures of life. They have not even suffered to a modicum of understanding that having a family, growing and prospering is a very beautiful thing.
You mean because they've had too much of the pleasures of life?
Too much pleasures, exactly right.
Why do you think that after the Second World War there was a baby boom? There was an explosion of births. It was much higher than it was before the war. Why
every soldier saw their mates get killed, so they created so many babies. They saw the value in life.
something happened in those years between 1945 and 1950, whenever. I'm willing to bet that those GIs returning from Okinawa, returning from the Western Front of Germany, it's suddenly something instilled in them a desire not just to live, but to have as many children as possible. And to me, I think that the desire to live and have children is not based on reason; it's based on instinct. And I think we have an instinctual need for conflict and suffering, even though
cells multiply always. They have to. It's life.
Exactly.
Anyway, it's interesting because we've got two daddies here, Peter and Danny.
And one says it's extremely beautiful. It's a thing to be treasured and to encourage into perpetuity.
What do you mean, two Dannys?
Danny has a different take on it. Would you like to compare and contrast your views on familial experience as fathers?
Sure. Who's Danny?
Social experimentalist.
Oh yes. Yes, sure. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm actually here with one of my children. He's here in the room, and I love him so much that I wish I would never have created him so that he didn't have to struggle at all in his life.
That's sad. That's fucking sad. If my father said that to my face, I'd punch him.
It's not sad. It's incredibly holy. He's an incredibly holy man.
I think my father actually did say that once in a drunk
I'll tell you why.
Why don't you listen to him?
I'll tell you why he's incredibly holy. Because none of the
how old is this son? How old is your son at the moment?
Hold on. I'll tell you why he's incredibly holy. Nobody else has the balls to swear to a god the god that they have in their head that they have that is bad. No one has the balls to swear at them. But unfortunately, he just hasn't got the right God. He doesn't understand that that's not actually what God is.
We have a difference of opinion about what God is.
But according to his definition of what God is, he is so holy. Actually, cuss out that because that's not a good God. But that's not the real God.
Mate, you are just confusing. There's no sense. There's no sense where the godless speak death and favor death above all life.
The godless, you worship the God that created. Let me ask you this one question. Let me ask. Stop it. Just stop it. Let me ask you this question. Let me finish this. Please, can you stop interfering? Right. Let me ask you this question. Right. God, the God that you worship, created the world, as I understand it correctly. Created the world and has all knowledge of everything, future, past, and all the total knowledge, right? And therefore, one example of this is that this God knew about anesthetic for billions of years, right? And yet didn't bother telling us in his Bible or whatever stupid books that he's supposed to have written, didn't bother telling the human beings and watched them as they writhed in agony and died in terrible pain and suffering for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years without interfering and telling them that they could have sorted that pain out with anesthetic. And you worship
without interfering. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, without interfering.
That would be a fallacy.
Why is that?
Because Jesus did interfere. He was a healer. He tried to bring knowledge to the world.
Why didn't he tell everyone about anesthetic?
The concept of anesthesia as we know it today was not a notion, but they had medications and medicinal things.
They didn't have anesthetics.
No, but the field of being a doctor was developing.
Yeah, but why?
It developed so much so that we have such a medical field to this day that is so pristine and amazing. Still needs work, but it's working well.
Why?
Like most medical schools come from schools of mystery.
Why did God not intervene thousands of years ago?
I want to say
the science and the knowledge so that people could have their teeth taken out.
I think what you want is you wish somebody intervened in your personal suffering situation. That's what you wanted.
No. I've lived a life. I've lived until last year when I had a difficult year. I've lived a very privileged life, actually, but I can see people around me.
So why are you not counting your blessings?
Millions. I do count my blessings, but that's nothing to do with it. That's nothing to do with my argument, because because there is absolutely no excuse for bringing new people into being so that they can suffer and die. It's a disgusting, disgraceful.
Look.
It's a
If Jesus didn't suffer
I
on the
wanna
cross, or
say
Peter
something.
on his own cross,
He-
this
fuck
entire
Jesus.
movement would have
Jesus
never
wasn't doing
existed.
any of this bullshit.
Suffering led to a greater good, and you don't understand that.
Yeah, can I say something? Just like it's just brief, but like
One minute
in
before
this,
you intervene. What about all the suffering of the goddamn animals in the
I
wild?
just want to
Are
say,
you aware of the amount of animals in the wild and the number and the amount of suffering that they experience?
I'm all into animal
think I just
conservationism.
wanna
I'm
say
I'm very big on that.
Good. So what about all those?
Wait, how does animal
all in
conservation prevent them suffering in the wild?
You
That
give them
ensures
better
they'll suffer in the
conditions of
life.
life. No, that's
See,
fallacy.
No, conservation is only giving the
Oh no!
animals that are
okay,
like
you're approaching it
in
from the anti-life
sanctuaries.
perspective.
They're
Yeah, I
only
see.
giving sanctuary animals better lives. The wild animals are still fucked.
Your foundation is that you want to end all suffering by ending all life. That's your perspective. The gentleman is right. It's all perspective.
Actually, you completely just
just
made up a point that I don't even agree with. So I don't know where you got that from.
Most points from everybody who's anti-natalist or anti-life.
Wait, why do you think I'm an anti-natalist? Where did you get the impression I'm anti-natalist? Terrible analyst. Terrible.
Can I just? I was just going to say, like, even just to flow on. Yeah, just to flow on. It's very brief. Just to flow on from what Social's been saying, right? In the terms of suffering and things, and in the terms of, I didn't really want to take it into God, because what are you talking God in the sense of the biblical Christian story, but then and taking that completely literally. But then, if that is the case, then maybe the reason is for the prophecy to take part, to happen. But then, what I was saying, then there's also a spectrum of suffering. There's different like degrees of it, but also those things, if they didn't exist, the beauty wouldn't be as lush, as accentuated as it is. Yeah, you need
You're absolutely
those
right,
moments
and this is why King David of old said, "Thank you, God. I thank you for the suffering I went through. I see the beauty of all the blessings, and I am of that nature. I thank God for the suffering I went through. I would never be the person I am today if I did not suffer."
I've got a question I'd like to ask the social experimentalist, Danny, if it's all right. So, Danny, I'd like to ask, if you're so certain that life is unequivocally a negative, you believe there's no point to living or having children, and given that you have some form of cancer, I don't know how bad it is or what kind of cancer it is, and you've often talked about how much pain there is, and why did God not think to introduce all of us to anesthetic is and how it works. How do you feel about the fact that you might die someday? Do you welcome it, or do you fear death?
I don't fear death at all. I welcome it, absolutely. But I do fear dying. And the way of death is the problem, right? As it happens, I somehow escaped death twice this year. I got anaplastic thyroid cancer. That was the diagnosis, which is a very rare and very aggressive cancer that can kill people within weeks. Somehow I did a whole bunch of things, went to live in Cyprus and created my own protocol. I didn't take any of their...
Excellent, brother. That's great to hear.
And somehow I survived, and I haven't suffered from it. But
God.
Oh, shut up. That's my son.
He's making fun of you, isn't he?
I know. Well, unfortunately, he's got
No, I'm not.
He's got the religious bug.
I'm dead serious.
Unfortunately, but hopefully he'll get over it when his brain.
You call faith a bug or a virus?
Yeah,
or
I
something,
do. Yes, I do. It's religion is religion is the opiate of the masses, and it's his drug of choice.
You want to quote
Alright.
Marx, a man who didn't want to work for himself, that never suffered, like a coward.
What was that? Sorry, what was your question? What was the question?
Oh no,
Have I
the
answered it?
question, you pretty, no, you answered the question. You do not fear death, but it's the process of dying you fear. I
Yes.
just want to add my own perspective, as on the 2nd of July 2024, I lost my own father after a nearly
Yes, I
year-long
remember.
battle with metastatic melanoma.
Yeah.
And I'm bringing this in because I feel like I have a different interpretation about what it means to be alive and what the meaning of life is, even though I kind of, in some level, I can almost relate to your experience. And there's a very real possibility, because I'm a bit of a heavy drinker. Whenever I get stressed out, I eat terrible junk food. I may well get cancer one day, and if that day comes to pass, I'll have no one to blame but myself, right? But my thoughts are, it's just, I don't take the view that life is inherently, it's inherently all suffering, and that people should not have children under any cost because suffering is bad. Because sometimes the most important thing of all is not whether there is good or whether there is bad, whether there's suffering or whether there's relief, right? But it's, are we able to discern some kind of meaning or design from it? Does it make sense to us? I believe that's the important thing. Now, if you're not able to discern meaning or a pattern in suffering or in pleasure, then yes, life will feel so bleak and so miserable, you would rather it just ended right there and then. But there are so many documented cases of people who've suffered the worst kinds of misfortunes you can imagine, and who yet nonetheless, I'm talking people who who've suffered far worse than any of us, and yet they've still found cause to keep on living.
And so what? So what?
For example, Jesus suffered, but he still found cause to love humanity.
Come on, leave Jesus
He still
out of this.
found cause to love humanity
Jesus.
after humanity did what they did to him.
What the fuck has Jesus done? Nothing. Jesus has done fuck all.
What's your blasphemy, mate?
Except cause wars and all the crusades and all that crap. Jesus died a long time ago. Get over it, right?
No, I come to bring war. I'm telling you right now, I'm for war.
As regards to what you're saying, as regards to what you're saying, I think there is a distinction. Firstly, there's a distinction between starting a new life and continuing a life that's already here, right? I do understand that in order for me to function here in this world, I have to suffer. So, for example, this morning I did a class in the gym. It drove me freaking crazy. I had to do all these stupid contort my body, and it was really painful and annoying. But I have to do, if I don't do that, then I'm going to suffer in another way, unfortunately, because that's the way the world works. And every time I'm in the gym, I think of my dad and the fact that he bust his nuts, right? He had a nice little time busting his nuts, and I'm the one that has to pay the price for it, right? So that's number one. Number two, what you're saying about meaning and everything, and that there are people in history that have gone through terrible suffering. Yes, there might be documented cases of that, but there's also millions and millions of people who fucking killed themselves, right? And there's also loads and loads of people who don't have the capacity to be able to turn their suffering to something useful, and there's millions of animals in the wild that suffer terribly, right? And there's nothing that any of us can do about it. Can
I say this in a gentlemanly fashion to you? When you accuse faith of bringing war,
anybody who is pro-life is pro-cancer, is pro-abuse, is pro-rape, is pro-murder.
That's not true.
That's not true. All of
that is a fallacy.
No, it's not. That's what you
are. You are a walking fallacy, and you accuse Christianity of bringing war. Of course, I come with the sword. Make no mistake.
Yeah,
I don't bring peace.
Exactly.
I do not bring peace. No, exactly. The caterpillar who has peace cannot fly from his cocoon.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
So, in that case, let me pose a question for you. Supposing there was no cancer, supposing we were living in such a secure international liberal superstructure where there was basically no more war, there was no more global poverty, no more cancer because we found a cure for it, and all those terrible things you talked about were relics of a bygone age. Do you think it would be different, that your stance or opinion would change?
I don't think it would be particularly different, because I still don't understand why anybody feels the need to create more needs, right? When you create a human being, you create all these needs and problems, and there's no reason to do it, because we've all got our own.
I'm going to quote Ian Malcolm:
deal with.
"Life finds a way."
And another thing I wanted to say.
Yeah, true that,
I
man. It's bigger than that. That's right. It's bigger than what we think. That's right. Finds a way.
I wanted to add
Bigger
something
than- yeah,
else
bigger than.
that really gave me a sense of perspective. I watched this American podcaster called Chris Hedges. He's an American socialist, and this video randomly appeared on my timeline, and it's called "Why You Should Hate Rich People." Now, at first, I wasn't sure what to think about it, but I clicked on it, and he's interviewing this American author of a book called Richistan, and he's talking basically about, drawing largely on his own personal experience, of the psychological problems that he has encountered often when dealing with the American upper class, or the wealthy Americans who've grown up and who have lived, the only thing they've ever known is material wealth and luxury. We're talking about the billionaires and the millionaire class who can afford big, expensive yachts, whose parents were so wealthy they never spent any time with them. Instead, they just gave them nannies or maids, who literally their lives were so dysfunctional, basically,
They were
that
coddled.
their parents would never spend any time with them, but whenever they did, they would have this photograph printed in the press of them being good parents and putting on an act. But it really opened my eyes to something. We even have a term for this, by the way, called affluenza. If you think about it, the idea that you can be suffering purely by having too much wealth and too much pleasure. Most people can't even think about it because none of us have ever experienced anything like it, but it is real, and this in itself can lead to a whole host of problems, including suicide.
It can even lead to dysgenic political narratives.
And the point I'm trying to make is, if you're thinking that all the problems that we associate with living, like getting sick, dying, and living hand to mouth, etc. If you're thinking all of these disappear, even if you were born into a rich, wealthy family, well, I'm afraid you've got another thing coming. There have
They
been
don't disappear. They don't disappear. Exactly. And that's why I keep on repeating, all of these problems are caused by procreation. It's very, very simple. If you don't understand it, you're a thick as shit. Yeah? You're dumb.
Yeah, but
the democratic
but what
consensus
happens
is
to the
most people
animal?
are going to procreate. Right?
What's that? Listen.
Most
vegan
people are going to procreate.
Yes, they are. That's right, because they're dumb, right? Smart people don't have kids. They do deal with their
No.
own.
In the jungle, the being that wants death is the dumb one.
We are all kids, right? We need to deal with our own children, our own inner child, right? And as regards to what you're saying, vegan equilibrium, that this is not this. You're projecting some hypothetical situation that if everybody stopped.
No. You're saying that all the problems come from human procreation, and if you took that to its logical
There is some validity
conclusion,
to there is some validity.
wait. If you took that to its logical conclusion, which would be no more humans, then animals would be fucked. There would be just as much, if not more, suffering. Actually, it'd probably be more suffering. There'd be more rights violations.
You could argue. I agree with you. You could argue that the more you could argue, if you wanted to, that the more humans are here, then the better it is, because we can tarmac the place and get rid of loads and loads of wild animals and insects by
or at least just give them palliative
conservation
care,
efforts
or at least just palliative care. Dude, conservation does not solve the problem we're talking about. It actually exacerbates it.
It actually reversed the rhino extinction.
Conservation actually exacerbates it.
Fruitful conversation.
Listen, I hope that if artificial intelligence is actually turn out to be actually properly intelligent, it will just get rid of it will just change the atmosphere and get rid of the whole of life, hopefully, and it will realize that this whole project
that's the thing. You keep speaking of death as a good,
meaningless load of rubbish. It's
how cursed do you have to be that you are so in love with death like Thanos?
Nonsense, right? Right, and I think that's what's going to happen eventually, but it doesn't matter because I don't have the red button to press anyway, right?
It's a good thing.
In regards to what you're saying, vegan equilibrium, again, you're projecting that, taking things to their logical conclusion, but that's a red herring. It's completely irrelevant because that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in, and I keep on bashing on about this, is to influence as many people as I can to at least think a bit more carefully before they fuck more people into existence for no good reason.
I'm with you there.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
If I could, I'll have thousands of children. I will literally have as many children as I can.
You're a sick.
No. Do you want to know what's sick with you? You're sick because all you want is death. That's all you speak, and it shall be what you have.
You are. I would call you pure evil.
No. Death no longer exists in my field.
Well, look, Danny, I wouldn't worry too much because I'm not sure who would actually want to procreate with them. So, and
if you want to, go ahead.
That's not fair. He already has a queue.
Okay, fine. But I wouldn't want you to be my dad.
No, me neither.
Guys, we have the cavalry coming to back Danny up. So, Danny, if you could wait, LA's perhaps coming on. Brother Marcus, there's a few others. They're on your side of the fence. So, don't be disheartened. Support is on the way. It would be interesting to hear.
He's so heartless. This guy is so heartless and sick.
How am I heartless? All you talk about is death.
Come along. I wish that guy would come along. The guy who there's an autistic guy. I think DNW. He's a very smart guy. I've had him on my channel a few times. What is he called? Spasticus autisticus. He's
that guy's a neo-Nazi.
No, it doesn't matter about his political views.
It does. He's a neo-Nazi.
So what? So what? It doesn't matter.
So what do you mean, so what? Dude, this is like you promote like
you call death. You call death beautiful, but you call life sick. I think you have everything fucked in your head, buddy.
Vegan equilibrium. Let me just deal with this particular problem. His political views, I'm not interested in. Right?
Yeah. Okay. You let him spout on your channel. You let him spout like white.
He doesn't.
White nationalist. You let him spout a white nationalist message. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You let him read one of his essays. You let him read.
Instead of talking about death.
His essay was about God. His essay.
Danny, you read it. You let him read an essay where he was espousing his white nationalist beliefs.
Why are we entertaining a complete fucking segue away from the topic? To ad hominems and everything that you ruled against.
His essay was about the indictment of God. It was the indictment of God.
We're not speaking of God. We're speaking of the Iran conflict.
In there about white nationalism. Do you remember that?
Peter, I'll be honest with you, Peter. It is interesting. Danny doesn't come on here that much, so it is good to.
There is a modicum of interest, but I would appreciate a lack of blasphemy and being more gentlemanly.
Anyway, I gotta go.
LA is here.
Deal with the blasphemy.
LA, what would you like to say?
No, I don't need to tolerate your blasphemy, man.
The God of this world, the God that created this world, deserves nothing but scorn and disgust for creating this world. What an evil, sadistic bastard.
What about the idea we did it to ourselves? We did it to ourselves.
Yeah, that's right. I was just about to say, what if you are the God?
Why do you blame God for your suffering? Right? It's a good question.
Because your God, according to your understanding.
No, you have free will. You have free will. You can't blame my Father in heaven. You have free will.
I can blame
you have literally no grounds to blame my Father in heaven. You have no grounds.
This is absolutely ridiculous. The reason why we're even having this discussion is because Christians believe in sacrifice
I mean, I guess it's started with the Old Testament of sacrificing.
Oh, sorry, LA. I just wanted to say something, LA. Thanks for coming back. LA, I want to apologize to you personally for calling you an idiot. I did call you an idiot once during our conversation yesterday. It wasn't meant in real terms. I don't think you're an idiot. It was just, I suppose I was kind of getting frustrated during our conversation. We had a long conversation, and I hope you can forgive me for calling you an idiot.
I don't even remember you saying that.
Well, I did. I listened back to it, and I did at one point say you were being an idiot, or you were an idiot. I think I said you were being an idiot. I don't like that type of name calling, or even just verging on that kind of dehumanizing way of talking. So I don't think you're an idiot, LA. I think you offer a lot in terms of thought, and it's a pleasure to have you here. And I don't agree with you on many things, but I don't think you're an idiot. At least you're trying to use your brain. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I don't have thin skin. I mean, I can dish it. I can take it. It's not that serious. But to address what's being said right now, I think that Christianity is fundamentally based on sacrifice. Their entire religion is based on human sacrifice, sacrificing a human being, and then having these rituals where you're pretending that you're drinking his blood and his flesh. So they don't have any problem with sacrificing their children. This is the reason why they don't have any empathy, by the way, because they believe that it serves God's purpose. Have a lot of empathy. So they don't care when you talk about how you're miserable. They don't care. They're going to just gaslight you and say you have free will, even though they're imposing their will on you. They're imposing their will on you through procreation, through the state, and then they're going to act like, oh, well, you're free to do whatever you want.
What is it with this little inner circle of death-loving people in this?
No, you're on the side of death because death comes with life. We don't procreate, so we're not causing death. You're causing death.
Thank you. Well said.
That's a fallacy right there.
No, tell me how I did. Well, anyway, I don't have any children, so I don't know what your argument is. Who did I cause to die?
So the trash is taking itself out.
You have children.
No, your children are going to die. That's your fault.
They're going to die. Because of you.
You are a murderer, unfortunately.
Correct. You are. You are a murderer. So am I. But at least I've admitted it. At least I've apologized to my children for killing them.
No, you're not a murderer. You would be an accomplice if at very best.
It's fucking weird, man.
In some form.
How can you claim that you're against death when you are imposing life, which comes with a death sentence? It makes no sense. It's like you're so disjointed. You can't see beyond what is immediately in front of you. You can't think that when you create a baby, at some point that baby is going to have to die. I'm sure that the women you've impregnated, they probably have had miscarriages because they're so common. How many people actually had to die for you to get the children that you actually have?
I think the lot of you have gotten so boring and too comfortable that you decided to be so anti-life.
Okay, can you respond to what I said? Can you respond to what I actually said? How many miscarriages did these women have for you to get the children that you have? I guarantee that it's probably at least 5 to 6 of them.
He can't know that for sure. He can't know that for sure.
Okay, but he doesn't care. He does not care. The bottom line is that he's on the side of death, not us.
Exactly.
Brother Marcus, you're on the Finalist Show. Good to have you here, mate. What would you like to say?
Just that I agree with what LA is saying, because it's not a question of continuing a life. It's about creating a life. And there is no deprivation if there's no one to be deprived. And you're preventing the person from dying. We're not on the side of death. We're on the side of not putting the person in the position to die in the first place.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, it's quite a circle of people who romanticize death here. It's interesting.
We literally aren't. What do you mean by that? You're the one that says you don't want to. You want to bring war and you got to suffer because of a butterfly. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't understand parables. That's your problem.
Go ahead, explain it.
Okay, do you know why
Suffering
the
for the
cat?
greater good,
All right.
right? That's
Yes,
that's
you
what
want to
you're
know?
arguing.
Let me speak.
Suffering for the greater good. Is that what you're arguing?
This is why I don't want to raise my voice, man.
Go
You
ahead.
talk
Go,
and
just
talk.
explain it.
No, Peter, go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
So the
Guys,
analogy and
be
parable.
aware. Like, we don't surround them like a pack of hyenas.
Right now they're just ganging up on me because I'm a
Yeah,
Christian, right?
Just no. Just respect that he is kind of under attack here, and I know everybody cares deeply. So just give him time to.
Don't worry,
fight.
Jesus will save you.
He already has.
Okay, if he's outnumbered, I'll be in the audience.
He's not outnumbered because he has Jesus on his side. You have Jesus on your side. That's all you need.
Guys, give him.
Lo and behold, they have surrounded me, and yet they will be struck down anyway.
You brought a sword, right?
Give him his time to reply, guys.
Oh, we have quite the sword.
Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. The analogy of the caterpillar to the butterfly, right? So it is an analogy of understanding why evolution requires suffering. So the caterpillar, if you help it escape, this is not my idea. This is an analogy of somebody else that I'm quoting. The caterpillar, right, became a cocoon. If you help the caterpillar get out of the cocoon and become the butterfly, its wings will malform. It won't develop the muscles it is required for its lifespan. So the biggest problem is that you need to let it struggle to grow. Growth requires pain. It requires suffering. And to become the next evolution is to accept pain and to continue to become better, but not to lose your love of life. Actually, to harness your inner child, to control your inner darkness, go through the suffering, become a better person. Everybody who suffered but then decided to just kowtow and give up, they never survived. Not once. The people who decided to embrace their suffering and embrace the evolution and move forward, right? For example, now some of you have been ganging up on me for being Christian, right? When it says in the Bible, when people want to surround you and hate on you because you believe in me, know that I am with you, right? So of course I believe Jesus is with me. Now here's another thing. You accuse Christianity of bringing war. My master, Jesus Christ, said he brings the sword and war, not peace. So you are literally just confirming and affirming my faith. Absolutely so. Every single word you said vindicated me to the extremes. Now, to the next point, the caterpillar suffered, escaped the cocoon, flew like an angel, and it was beautiful. And yes, it will procreate, it will continue, but like a branch of a tree, all life continues, and it will procreate and continue. Okay, the tree looks like it passed away in winter, but it comes back in the spring. This is the cycle of nature and life. Other people, on the other hand, want to say that if life was no more, then there would be no suffering. No, it would be a void. It would be nothing but suffering. There would be nothing to look forward to. There'd be no music. And to me, music is the music of life. It is everything. We make music. Animals make music. Maybe not in the same way, but sounds, vibrations, it's all there.
Yeah,
and if everything
absolutely.
were to fade, if everything were to fade, even beyond your denominational faiths and religions and churches and temples or atheistic principles, it doesn't matter. If the music fades, that is suffering. That is the sound of silence.
Are you done? Can I respond now? That was utter nonsense. The butterfly, the butterfly did not have to exist. The butterfly suffered and died for no reason. You're acting like the butterfly overcame, and you can't. No, you know there were so many fallacies and everything that you said. You just basically. No, let me finish because you said, and I did not interrupt. I listened to your trike. I did not say a word. Now, the butterfly did not have to exist. The butterfly did not have to suffer. You're saying that the butterfly became stronger and more beautiful. For what? The butterfly ended up dying anyway. So the butterfly suffered and died for no reason to overcome. Why? Because it served the greater good. Because I guess the continuum of other butterflies will benefit from that sacrifice. And that's essentially what you said. I wish you would just be honest that butterfly was sacrificed for the benefit of other butterflies so that the butterfly can pollinate the plants or to be beautiful for everyone else's pleasure, to be sacrificed for everyone else's benefit and then die anyway. So you are supporting death. The butterfly died and you support that death, which makes you a murderer.
You don't even know it, but you are vindicating my Lord Jesus Christ. You don't even know it, but you are. Keep speaking.
I'm vindicating an imaginary man in the sky. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, he's not imaginary. He's here.
Oh, he's here. Where is he?
Where
A
is he?
man,
Where
a
there's
man.
three,
By the
where
way,
there's three, he is there.
can we talk about the perversity of sacrificing a human being to save other people? To put somebody on a cross and then you're literally drinking his blood and his flesh as a ceremony. What the hell is that? That is so
You
evil and
don't.
sadistic.
So
You
you are
cannibal.
telling me
You
it's
fucking cannibal.
incomprehensible?
You are a cannibal.
I'm not a cannibal.
Well,
I actually advocate against cannibalism.
you don't believe in you don't believe that you were saved because of somebody else's blood. You don't believe that. That's what you believe. I used to be a Christian. I know exactly what you believe. You were saved by
I
somebody else's
love
blood,
game
which makes you a
theory, but then
cannibal.
it became hate on the Christian. Interesting show. I love it, DMW. And you know what's funny? It's vindicating, my lord.
Peter,
I love
it's
it.
an open panel. It is the
I know.
town square. It is
Oh, I'm not
justifying a
complaining.
reality.
So
I'm not
just admit
complaining.
it. Your religion is based on cannibalism. It's based on human sacrifice.
No. My Lord suffered on the cross. Okay. Where did that suffering lead to? It led to a growing of a faith
Non-sequitur.
that grew so vast, so much
Non-responsive.
so that it
Non-responsive. You're not
created
even responding to what I
hospitals,
said.
shelters,
How is that not a
homes,
sacrifice?
charity.
How is that not a human sacrifice?
There is no victory without sacrifice.
Okay, so just admit there's a sacrifice. Don't act like I didn't say something that was true and just ignore it and just move on and say, oh, it still was a human sacrifice, which is
Why do you
inherently
apply your
unethical.
modernity to something you can't comprehend?
Because I
that's
have
a very
ethics and you don't.
serious question.
You don't give a shit about human sacrifice. Even when
You speak of non sequiturs, you just made one. Come on, man.
even when I was a Christian, I still had a problem with the fact that somebody had to die for my sins. I had a problem with that. Why shouldn't I have to suffer for my
All
own
the
sins?
prophets suffered, dude. All the prophets suffered. Everybody suffered. Even the Lord suffered. Why should you be exempt?
Is that an appeal to popularity? Is that you're just saying because everybody else do it that makes it okay? That doesn't make it okay.
No, if the foundation of the church was pleasure, it would have never spread.
And appeal to necessity, another fallacy.
That's not necessity, buddy.
You're saying that you're basically saying it had to spread, so therefore, what the means justifies the ends, and everything you're saying is so circular.
The church had to grow so that people can have
No,
a
it
chance
did not have to grow. It did not have to grow.
Yes, it can.
Tell me why the church had to grow.
The future's Catholic, homie, and it grew because of the suffering of martyrs. And why?
You didn't answer the question. You did not answer the question.
What came out of the suffering of martyrs?
You did not answer the question. Tell me why the church had to grow. The church did not have to grow.
Medicinal evolution.
The church did not have to grow. We did not have to exist. Jesus did not have to die for anybody's sins because we did not have to exist for him to die for our sins.
Your words lacking power are hitting against a rock, and you are not.
You're just not logical. You just start at the middle of it, and you can't actually see what predates this whole predicament. That Jesus did not have to die for our sins.
All you talk about is pushing this death narrative that you like.
No, you support cannibalism. You want sinful human beings to be created so that a human being can be sacrificed
to save them. Language, because I don't want to be like passionately screaming and shit.
You're just a cannibal. It is what it is.
Peter,
you are quite loud.
One question I'll ask. It's a question that often gets thrown at Christians and Muslims, and even I suppose any religion really.
Yeah.
And that is
they don't understand transfiguration.
What about the bad consequences of not being a believer in your religion? What about you're putting a child in that position? How do you square that one? That you're potentially creating somebody you love and risking them being in eternal hellfire if they don't agree with the way you look at the world, the way you look at reality.
You see, there's only a certain modicum of people who get thrown in the fire, right? A lot of people judge the entire Bible based off that piece in Revelation. The sexually immoral, the godless, the faithless. It's basically people. It's a parakeet in the back. It's not me though. So what the people who argue against the Bible, they'll bring in their modern notions. They're not looking at the interpretation. They don't even look at the transfiguration of the bread and the wine. They do not understand these notions. They don't understand parables. They don't understand hypotheticals or even metamorphosis. Back to the butterfly, right? It's all about metamorphosis. Suffering leads to metamorphosis, and the problem of trying to argue against somebody who believes in our Lord and Savior, trying to say that suffering is a bad thing. You're telling me that you're basically telling me you're a coward on the low key, not a joke, and that's how I see it. So when somebody wants to make these arguments, let me finish. When somebody makes these arguments of claiming Christians are cannibals or this and the third, they do not understand. And most people, and this is a pattern, it's either people who are sexually immoral or who have a personal axe to grind against God for their lot in life that they formed with their own free will. Now, the fact that DMW asked me about children joining into religion, right? As also, since I have some Native American ancestry, I don't like that the church forced Christianity on a different group of people, or if it's Muslim, if they forced Islam on other people. It's not supposed to be that way. In fact, it was actually supposed to be that you love thy neighbor, not forcibly make them think like you. It's actually a contradiction due to political and church dogma that developed over the years. That is where that comes from. But here's the other aspect. They don't reject Jesus. They reject the church dogma. People do still have faith and don't like indoctrination. I'll tell you this. God doesn't want your faith indoctrinated. He wants your faith willingly, your relationship to come to him on your terms, actually. And the thing is, people who force and indoctrinate children, and let me finish. When people seek to force people into a cult, can
you force people into existence.
TMW, what the fuck is this? This is a gang up on me or something?
You're just so long-winded. I'm trying to let you finish, but get to your point. Get to your damn point.
Question. I'm answering. No, you need to stop saying that word for fuck's sake. Okay?
Oh, you said fuck and I can't say damn?
Oh, it shows your parents didn't raise you properly. That I'm trying to speak like a proper
They didn't breed me into existence properly either. They should have used a condom.
So let me finish answering DMW when it comes to the indoctrination of children, right? I'm not speaking to you. So when it comes to that, I absolutely disagree, and it actually goes against the original teaching of Jesus. Forcing children forcibly to have a relationship with God is not the way to do it. You need to let them develop that on their own. They need to find their way to the Lord on their own. You're not supposed to force it on people. God does not want forced religion. That is an absolute fallacy and misunderstanding between the godless and even those of different religions. They think, oh, they force this, they force that. That's not the truth. If you want to know something for a fact, some of these priestly people who force people into their religions, they're behaving like the Pharisee, and they're going to get their tables flipped. That's my opinion on it.
Well, at the root of it, they forced these human beings to exist in the first place. So you can say that I'm immoral for being a homosexual. I'm going to own that shit. I reject your immoral.
I don't judge you. I actually don't judge you.
I reject your moral framework entirely anyway. I don't think that cannibals have any right to judge me for being gay. Moreover, I would not even exist if my Christian breeders did not force me to exist. So at the end of the day, you are the root cause of it because you procreated. Then you want to condemn people for the very creation that you created. You were made known. I let you know. You were made in the image of your demiurge that you want to be a creator God and create human beings and put them on earth to suffer and die. And then you want to condemn them. Then you want to condemn them for being the very creation that you created. You made these human beings with wants and desires, and then condemn them for the very desires that you put into them. So you are absolutely, you have no standing to condemn anybody. What you did is the most immoral act.
Is today team up on Peter and just strawman me?
It's not teaming up. This is a one-on-one. This is a one-on-one. Don't be a snowflake. You're going to get this smoke. You can dish it. You can dish it, and you should be able to take it. Don't be a snowflake. You're a Christian, right? What happened to the days of Christians? What happened to the days of Christians going into the arena with lions and not bitching up and just accepting an honorable no death? Whatever happened to that? Now you can't even have a debate without whining. Christians are so weak and fickle. That's not the kind of Christian I was when I was a Christian.
Good sir, am I whining? I don't think so. You're still
yeah, you are. You're talking about how I'm ganging up on you, and it's actually one-on-one.
Literally beating
and you're trying to police my language while you're cussing at me, saying fuck, and the only word I said was damn. So you get to cuss, but I can't. You're so weak. You're such a crybaby. Go cry to Jesus. You got Jesus on your side. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Whatever happened to that?
Oh, trust me, no weapon has formed against
me. Are your hands moving?
Why are you crying about it? Why are you crying about it then?
I
Not
can
a
just see your
single
your
weapon
fingers
landed.
fucking waving. Sorry for this word.
See, mate, you're putting up straw men, beating those straw men into the ground, and I'm just chilling on the side of the farm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's how I'm
No,
looking
you're
at
not
you right
addressing the root cause that you brought human beings into existence, and then you
now. Well,
want to
you hate
address
life.
no. You want to talk about how they're sinners, but you created those very sinners, so you have no right to complain about anything. You support everything that you are condemning.
You really do not understand the eschatology, now, do you?
That's
You
not
don't
a
understand
response.
it
That's
where
a
I
non
live. You know.
sequitur. Objection, non-responsive.
This is not the court.
Okay, then it doesn't matter what this court. The bottom line is that
Then
you're not
why
responding to
are
my
you
argument.
calling me weak? Why are you calling me weak? I'm not even complaining against you. I want you to
You're
have a
snowflake.
more
You're just whining
mature
about
speaking pattern.
you're whining about getting your ass handed to you.
In some ways, it is the court of public opinion. There are people watching.
In a sense, you could say that, DMW, but I think it's very disingenuous, this gang up against on me.
Cry baby, suck your mama titties.
I actually said earlier that I'm not complaining, and you sound like a fucking school bully. You're pathetic. I look at you like you're just an insect on the ground.
Right. You're the
Wait,
cannibal, and I'm
can
the
I just
insect.
turn it? Can I turn it one? Can I just turn it one way then?
When
Just like
people
ask
speak
them.
to me in politeness and full addressingness, as if we're in a forum, I would appreciate that. If it's just gang up on this person in the schoolyard, I'm not complaining. I'm actually enjoying this. I'm a Christian. I like being persecuted, motherfucker, because it proves my God.
I want to just ask, like, just on a random thing, what would be your guy? I guess what's the name? Can't see it. Social, and then the guy who's just come a life ambition. Then, like, what would be your reasoning as to say there isn't that God? What's your experience that's made you think, or do you think there is that thing and there is the God, but he's just really conniving? Or do you think it doesn't? There's nothing.
Oh, sorry.
So it says in the Bible, if you are hated by groups of people all at once, the Spirit of God is with you. So when you gang up on a Christian, no matter where, no matter what, there will not be a complaint. It'll just be vindication. Remember that.
Clever little tricks you've got, Annie, to make yourself feel better. What a
No,
joke.
you just don't like the word of God.
Let me
That's your
answer that
problem.
question. Let me answer that question that you just said. As far as I'm concerned, I have no idea if there is if this world was created by a conscious force. I suspect it wasn't, but I don't know. But if it was created by a conscious force that could foresee everything that was going to happen and allowed it to all happen, then that must be the most sadistic, evil force I can't even get my head around. Can you imagine what it would be like for you as a human being to sit and watch videos of every form of suffering since the beginning of time, all the murders and the deaths and the accidents and the mental health problems and the suicides and the wars and everything, all of that stuff, and watching all the animals suffer in the wild, and you created all that, and you watch it and you stand by it, that the creator of that must be the most sadistic, evil, sick bastard one could ever. I can't find any words that suffice to explain how evil that must be. That's what the Gnostics. That's why the Gnostics called it the demiurge. To your question,
I didn't ask you a question.
no, you didn't. The Australian guy did.
DMW, what was that comment earlier about somebody speaking of somebody else's children? I think that is extremely bad faith. This went from being game theory on our end to team up against the Christian. I think it's extremely disingenuous and unbecoming of this entire panel and channel.
I'm back. Sorry, I was just doing something. Yeah, so have we moved on?
I'd love to, right? Because it became the most unbecoming gang up on the Christian situation, right? I'm not even complaining. I'm just saying.
You
What's the
deserve.
topic
You
of the show
deserve
again?
it. You deserve
What do
it.
you mean I deserve?
You deserve being ganged up against, following such a sick and twisted religion that you're into. Vile, absolutely vile and twisted religion. You believe that anybody who doesn't believe your twisted, mad, sadistic, weird ideas is going to hell. It's disgusting.
You're already there.
You're just a defamatory node. That's all you are.
Vile, absolutely vile.
Perhaps we're already in hell.
I feel like
this place is not hell. I'll say that.
You know, a lot of the near-death experiences people have are positive. So maybe that points to the fact we are in hell. If there is some other experience to be had after death, it does seem largely better than this one. Most people say that, and most people who have near-death experiences aren't afraid of dying. Of course, it could all just be squirts of some stimulating hormone from the pituitary gland making people hallucinate and think things. But yeah, it's just something to think about.
Well, DMW, I have a question for you. So why did this become like I've understood from the multiple times being here, there is an inner circle of you would define as anti-natalist, right? Some people don't like that title. I've noticed this, right? And it's very dark, very depressing to my perspective. It's not depressing me. I'm saying it looks that way. And I find it very curious how people who believe in God, either Muslim or Christian or just higher power agnostic, they constantly get ganged up by an inner circle here over and over and over again. And the thing is,
you mean on this channel specifically?
Yes, I keep seeing the pattern.
Oh, right, okay.
And
Well,
we were having a very good conversation about the
Well,
Iran game theory.
The history, Peter, is that I used to support AN. I used to think that, perhaps it is. I used to think it was.
You're a traitor. You're a damn traitor.
Create life.
He's allowed to have his own ideas.
I thought it was very compelling. I thought it was extremely compelling.
Still compelling. It's still compelling.
There you go.
You sold out.
See, it is an ideological tribe, I've noticed.
You should be ashamed of yourself for selling out to the cause.
Now, see, he's behaving like a cultist, telling you you're hated because you left.
You still stand behind it. You still stand behind it.
No, you want him to still be in your little cult.
You still think there's no reason. Come on, DNW, just admit it. You still cannot find a good reason for someone to bring someone into this madhouse. You
well, you see, that's now the thing is, right? I personally can't find a good reason, but you know, that's not to say my lack of reasoning overrides anybody else's.
Stop with that rubbish. That stupid nonsense.
That was the most good. That was the most good faith argument he could have said.
Absolute utter nonsense. Rubbish. You cannot find a good reason for yourself or for anybody else for that matter. Come up,
Danny. You just want people to agree with your political.
Come up with that one. Come on, DNW. I challenge you. Come up with a good reason why Peter should have fucked these people into existence. The poor souls fucked into existence.
I can come up with a theoretical one. You know what I mean? Kind of from a
philosophical. Go on.
I've done this before. That, you know, when you look at the basis of it, which is AN is sympathetic to the problem of suffering, the problem of evil, and how it is life imposes it on people by our mere existence here. None of us ask for that, and when you create someone, you do put them through a terrible machine that is existence that will cause suffering to them, and it might be absolutely horrific. And they didn't consent to it. I understand all the arguments. But you know, I think the problem with AN, and it's a huge problem in my view, is it doesn't actually do anything in terms of addressing the problem. It views that people
its
are
applicability is lacking.
It doesn't actually do anything in the wider scheme of things, you know, and that's what I personally am concerned with. That's why I think, you can get excited about it, and you can chastise people, pontificate on the matter, but the problem of suffering rolls on, and that's what I feel is worth more energy, you know.
Well, DMW, if I may say, I've noticed a reoccurring.
Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does. Absolute sense.
No, it doesn't.
You can agree with something, but understand its applicability is null. Now, here's what I'm going to say. When it comes to these NA or AN type people, I've noticed they get off like a narcissist, always targeting the religious, no matter what religion, by the way. And it's actually very toxic, and it will drive away their own supporters from their own circles eventually.
Right.
So the very behavior of being very bad faith, like yourself, Danny, you could have convinced me, but your behavior towards me and your attitude, it's like, why should I consider your ideas?
Convince a Christian? You joking?
Why should I consider your ideas, mate? No, I'm trying to be good faith with you, man. Come on.
Nah, I can't convince you. Don't be silly. You believe in all sorts.
You could have if you came up with a logical argument.
You believe in all sorts of hocus pocus. I can't vote.
See, now you're just defaming me, thinking I'm dumb for believing in God. It's a fallacy of the atheist to think stupidity is faith.
You believe in all sorts of superstitious nonsense.
See, the funny thing is,
some guy's the son of God. 1 second, let me finish. Let me finish, DNW. You believe some guy's the son of God, which makes no sense, of course, and that his mother was a virgin and he died on a cross for his sins. I mean, what a load of old tripe! You believe you believe that? How am I going to convince you of anything? Don't be silly. Anyway, I'm out of here.
So the difference between me and you deny the Holy Ghost, I do not. Okay, we can have disagreements and agreements on other political notions, like your AN movement. Is that the acronym? So we can have logical, good faith arguments, whether you like it or not, that I believe in God, and I can show you the decency and respect to yours to just be chill and relaxed. Why should we argue with each other when you can provide your arguments?
Are different in terms of our outlook, for sure. I mean, I don't think your arguments make any sense.
People can disagree with me all they want, bro. I don't.
I don't think suffering is good like the way you do. I think it's terrible. When I say suffering,
it's the way I look at evolution. You're right about unwanted, right? Like I'm very big on respecting consent, and like when it comes to like natural growth, like if you want to grow, you want to learn, sometimes there is a bit of suffering involved, right? Like if you want to become a warrior, you're gonna have to suffer working out, right? There's just these A to B type situations, and I think a lot of people. So this argument I've noticed, DMW, you have a lot of people in the AN community. They'll bring up this notion, oh, but if it didn't exist, the whole argument, the reason it's null and has lack of applicability, like you've stated, their entire premise is based off the if. That's the word they're leaning on, their entire narrative, right? If I wasn't born, if I wasn't this, then I'd be like this. No, you'd have nothing. There is no argument.
Okay.
It's moot.
Ian McKenna, I have no idea what you're going on about. Do you want to come on and talk, Ian? Link is under the video in the description.
So these arguments, they're interesting to me, and like I mentioned before, I mirror people's energy, right? If they get uppity and lippy with me, I'll mirror it back. But I preferred just letting them gang up on me today and just be vindicated. Everything they ever said today, ganging up on me, actually vindicated me even more, and that's fine to me. It's what it is. The only reason I asked you, like, why is this happening, DMW? Is like we were talking about the Iran war, and then the AN argument slipped in. And I'm like, okay, it's happening. It's interesting. But then it became gang up on somebody. And I keep seeing that. And it's the same thing with the inner circle of vegans
LA asks,
and AN.
where is the consent in procreation? Well, it's impossible, LA. And he also says, we are okay with having nothing. Well, the problem is there is something.
Exactly. That's what I mean. The whole if, right? That's like, I understand DMW, you agree with some of their notions and perspectives.
Oh no, I mean, I agree that the suffering sucks, and it is a hellscape reality.
And I can agree with that as well.
And the problem is, I can see you can agree with that with your religious narrative.
Right.
You know, a lot of the theologies try to explain the reason for it. I personally can't find any of them compelling. Like the story is compelling, you know.
Yes, some people
no doubt about
don't understand it.
It is a brutal reality. It's a merciless one in many ways in terms of the physical structure of the universe, and Mother Nature seems very cruel. But yeah,
the jungle can be quite chaotic. That's for sure.
The attempts, the explanation from the theological side of humanity's, attempts to.
Well, DMW, like I really like your ability to agree with something, but also examine its lack of applicability, right? Like religion has its applicability in life to give people purpose, to quit drugs, to do all sorts of other things, right? So, and I've even heard atheists actually admire the applicability of faith, but when it comes to some other ideas, they lack applicability.
Brother Marcus says, how many times did you have to keep saying you were being ganged up on when it was only just you and LA for the most part? He said he hardly said anything.
There was about 3 or 4 of them at one point.
He left to balance it out. I mean, you may feel like you were ganged up on, but at one stage, the maximum amount there was 3 people who were in opposition to your views.
And each one of them kept arguing against me because I was a Christian. Right.
And Brother Marcus wasn't on for that long. LA was very emotional and enthusiastic about, in terms of passionate. That's okay. So were you. You were very passionate.
It's true. Passions were high, but I prefer speaking like a forum and just being calm. Right? Ideas don't travel.
Denizen, you're in the Finding Gnosis show. Great to have you back. What's been going on, brother? How are you? And what would you like to say?
I'm well.
Good. There was a little bit of an echo. I don't know how that happened, but it might be Peter. Anyway, he's muted. So, Denizen, what would you like to say?
Did mic check? Did that take care of the echo?
That's right. Yeah, that's fine.
I just came up to chat with you guys, see what's going on, what the flavor of the day is. Are we not talking about the Iran war anymore?
No, we can go back to that if you want. What's your take on it all?
I'd love to.
What's the next steps strategically, do you think? And we were trying to analyze what could happen, what potentially are the avenues going forward. He's just left. Yeah, LA says the smoke from him is equal to the smoke of 10 men. He's a major.
I doubt that.
Mother Nature created an immense a force of nature that is, funnily enough, against nature.
To my perspective, he's just a schoolyard delinquent.
Sorry?
To my perspective, like when he was being passionate towards me, he was he looked like a schoolyard delinquent wanting to push his ideas.
Was it just noise?
It was absolute noise, like an insect going cricket.
It was just noise, emotion.
Well, when somebody just wants to, we've all been on a schoolyard. When the bully just wants to scream his ideas and force you.
He did say some kind of childish thing about your mummy, suck her titties.
He came up with many ad hominems and defamation remarks. When people do
you
that,
are quite.
I just don't want to engage.
Stubborn. Dare I say it? Stubborn.
Sometimes I mirror the energy, but sometimes I'm stoic. I aspire to be
that. We were talking about the Iran situation, but in terms of game theory, we're not looking to start a debate over what caused it, who's to blame. We're literally looking at what are the potential next steps for either side, what could happen between the powers that are at war with each other, but also globally, how will it affect us? Go ahead, Denizen, if you want to talk about
that. Sure. I think we've seen this already. We don't have to do a lot of guesswork. This is playing out a lot like Desert Storm did. So not the second Iraq incursion, but the first one. And I think that it serves as a pretty good example for what we can expect. Israel and the United States maintain air superiority. Iran is, holding on to the strait for all it's worth in order to apply pressure to the rest of the world. most of their naval capabilities have been eliminated. So I think that once the U.S., it's almost certain the U.S. will be able to sustain its resistance against whatever missile strikes the Iranians have left. I find that to be an almost certain outcome, unless Iran has some hidden technology or ammunition that they haven't let the world know about. And once that occurs, they'll have a disabled, crippled navy, an inability to strike their neighbors with missiles, and air superiority. Obviously, that's a given. That's the one thing the United States doesn't have to worry about. We'll maintain an air superiority against any other opponent on the planet.
You
And
think
so you
there'll be
just
boots on the ground? Sorry to
well,
interrupt. Do you think they'll?
I think, given what I just said, Iran will be boxed in, and boots on the ground will not be necessary. But I will say Trump is a bit of a wild card when it comes to that. That's what makes him different than, say, George Bush Sr. or George Bush Jr.
You're right about
He,
that. They were predictable.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I go with
he may use boots on the ground. He may contract an army to do it. That's not even our own. Or he may browbeat our allies into doing it. He could even use the Kurds and
it could
the
be
CIA if he
like you
wanted.
said, like you said, it could be the Gulf War thing, and like it could be, this is the first one, and maybe in another 20 years there'll be a bigger battle, and they'll topple around.
That's what I would see happening.
There's a few people in the comments saying you're talking absolute claptrap. Don't be so confident. Trump is up against the wall. He's literally, in some ways, fighting for his survival, and he's in dire straits.
Nah, that's what people want. It would make them feel better.
Right.
It's
I
not
think boots on the
realistic.
ground is their logical next step that they're going to try. They're going to try it, I think. Because there are reports a couple days ago, like I saw something, that they are going, like some troops are being told, get ready to deploy. Right? You know that moment before the Iraq War, the soldiers were told like, "Hey, you're mobilizing." There's people getting the call, so that's already telling, right?
Yeah, that you would expect that no matter what.
Right, exactly. Like they've already done paratrooping, most likely tier 1 type. There's not a lot of information on that for good reason, obviously. Their main attack is to get the Kurds and the Christians, the minorities in the Iranian country, to turn against. We've all played Far Cry, right? Have you ever played Far Cry? So basically, you're fomenting a resistance. Like you start by helping one town, they help you, and then it foments and expands and continues, right? So when it comes to that, they want a base of operations, an FOB within Iran. So that's why they need an internal type resistance. And the whole regime change situation, they want Iran to change, but it's not going to happen easily.
No, it would require a costly ground invasion, and then there's no guarantee. Even with that, we saw what happened in Iraq. It did, it did not turn out the way it was sold on TV. And again, this is why the military analysts and powers that be are not going to want a costly ground invasion. But like I said, Trump is the trump card, pun intended. That he's very unpredictable. He may send troops in just because he feels like it.
Can I plea for the presence of Cougar Duma here? He was about to give us an analysis last time he was on, then he left. Cougar Duma, do come on, brother, and give us that analysis, please. Jay says Trump is controlled opposition.
Yeah,
I mean that means the Iranians. The thing about that statement is that would mean that would mean the Iranians are controlling him, and that's insane, Jay. Because you do know what controlled opposition means. It means the person they are opposed to is actually controlling them. Am I not right, guys?
Right. That would mean that Iran is the world power in this scenario.
That's an insane suggestion, Jay. I don't think you really mean that. He may be in some way compromised, if that's what you're suggesting. He's compromised, and maybe Israel has him by the ghoulies, but that's not the same as being controlled opposition, because he's not opposed to Israel, never has been. America has always been an ally of Israel since its foundation.
Israel is American military outpost. It's, with the British Empire and the American Empire, put Israel smack dab in the middle there to create a military outpost in the Middle East. It's the whole point.
I'm misunderstanding him. Well, I can only go by what you wrote on the screen, and it didn't seem to make sense to any of us. So if you want to clarify matters, do come on and tell us what you mean. We have Cougar Duma here. Cougar Duma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Just give your analysis on what is happening, what might happen, given this ongoing debacle, terrible situation in Iran.
Well, the U.S. conservatives have been trying to foment something to go down in the Middle East and Persia in particular for, either 30 years or 300 years, depending on how you want to date the timeline, I guess. But Trump is a perfect foil for this operation, because he's got the attention span of a goldfish. So whoever talks to him last, and this is a typical critique of him, whoever was the last person to talk to him, that's U.S. policy, including Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin can talk to Donald Trump, and that becomes U.S. policy, maybe for 3 hours or 3 days, but that's how it actually works.
You're not wrong. He's very reactive.
What?
You're not wrong. He's very, very reactive. Like, if the last person he spoke to was Kushner, Kushner's idea is his idea now. It's like,
yeah, and it's even simpler than that. He has direct phone calls with all kinds of world leaders, including Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't know anything about these people, but I saw an editorial cartoon the other day, a couple of weeks ago, that says that Bibi Netanyahu is the worst president the U.S. has ever had. And it made me laugh, because there's a lot of people who have evidence that that's really what's happening. Even what's his name? That stupid Secretary of State. Yeah, Rubio said it. He said it. He said the reason why the U.S. attacked Iran this time, he said this, you can look it up, was because Bibi Netanyahu phoned Donald Trump and said, well, we're going in hot. And if we didn't go in hot first, ahead of them, then we would be in trouble, because they would just bomb us and our people wouldn't be ready. So we had to go on a war footing because the Israelis were going in hot. And that's like, okay, so that's foreign policy. That's our foreign policy. Our foreign policy was determined by somebody in Israel going in hot. And what do you want to call that? That's just how it is. That's what they're telling us on what happened. So that's what happened. And, I don't think there's any way that this solves any world problems. I don't think that they intend to solve world problems. A lot of the people in the Pentagon, including Pete Hegseth, are crusaders. Pete Hegseth has Deus Vult tattooed on his forearm.
I would not give them that notion. They're not respectable like the Crusaders of old.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The Crusaders of old were trying to stop the encroaching jihad, right?
I don't know the Crusaders. Maybe the Templars were pretty copacetic. I don't know, but anyway,
let me give you a little picture. Okay, just quick little reference. The reason so many people joined the Crusades: Spain was conquered. Sicily was conquered. Christians of the Byzantine Orthodox Church were getting slaughtered from the Levant.
Whatever.
All they had to do is put people's heads on pipes and pull their intestines out onto racks.
people.
Hey, what the,
Jesus
what the
Christ.
Crusaders did in revenge was very disgusting. But back to the point of modern day supposed Crusaders, right?
Get over it, okay? I mean, who cares? It was, and they say that they rode their horses, spurs deep in blood. Who cares, okay? It is what it is, and
I care.
Well, you shouldn't, because it was then, and we're supposed to be different now, aren't we? Yeah,
don't call it respectable in my presence, and you won't get a reaction out of me.
Okay.
Aren't we supposed to get over ourselves? Aren't we supposed to?
I don't need to get over anything. I can criticize and give you my opinion whenever I feel like it. You get over it.
Here's something a lot of people forget. Years later, after that bloody crusade situation, King Baldwin set up relations of peace between all three religions. Okay, so not everything was bad. Let's be fucking honest here.
Okay, I think the reason that people keep trotting all this stuff out is because they just can't face modern day reality. Here's the reality: we're at war in the oil patch. We've already knocked out offline 17%, round figures 1/5 of global LNG production, 1/5. That is enough to probably to plunge the world into a global recession right there. That all by itself. And then we're going to do all this other shit and take it all offline probably at some point in the next 2 weeks or next 3 weeks. And probably some of it will happen on accident. Like blowing up that school for the girls was an accident. We'll blow up something thinking it was something else. It gets blown up and then it's gone. And it's
CNN
like, oopsie.
and Fox haven't even said a word about that school in Iran that got blown out. And it's not just one of them, it's two of them now. Like they literally targeted the children of officials in their schools. It's madness.
We'll get ready for media management because, that's what propaganda is all about, folks, is you're supposed to know a narrative. And, George Orwell in 1984 gave us a warning. He said, look, they're going to manage your perception and you're going to have your 3 minutes hate and you're going to have your controlled opposition and you're going to like it. And at the end of the book, he takes the bullet, right? And he takes the bullet and he loves Big Brother. So at the end, you're going to like it. At the end, you're going to like it.
That's what I love about George Orwell, right? If an author has his books banned, he's a valuable author. Especially if he speaks against power, right?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of places that banned Mein Kampf, so I don't know how you're going to read that.
I like Alexander Solzhenitsyn in his Archipelago Gulag Archipelago. I want to get a hand on that. I've seen
fine.
Notes and commentary, but I need to read that book.
Here's my only concern is that we are going to back up. We're going to be backing into a global disaster because people don't understand that this is not rah our team. This is, you're dealing with the engine that runs the entire modern world. It didn't used to be this way. You could have wars like this in 1951 or 52. You could get away with this, but now you can't get away with this because there's 8,000 million humans who consume fossil fuels every single day for every single thing, and increasingly, even their water comes from fossil fuels, desalinization plants, which are also on the chopping block in the Middle East. So I don't know. This is, I guess the right wing has it correctly. They're gearing us up for the end of the world, and I don't know, how am I supposed to feel about that? Yeah, okay, fine, bring it. I guess here we go. Bring it. I'm okay with it.
Well, on the religious end, right? The Bible literally says there will be. In the days of the Son of Man and his return, there will be plagues, there will be wars, there will be mass scophism, people who scoff and hate God on an extreme level.
You can set that all aside for a minute and just deal with physics. Let's just deal with physics, all right? 100% of everything that everybody does, 100% of the time, in 100% of the places, is dependent on 100% access constantly to cheap available fossil fuels, period. End of discussion. That's physics. That's the energy that keeps us all alive on a daily basis. And every single one of us are 72 hours away from turning into cannibals if we don't have fossil fuels.
I mean, you are named appropriately. I'll give you that. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody be so doomer over every single thing. Iran has blocked off the Strait of Hormuz many times already, just in my lifetime alone.
Well, look. The Gen
we didn't
X
all turn into zombies.
the
The global economy didn't collapse.
Bro. The Gen X and even early millennials grew up on the Mad Max genre, thinking the oil crisis will cause that kind of situation. It's ingrained in their heads. So when it comes to nuclear war, also the Cold War, basically boomers and then early Gen X, they're absolutely stuck in that mindset of the Cold War and oil rationing. And here's another thing: you're not wrong when it comes to potential collapse, right? That a lot of people wouldn't know how to survive that situation. Most people don't know how to hunt, right? But here's the thing: most people don't even know how to farm. We've gotten so comfortable that if it does devolve, you're right. Most people have no idea how to and what to, where to, right? If they don't have those three things, you're screwed in so many ways. Doesn't matter what political ideology, what thing you push, whatever preaching you do of either atheism, a political movement, or religion. If you don't have those three things, you're screwed. But the other aspect is this: if the economy collapses, we have alternatives. I've already mentioned Canada's working on the alternative to bring up more oil, and I don't call it fossil fuels because that is a propaganda campaign from the Rockefeller oil titans back in the day, because they wanted a scarcity notion. They wanted people to think it was scarce, to up the price of it, and they claimed it was made from dinosaur bones. No, it's not. That's a lie. That's not even part of physics or science or whatever the fuck you want consensus you want to use.
Plant material.
Yeah, a lot of it is plant material, right? They've proven that there is a connection between organic plants that have been like processed through. It's like the blood of the Mother Earth, basically. If you
Right.
want to look at it that way. And like I care a lot about nature, but I understand also like even apes fight each other in the jungle over resources, territory, fruits.
Attrition and war is just human history. It's another Tuesday.
You're off topic. So the problem is not going to be where does the fossil fuel come from. The problem is not going to be how much does it cost. The problem is in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf, they are blowing up facilities that take years to build and to repair. So for years, we're going to have sharp reductions in anything that has been targeted, starting with liquefied natural gas and probably going straight into refined products and raw crude oil itself eventually. This is the game they're playing now. And I'll be honest with you, if they wanted to save humanity from global heating, which is an existential risk at this point, look at what's happening in the U.S. right now. Just look at the headlines.
I don't believe
if they want, you don't have to. I'm not trying to propose something. If they wanted to deal with that, and if they wanted to save themselves as elites from 8,000 million of us, then the best way they could do it is just have a war in the Middle East and just blow it all to rat shit, and then they're done.
Of course.
And that's what they're doing.
Can I show you another angle to this situation? So, anybody from the religious perspective, if you understand where Arabs come from and where Iran and that part of the world comes from, a lot of them are from the house of Ishmael, right, related to Abraham. It was said as a prophecy back then that the house of Ishmael would always be in conflict with itself and others. You're right. This is another Tuesday. The house of Ishmael was literally prophetically cursed into constantly fighting each other. These wars between Muslims and Arabs constantly happening in the Middle East.
I don't care about.
You're not understanding. You don't care, but a lot of people live through theology and eschatology. That is what people are seeing. So a lot of people are saying, yes, it is just another fucking Tuesday, and they're not going to worry. This is just Ishmael going off again.
Okay, well, they might change their tune when petrol at the pump is $12 a gallon.
We're talking about people who live in flip-flops and no gas and
no, I'm talking about.
Dude.
Okay, that's nobody. Jesus, what is wrong with you people? You have to be grounded in reality. Okay, just deal with reality. The reality is your food at the store is delivered on a diesel truck that drove 1,200 miles.
It's got nothing to do with Iran. Iran provides 10% of the world's oil. The lion's share of it goes to China. That's what this is about. It's about militarily encircling China and depriving them of the resources they need to compete, just like it was the last 8 times we invaded the Middle East. This is stated U.S. foreign policy. You know, just read what they're telling you they're doing. Right. It's not some secret conspiracy to end global warming.
Myself being from Canada, I don't give a shit about oil prices because we have more oil than you do. We don't care about the oil crisis.
My purpose here is to try to provide a balance to all this theological claptrap and just point out the realities of physics. Okay, physics. That's my
Claptrap.
job.
Explain your meaning.
It's mythology. Who cares? Everything you're talking about is mythology.
Cares.
It
No,
matters if the
love to
people
think
in
it's just
charge
mythology.
believe it, bro. That's the thing. You're entirely missing
There's
his
peasants
point.
who believe it. There's classes who believe it. Working class believes it. You are on the minority of this democracy. This democracy, your notion of let's just rely on physics. It is the minority in the argument.
Okay, but there is one vote that counts more than all your other votes. I don't care who you are. There's one vote, and that's the planet. The planet gets the final vote. Planet vetoes, the planet votes, and you're going to be in big trouble if they manage to cut off the fossil fuels. You're going to be in a world of hurt.
Fine. I'll be fine.
How so?
I live in Canada. We have hydropower and all sorts of other forms of power. We do not give a shit. We've been moving away from oil for a long time.
Yeah, and while I haven't built my own farm yet, I still have family all over the country and the world that already have their farms going.
All right, so
People
farmers are already complaining.
Self-sustaining already, bro.
Farmers, at least here in the U.S., I'm sure this applies elsewhere, some places. Farmers are already complaining about the price and availability of fertilizers as they go into the planting season.
No, I'm not talking about large agricultural farming. I'm talking about I'm talking about. No, you don't.
You have to.
No, you don't.
Most people survive.
Yeah, I'm not most people.
No, you can't. You can't do that.
You're not listening. You're just yelling over.
No, it won't work.
There's self-sustaining farms all over the world, bro.
No,
Sumeria.
It's not going to feed everybody. And when they
but
run
it
out
will
of food,
feed me. He didn't say everybody. He said himself.
They're going to find your farm, and they're going to eat everything on your farm.
Who's going to find my farm? Who's going to find my farm, bro?
This guy lives in a zombie apocalypse. Like every day is the zombie apocalypse.
He's assuming it's the Mad Max. This is not Mad Max, bro. Like, what the fuck are you on? I used to think
I'm talking about
like Mad Max and people will come take my shit.
I'm talking
They're
about
hiding in their bunkers. They're hiding under rocks right now because they're scared as shit of God right now. They know. They already know he's coming back.
No, God is not coming back. They're scared of the masses. Because the masses are going to run out of food, run out of water, run out of electricity,
They're sitting in their bunkers right now, begging the rocks to fucking hide from, bro.
Shout out to my chat, by the way.
But like, I think you're being a little too doomer. You got to be more optimistic.
Gang up on Cougar here. Give him a chance to speak. Give him a bit of breathing space.
Right.
Yeah, look, the elites feed you religion so you can have these thoughts that you're going to be okay. Then they make sure they're going to be okay, and they're going to have high enough walls, more enough places. Elon Musk is trying to go to Mars. Okay, so they're going to figure this out for themselves, and they're going to leave the rest of you waiting for Jesus to come back and make everything right. And Daddy Jesus ain't going to do that, and they know that. Daddy Jesus isn't going to bring you nitrogen fertilizer.
No offense, but that's historically ignorant.
Well, they're
the most
feeding you this.
exploitative, greedy billionaires on the planet still eventually drag the rest of society along with them.
They have fed you a line.
Absolutely hate.
They have fed you a line, and you like the story. And most people like a nice story.
What story? What are you talking about?
That if they blow up enough of the Holy Land, Christ Jesus will be invoked to come down to earth and lay on hands, and then everybody will be raptured.
I'm a strong anti-theist.
Well, that's the story
you're talking about.
That's the story they're doing to the masses.
One second. Right, guys, I got to mute you guys. Sorry. We got Retro here. Please let Retro say something, maybe to provide a little bit of space.
What's that?
Calm down. Go ahead, Retro. What would you like to say, mate?
I'll always thank you, DNW. Thank you, Cougar, for keeping it real. And I want to apologize to Denizen. I was actually mad at Fox, dude. I took it out on you, and I feel bad. And yeah, it's my fault. And yeah, y'all keep on arguing. I'm over here just sitting on if y'all want to tag me in, I'll go in there and argue with nobody.
Go ahead. Then Denizen wanted to say something. Go ahead, Denizen.
I'm an anti-theist. This religious stuff doesn't mean anything to me. The project for a new American century and the stated purpose of these incursions in the Middle East are discussed not on CNN so much, right? But they are discussed in, you know, among the intelligence communities and the you know, the lobbyist communities. So the information is out there. They intend to be a blockade between Russia and Europe so that they can control the flow of oil and make sure that Russia cannot profit from providing Europe a majority of its oil. And they intend to encircle China militarily and cut them off from the oil that they need in order to compete with us economically and globally. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. The Strait of Hormuz being closed is not great for the global economy. It's not great for Americans, but it's not hitting Americans the way that it's hitting the Chinese or the other smaller nations that are more reliant upon Iran's output. We here in the United States do not rely on Iranian oil, and we just took Venezuela over, and we're, you know, economically revolutionizing Venezuela and essentially denationalizing their oil as we speak right now. And this is all most of this foreign policy has to do with the fact that the United States prefers not to use its own resources and rather use up the rest of the world's resources first. We here in the United States have among the largest natural gas reserves of anywhere on the planet. We haven't even begun to tap into our own resources here. So I don't buy the doom and gloom. You know,
You're not wrong. You're like You're fourth in place. Canada is third in the world biggest. America's fourth.
Yeah, and I get that, you know, we're having a little hissy fit right now. Nobody likes Trump, and you know, there's all the tariffs, and so Canada and the United States are fighting again. But do you think if it comes down to global war and a shortage of oil, that Canada, Mexico, and the United States aren't going to work together and be a North American superpower? I mean, you're just not thinking realistically. You're letting the headlines, you know, tell you how to think. And
You're not wrong.
again,
They even have trade with Europe. They're not going to be bothered. We can
right,
literally be like a turtle.
I don't think anybody here is listening to headlines, though. That's
I'll tell you where the weakness in my thinking is. I base all of this on past. Past equals prologue. I'm not trying to predict what these people are going to say and do. I'm going by what they say and do all the freaking time. So, and ultimately, if things are going to revolutionize, if they are going to change, that's where I'll have my blind spot. When things stop happening exactly the way they've been happening for as long as I've been alive and for the last 200 years of recorded history, that's when I'll be caught off guard, obviously, and I rest.
That's one good point, I think, because, you know, when you're growing up initially, you have a perception of the world, but then you see deceit from these certain things, and then it happens again, and that, you know, these apologies, deceit, and then it just becomes, you know, I guess I'm still, you know, Buddhist stuff. It's big. In 40 years of my life, I could see a pattern, and in the past sort of like 5-10 years, I would have said, well, these things are like happened the same thing about 15-20 years ago.
History rhymes, they say. It's why game theory is very pertinent. It's the observation of the domino effect of policy, reality, and kinetic forces and political forces, right? Whatever wording you want to put in there, but it is literally just the observation of the dominoes, and people can see the dominoes, right? So like everybody has their opinion, their political notion, what they're afraid about, and like our countries, Canada, USA, has already figured out the domino of the oil crisis. It's a moot point because we can galvanize and organize ourselves and still have trade with Europe, Canada, America, and Mexico, and we can actually turtle ourselves away from the entire world economy and be isolationist if we wanted to. So this doomer type worry of the oil crisis, to be honest, I think your doomer mentality, it's misplaced, but can be accurately placed when it comes to water. Water in the future is the blind spot in the domino effect in the future. There's a shortage of water. There's a shortage of water in the Middle East right now, and it's very fucking bad.
That's what's causing the migration patterns that are causing all the political upheaval. That's the other half of this conversation. Uprisal in Iran is not the only problem. The populations in Europe are uprising against their own governments at the same time.
You can't go to war with a negative of water, right? Like if you have a positive,
Eventually,
like
people
somebody
will
explained it
refuse war
perfectly.
over water or whatever. They'll want something different, but it's just they're not quite ready. We were hoping they were ready. They're just not quite ready. So the society
Some
will
people
keep
are not.
moving and forwards with that path until
On
people
the
aren't ready.
grinding up the.
Who's not ready for what?
War, like people, until people refuse to fight each other and just understand sustainability. You know what I'm saying? Like if everybody had a garden and you had to leave your garden and your crops are going to go bad to go to war, would you go to war if your family and your children ate from the garden you tend every day?
Right.
So it's just like as soon as people just say no, and this is what they're going to do, otherwise they'll protect, they'll stay and tend their garden, but they'll also protect only it. They're not going to protect the billionaires that won't protect their shit without them
I
dying.
think I understand. Yeah, like
You can talk about tactics and politics all day, but if you don't have the logistics of food and water, you're screwed.
I wish the world worked that way. When the settlers came to North America and they found all the abundance of everything, they just took it. They took it because they had the muskets and they had the technology, and they just took what they wanted. And they even took things from the Native Americans. They didn't necessarily share. They took their land, they took their water. So in the end,
They also made business with the natives.
Okay, I don't care. In the end, when
Well,
the
I'm native, I
elites,
do care.
so am I, and I'm native, and I don't care because it's not going to help us in the future. It's the past. It's not going to help us in the future. When the elites,
the past helps a lot, but go ahead.
He's talking about the past as he tells us not to care about our opinions about it.
That's
No,
a fallacy.
He did the same thing with the Crusades a minute ago.
For fuck's sake, listen, gentlemen, we're dealing with the reality right now. And right now, there is something going down in the Middle East. And if they can knock off 20% of the LNG, 20% of the fertilizer, and 20% of the crude oil, however they do it, then we're in a fine kettle of crap. Okay, so how are they going to do that? I don't know. They're talking about it. They're talking about it. They have their deadlines. They have their ultimatums.
Nate, you assume we're going to be in crap, but right now I see a lot of investors investing in Canadian and American oil to fix this problem. This is already moot. This is not a crisis of oil. This can be solvable within 2 years. Not a joke.
You don't have
fertilizer. Canada's the biggest producer, bro. Fertilizer is the biggest producer of everything you just said, bro.
You don't have 2 years.
2
At
years
best,
to
you've
fix
got.
a crisis.
At best, you've got 2 months. You got 2 months.
Be right, but the timeline is not.
2 months.
You need to build up. You need to build up getting the oil to market and all that stuff.
Hold on,
right?
I want to get this on the record. You're saying that at the current, given our current situation, the United States only has 2 months
to do what?
Okay. I don't have to say. Okay, wait. First of all, I didn't say that. Let me just tell you what I think is the problem. The problem is not Canada or the U.S. or Mexico. The problem is the global industrialized civilization. The U.S. doesn't manufacture much of anything. They import their manufacturing from China. China is heavily reliant on Iranian oil and liquefied natural gas to manufacture the things that we bring in. American farmers use a lot of nitrogen fertilizer. We don't make nitrogen fertilizer in this country to speak of. We import a lot of it cheaply. Whatever. We import a lot, and the farmers in America are complaining they're not getting their fertilizer in time for planting. And they're already saying we're going to have half yields. That's what they're saying, not me. I didn't think about that until they said that. So that's data. Let's just roll with what they say. If they can't get fertilizers, they're going to have half yields. Now, if they don't put a lot of food onto the market at some point, like 6 months from now or a year from now, then the only people who are going to get that food are going to be the people with a lot of money because it's going to be expensive. And so they get it first. As always, they get everything first. And then whatever they don't need or they don't decide to hoard or to sell to their oligarch buddies in Russia, well, then we get the rest. And I don't know what's going to be left. And you should be worried about that.
What the hell was your original question, Dan? What did he say that you wanted to get on?
Yeah, that there was some oil crisis being caused, and we only had 2 months to deal with it.
Oh, right. So you were explaining why we were gonna go shit in 2 months. Instead, we were gonna go array, I guess. Go array.
Guys, he mentioned that America buys from China, right? They rely on Iran and oil. Guess what? America and all of NATO is divorcing itself from Chinese manufacturing because it is a liability for national security. It is.
Yeah.
So this is actually a benefit. We need to invest in our own people and build.
But that's a 5-year to 10-year project. Go ahead and do it. It's a great project. You do that. However, it's going to take 5 years to do that. We've got 2 months to figure this out.
Why do you say 2 months? What's the problem in 2 months? What's happening in 2 months?
Because they're already taking offline liquefied natural gas production, crude oil facilities, crude oil transfer, tankers, and fertilizer production in the Middle East.
Dude, the fertilizer production is booming. Everything you just said is booming in Canada, and we are your major trade partner. You want your fertilizer? Fuck off with the tariffs, bro. You'll get your fertilizer.
Okay, well, everything is as it is. Everything is as it is. And the farmers are complaining they can't get their hands on fertilizer.
Is this to do with global reaction to Strait of Hormuz, or this is beyond it? What you're just
the fertilizer has to do with the trade issues between Canada and America with Trump's tariffs. The fertilizer situation is being choked up.
I see. I know, what you're saying too, but I just want to know specifically: is his involving the current condition?
We live in a global marketplace. For example, U.S. oil it does not stay in the U.S. U.S. oil goes onto the global market, and wherever's the highest bidder gets the U.S. oil. That may not be U.S. Fuel distributors. It may be someone in China who has a higher need, willing to pay more. Someone in Europe who hasn't had any tankers come in for a couple of weeks, and so they're willing to pay more. So everything goes on the global market, and whether you get it or not, it doesn't matter where it came from. It matters who pays the most. And the problem with that is it drives up the price of everything. As everybody starts stockpiling and grabbing with both hands and both feet, suddenly everything becomes scarce. Maybe it's artificial scarcity, maybe it's hoarding, maybe it's geopolitics. Frankly, it doesn't matter. That's how it works. It's an open market. It's a free market. It's capitalism. And so eventually the price of these things goes up because people are worried and they're nervous and they're buying with both hands and both feet. And that's where the problems come in.
Yeah, if you're saying that we're going to be in a more inflated economy, and that it's going to be even harder to buy food and pay for rent, and that the quality of life is going to decrease for the Western world unless it does something to rebuild its manufacturing and its supply chain. Yeah, it already has been for the last 6 years now. I don't know where you've been, and it's going to get worse over the next 6. But we're not going to be.
And it can.
Let me say this, homie. Let me say this. Okay.
It can get worse.
When it comes
to
the difference of generations, guys, people who are older are constantly harping about the Cold War scarcity, oil crisis. Is that people who are younger, millennials and Gen Z and even Gen Alpha now coming out of high school, we're all already in scarcity. We've been in scarcity since 2000 fucking A. We got rent we can't pay. We can't even make families. So when you're arguing to us about scarcity, we're already years ahead of you trying to figure our own survival plans. Like in Switzerland, they have a literal plan to make every single suburban house have their garden with their food in the back, and they all bring it to the market, and they have their own little internal little economy with their farms. It's beautiful. It works.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. When we are thinking about scarcity, no other fucking people on the planet, especially boomers, they should be quiet about it, because millennials, we've been in scarcity the whole time. We lived in the best time to be children, but as adults, the economy's shit, the oil shit. Most people don't even care about the Iran war. They don't even care about gas. Most people are using bicycle and buses right now because it's too fucking expensive. So that's not a joke. We're already in a position moving away from oil titan executives who keep killing inventors for new forms of free energy. I want free energy, bro. I want Tesla style free energy. I don't give a shit about oil. I don't give a shit about your market, bro.
Free energy, there's no money. You can't sell someone free energy.
Okay,
Exactly. The capitalist system does not survive. It's a bit of a segue. I don't mean to go there, but my point is the millennial mind is not very worried about this oil crisis like older people are. When Mad Max came out and the Cold War was at its height,
Listen, I'd have
it's a
one
very different kind of
contention with.
thinking.
I got just one contention with what you said. The only thing millennials would share with those people you talked about is the gas. That's the only thing that's going to touch them, and they're going to complain about everything else. I think you're right about, but everybody going to be recognizing them gas prices.
Yeah,
Even
and
the
really,
millennials that take a bus
and
or
really,
whatever,
in a backdoor way, you just reinforced everything I just said.
Can I
All
just
I said
ask one quick question? Like, sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, because on the gas thing, how much has it increased? What's the price that it's increased for you locally? For me, it's gone in Australia. It was $1.70 per litre, and it's now like $2.40 per litre.
Same in Canada.
Pretty
It barely
much.
went up.
Mine's gone up
We were barely
25%.
affected.
That's a
I was
lot.
paying less than $3, $2.77, and now it's $4 or something.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
so
I had
everybody got about $1 to $2 increase around the board at least.
Well, it's about a percentage, really.
Well, for a
It's
lot of
another
people,
stress. It's another stress on our economies as generations, for sure.
Yes,
but
it is.
We are making do.
It's a stress test on generations.
Definitely.
Lindsay, the link
Very
is
well
below
worded.
Below the video
Well
in the
worded.
description here on the Fighting Gnosis show.
And to the point that was raised, there's already a lot of stresses. And what you have to step back and think about is how many more stresses can the average person really take on?
Apparently, endlessly. Did you not live through COVID? Apparently, monkeys and
later
do
Gen
anything.
X, later Gen X and millennials, Y2K, 2008, COVID, the war on terror, 2001, like all this nonsense since the 90s, and then surviving the Epstein files, all that madness that they were doing coming out, knowing our elites are going through that and doing that, and all the conspiracy theorists were right about the cannibal cult. Like this, everybody's mentally fucking banged. Like we're sick and tired. We want harmony at some point, and most people are just Xing out of that and just focusing on self-healing. It's a big movement right now, just self-healing.
Am I
I've noticed.
wrong? Because the way you're talking about the millennials is that they survived this and they're Xing out. Am I wrong with thinking, you cats are not doing your job. You're supposed to be fighting. The millennials are fucking seem like they'll roll over and show their little soft underbelly for anything. Right? You're not gonna fight.
Interesting. But no, I'm seeing a lot of millennials actually gear up for their own fight. They're not going to fight for some Epstein gang. They're not going to fight in some World War III. They don't want to. Nobody wants to go to war.
Trans rights, or they'll do shit that they can't really affect, and affects 3% of the population or less. What the fuck is the big movement at?
Dude, there's look, Gen X, millennials, and boomers. There's a massive gap in understanding. Okay, because Gen X and boomers grew up in the greatest economy in the modern day, right? The biggest, most peaceful era in a bubble during the Cold War, right? It was cold. It wasn't a hot war. So boomers and Gen X, they could go to school, go to work. Like Gen X would literally tell me as a child, I could go to McDonald's, work at McDonald's for 2 summers and literally pay off a fucking car, a whole college tuition. Millennials, that job we were expected to take up, those small end gig jobs, right? Minimum wage jobs. Our economic situation, doesn't even the fucking minimum wage being raised to $15 or even $20 doesn't even pay for half the purchasing power you guys had. It's a big problem.
It's even worse.
Guys, we've had a much needed injection of divine femininity. Estrogen has come onto the panel. Linzilla, you are on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Hello, first of all. You invited me up, so I thought I would join. Am I loud enough?
We can hear you, Lance. Lance,
Okay.
did you hear him say?
You can yell if you want.
Did you hear him say, Lindsay, that you brought the divine femininity? I thought that was my job. What's going on here?
Okay. No, I did not hear that. Well, I was interested in the comment about a comparison to Finland. I think it was a pretty socialist country, and you were comparing
I brought up Switzerland and their farming system.
Switzerland. Okay, still also very liberal and socialist.
Capitalist.
Much less than us. Less so
They're
than,
actually very socialistic.
that's what I was aiming for in my question, which was how would you suggest, or how would it be possible to take a democratic republic like the United States, turn it into a socialist state, when people actually equate that with fascism, erroneously or not? But how could we even begin to move towards any of those aims to repeat?
It would have to be from the community. No. Let me answer the question, please. When it comes to that notion, right? The way Switzerland and Finland and other Scandinavian nations, they have a demographic of people ethnically. They all have an agreement of their ideas to a certain degree, and also a civility, right? They have a social contract to work as a socialist, even a socialist democracy, perhaps. A lot of them is from the ground up. You need to go to the community level. Some people are like, they don't like the commune thing, and I have my own arguments against socialism and perhaps even communism, if you want to go that way. But small commune, like if I live in a suburb right now, I would I would feel more secure if we had like a council where we'd work together to, hey, you should farm carrots. Hey, you should do this. We'll work together. But then it's also, there is the capitalist leaning in the end, where we all meet each other in the market and we help sustain each other. And then there's a small little economy building up there. But the thing is, big investors and international business people, they don't want that. But on a localized level, it works. It always does. But turning the United States into something like that, that is extremely difficult because of the decadence and there is something to be said about hyper individualization. I like individuality, I really do. I'm all about free will, free speech, and all that stuff. But people are atomized, that especially since the quarantine, right? A lot of people are losing touch with their communities, and this is another reason why I advocate for theistic communities, and even apolitical, atheistic communities that have that socialistic aspect. They tend to care for each other, but it's impossible to form that when you have a pervasive system of capitalism that just constantly. Like, I don't agree with communism, but I agree that they're on the policy that business, like, we're not making money. Like, I would suggest dividend, not basic
I don't even
income,
remember
but
her
dividend.
question at this point. I think it was, how do we go
She
toward the
said
more socialist?
how to turn America into a socialist country. Now, this is how I would do it.
All right.
Any type of
dividends.
realistic kind of.
Yes, I would
idea
do
that-
dividend policy. So, you know how they try to denationalize oil and resources?
Yes.
The problem with denationalizing such things means citizens do not make a profit off of the resource that was sold when we actually could. Right? If you look at the Gaddafi system in Libya before they took him out, he made his own bank. The dividends of the oil from the sales of Libya on an international market, he was sharing it check bi-weekly with every single citizen. Their studies were paid, their healthcare was paid, because they treated their country as a working together business. But the problem that we have in the United States, I'm not American, by the way, I'm Canadian. The private business sector does not want to do that. They want all the profits for themselves. So the issue really is a private sector to nationalized sector situation. So if I want to get my dividend situation into play so everybody can make a profit, everybody gets their cut, like a gang in a street making a cut off the drugs that they sell. But on a countrywide level, we're selling oil to other countries. Why can't we get a cut? They're making trillions of dollars where I'm forced to go get a minimum wage. That's not right. People
We'd
should
have to
have
cut
the
out a lot of
prosperity.
these private contracts that we got.
No,
So
they
the
don't do
dividends
that
have
in
been found to
Switzerland.
work, but the issue is the private sector versus national sector. That's the main issue.
Switzerland is an extremely capitalist society. They
They're
emphasize
extremely
private
socialistic,
ownership.
actually.
No,
they're a mix of both. They're a mix of both. Actually,
everything's
they're
a
very
mix of both.
hybridized.
They emphasize private ownership and entrepreneurship and limited government over all of the principles.
That's the thing. To her question, if you want to turn America into a social republic, you would have to get the dividends nationalized. You get the resources on the market nationalized, so every single citizen can make a cut. You wouldn't even have to tax people at that point.
But they don't nationalize in Switzerland. They
don't want
emphasize
to nationalize. The business community wants to keep.
They emphasize
parasiting.
private ownership and entrepreneurial endeavors in Switzerland.
And they defend that because it's their interest to do so.
I'd like to go.
But what you people are calling socialist is just welfare.
But to answer the question, the U.S. actually did that. To the question, the U.S. did that in the 1930s, and it was fairly easy to sell because the U.S. economy imploded for various reasons, and the people were about to rebel and probably adopt communism. And so the powers that be didn't want that. They saw that would happen in Russia. They didn't want that for themselves. So they worked with FDR basically to come up with all the, I don't know, 24 trials at work programs and giveaways and soup kitchens. And of course, eventually we got the Social Security Administration and some vestiges of the welfare state. So to the question, which is a good question, how we do that in the U.S., which was the question, well, we have to go through an absolute crushing existential crisis. And then we just kind of do it to survive, okay? That's how you do it.
Apply a dividend policy and nationalize resources
I
and make
think it
money
was my
together.
turn to get in, and I'm just opening up for you, Lindsay.
I want to get in after you.
I don't really have anything, so I was just making open for you.
Okay. I just thought the topic was fascinating, and I thought it was also fascinating that part of his answer of turning a democratic republic into a socialist, so to speak, because it's arguable whether it can be, whether it is actually, a socialist state or a capitalist, whatever.
I mean, you can argue over it, but you'd be wrong.
I think you had a point, and I give you that point for sure. But the thing that I wanted to touch on, as part of his answer was, well, turn it into a theocracy. I would like to know one nation that is theocratic, that is together as much as can be in solidarity, because you have to give up your freedoms in agreement to be a theocratic country, right? And then you have issues like they do in the Middle East, where you have the modern people wanting to be more westernized, and or they're still Muslim oriented to a point, but they want to adapt some more westernized factions. And then you have the people that want the traditional kind of orthodox way of living. Mm-hmm. And to me, when I see a theocratic nation, I see it constantly diminishing freedoms and causing unrest. So
I didn't advocate for theocracy, ma'am. I didn't advocate for that. No. I advocated for a dividend nationalized policy of resources.
You said theocratic nation.
When it comes to religion and people working together, people tend to work together very well.
You thought that brought people together. So my contention with this, I'm not trying to be a jerk, I'm just saying is, heck yeah, religion and spirituality and those kinds of things can really unite people and bring them together, but at the same time, they can also destroy your freedoms and promote groupthink. And so
I would not deny you that notion. That is the truth, and it can happen. But political dogma does get in the mix. This happens. It's history.
You don't have to go any further than this forum 30 minutes ago to see what a theocracy would look like. Screaming, shouting, heresy, accusations of cannibalism. Okay, that's what you get.
There you
in
go.
That transition.
They were accusing me of being a cannibal because I'm Christian. But yeah,
I'm not saying they were right. I'm saying that's what they were doing. I'm saying that's what they were doing.
They weren't even theistic. They were atheistic and jumping on me because I believe in God. Right?
Forced theocracy.
It's going to happen.
It's going to cause contention, not unity. That's my argument. That's what I would.
I think that's a good argument borne out by history. And by current day, modern day.
There's benefits to a community who believe in the same religion, who have an agreement to work together. That was my point, right? So when people all agree on the notion, guys, we don't even need to bring in religion. Switzerland works together because they all agree to work together.
Right.
They all have
and that's why I don't think you can do it here in the United States. It would take a fundamental change.
The left and the right won't agree, right?
Right, and we'd have to defederalize. The emphasis would have to be put on local communities, even above cities and states. We'd have to completely halt our immigration policy. Right? Because you can't have like a breadbasket of the entire world and expect them to agree on how you're going to spend everybody's money.
Melting pot theory is, and the reason I mentioned dividends, ladies and gentlemen, people say we're a corporation as a country, right? So why aren't the employees, aka the citizens, making a cut? It's a very working class argument I'm proposing here.
Right.
So without
national dividends would be like the best way we could do it in the United States.
Exactly. Like, you know how some tribes actually do that? If they make a deal with the government, okay, we'll sell our resources from this land and the government can get a cut, but we all get a cut, right?
Alaska
it's
does
just
it.
Exactly. They work on a dividend system that some people would accuse of being socialistic, but I think since we're employees of a supposed business entity, we should be making money off of selling our resources on the market together. But we're not. It's a business elite that is hoarding the wealth to themselves. America, and by the way, if we all got our dividends, this is not UBI. This is profit of business as a group together, right? Like a gang investing together, but it's a country. A corporation.
It's an idealistic notion for the United States.
It's not idealistic. It's work.
Just my opinion.
No.
It's a beautiful notion. I like the way it sounds, but I really don't think. Okay. Sorry.
That's inevitable.
Given
No. I was going to say.
We also need to clear ourselves from this notion that CEOs are actually paid according to market value. That has we will have to let go of that at some point and realize that the market is not setting the price of CEOs; it's the CEOs that are setting the price of CEOs.
Let me tell you what I do instead of being contentious. I do, really quick, agree with your notion that it's the top wage earners that are unfairly, represented and have more sway than anyone. I do agree there's a huge problem there in the United States. So
yes, they would be completely against the dividend policy.
Yeah.
So it's not going to happen.
CEOs, guys.
Cougar Jimmy, please, guys.
Would you be okay with working really hard, 9 to 5, since age 20, all your life, and being maybe say starting your own business and you're wildly successful, or at least more so than you thought? Maybe you make okay, let's just say $700,000 a year, because that's a nice chunk of change, but it's not too extravagant. Would you be okay with sharing that money with people that you don't know that are in your halves because the government told you to do so?
You wouldn't be. There would be people you know. You would be sharing that money with your community, and it would be a community where there's less crime, where there's accountability for crime, where there's less corruption in the government, where the institutions aren't completely failed and corrupt. So if you're talking about a functioning society where everybody contributes to it and takes care of each other, then there's be a lot less resentment about sharing and taking care of other people.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think that Linzilla's
would be high. You'd have to pay a wizard a lot of money to keep the peace there.
Yeah, but Linzilla, I think Linzilla isn't so concerned about the utopian aspects of what could we do if we had a magic wand. I think maybe the question on table is how do we get there from here? And $700,000, that's a fair chunk of change. Sorry.
Well, it's more than what people make, right? But it's not going to be in the top 10% of wage earners in the United States who have all the control and power. I'm comparing it to sort of like a fiefdom mentality that we've always had in some way, shape.
It's true. Yeah,
national dividends was a great answer to the question. A majority of the population, yes, it is. A majority of the population everywhere in the United States is going to support that. Even in the face.
They're not.
Even in the,
they're not.
Yes, they will.
They won't.
Yes,
because
they
the
will.
wealthy
Americans
won't.
don't.
The private
wealthy
sector will
don't
never
vote as
support
much.
dividends.
The wealthy won't support it, and so it won't happen.
They don't vote as much.
They buy votes. What are you talking about? What planet are you on?
Well,
They
guys,
buy. They
can I get
own
in on my
Congress.
question, bro?
They
The
own
oil
Parliament. What are you
companies
talking about?
pay dividends in Alaska.
Okay, that's a treaty they worked out with the Alaskan government. And by the way, that money's running out. What are those people going to do with all that money? It's gone. They're going to leave Alaska, and they're going to have to go find some other
It's
place to
also a
live.
precedent. It's a precedent. It's also
You
what
think
it
they're
is.
going to vote against getting that money?
The money won't be there.
Do you think
I
they're
mean,
going to
he
vote
just keeps
against
moving the
getting
goalposts
that
every time.
money?
Just keep dragging the goalposts out until we're in the middle of the ocean and it's impossible to ever do anything for anybody.
Would the people vote against getting that money? I mean,
There
I
won't
guess
be any
there's.
money.
I didn't. That
The,
was
the
not
money
my
will be
question.
gone.
That was not my question, but
That
I
is the
think
answer to the question. What money?
to some question, not mine.
He just started the fact that we are in an individualist country, or at least North America, are based on individualism, not collectivism. So, are these people really?
That's why national dividends are a good idea. Each individual is going to be like, yes, I would love to have free money every day.
Everybody gets a cut of the resource profit we make. So it's ROI. It's not tax from taxes. It's not at all from taxes. It's an ROI off of the resources we sell on the global market. Okay. So how much money does a country make in oil per year? Let's just say it's 1 trillion. Okay. Government gets its cut because they manage the situation, and then every single citizen gets a check at the end of the week.
Do you think
Every
Elon
single time.
Musk and his little buddies and an individualist society and a me culture is going to go for that?
Who?
That's the
What?
problem.
As opposed to
you're-
what?
Like they're not even
Elon Musk gets a vote.
non-factor.
I'm talking about the elite, the rich, and he's like kind of like a
Right,
figurehead.
right.
And
Yeah, he gets a vote. And as a matter of fact, I think he would support it.
When it comes to the
And he
elite, if
still
they're
gets
smart,
one vote when it's
they'll
over
invest into the dividends, my friends. If they're smart, they'll definitely invest into a dividend system because UBI is going to collapse. Dividends work. UBI doesn't long term. And
Right,
the
and
thing
he's
is,
for
some private
UBI
people
now.
will not. Some people won't invest in the dividend nationalized policy so that we can all make money as a society together. That's just
Right.
true. Why? Because
Smart.
some of the elites want the wealth to themselves. That is a fact. But most people, we're a democracy, right? A republic. The people have a say. We can push policy. We can eventually
And
get
smart rich people know it's not a fixed sum, that if you make poor people richer and you create a middle class, it's the best way to be the richest trillionaire in you know, like that is how you make rich people even more rich, is by having
So
poor
Lindsay,
people spending a ton of money and middle class that can have disposable income to buy the stupid shit they don't need from the billionaires.
It would still help them out. They
has
just
anybody heard of Decembrism? Decembrism is a form of socialism where the rich want everybody rich. It's not the Octoberist Russian Revolution of just take and take and take like a welfare state. Decembrism was an earlier revolt in Russia against the czars on a business level where the rich wanted everybody to be rich because they would get even richer over time because everybody's prospering. So
how'd
I'm
they
more
go
of a
about doing that?
Decembrist. The dividend system, the nationalized dividends. I think every single citizen and worker in the working class should be paid a modicum of the ROI from the resources we sell as one.
Yeah, but let's just pretend that people are stretched so hard and so far right now that they don't have a generation to wait for another type of revolution that maybe or maybe doesn't work. They need relief now. They need something now. Maybe they need UBI. You're saying it's not going to happen. Okay, fair. I don't think it's going to happen either. So they're not going to get UBI. They're not going to get social welfare. They're cutting off food benefits. They're getting rid of all the support programs here in the U.S. for the U.S. citizens. Fine. Okay, that's the trend. That's the plan. What is going to happen for people here in just the U.S. who are absolutely at the end of their rope? What's going to happen to them in the next year to save them from going over the Seneca cliff? How do we save those people, or do we not bother? Because that's also
They're
an answer.
unsavable.
I'm not sure
I
what you
just
mean.
told you people do nothing but lay down and accept what they got coming to. There is no saving, since this is what you're saying.
But
It's gonna
saving them
happen.
from what?
Okay, the people that elected Donald Trump told him, you have to fix the economy. We can't afford to live. We have to make choices every month between paying the rent or buying food. That's what they told him. And he came in and he didn't do that. So now people are pissed. So what are we going to do for people who have said their primary concern is they can't every month pay rent and buy food at the same time? What is our story for them? And I don't mean some abstract socialist utopia. I mean, what is the solution that someone can offer them?
The migration, just like it always has been. They're going to end up
Migration where?
They're going to end up moving to
Grapes of Wrath? What are you talking about?
Do you just want to keep asking the question, or do you want an answer?
Migration where? How's this possible?
They're just going to keep moving to places where it's less expensive and start consolidating their living spaces, just like they have in the past. You're not going to be able to have your nuclear family living in a single household. People are going to have to double up.
Okay.
Just like the immigrants do. And they're going to have to
fine.
move away from Ohio and Washington State and Northern California and start migrating to places where it costs a fraction of the amount of money to live, where there's currently a lot less people.
That's very much a Marie Antoinette let them eat cake response. Okay, that didn't work.
I'm just talking about reality. I'm just talking about what will happen.
That's what she said.
Instead of pontificating, what are you going to do if it goes to shit? I want to know what you would do.
He just wants it to go to shit. Look at his name.
That's why I'm
worried.
asking. What's his plan? What's your plan?
I am worried that it's going to go to shit, and that a lot of people are going to suffer, and they will. Well, that's my job, is to help you understand your situation. They will end up migrating. You're quite right. They will do that.
It seems like your job is to scare people out of potential solutions.
No.
It's fear. It's
Every single one that's been offered to you from every single side of the aisle, you just shit on it and keep dragging the goalposts out until it makes it impossible.
No, because I'm dealing with reality, and Linzilla is too.
No. You grew up around the Cold War, and your entire youth was about crises this, crises that. I must worry. Millennials, we've been in the crises. We're quiet. We don't give a shit anymore. We're trying to figure ourselves out and self.
Okay, that's fine. So you're probably an accelerationist. Good for you. Now, that doesn't solve the problem. Figuring that it's just going to blow to pieces, and that's okay because that's the normal course of things. Yeah, that's millennial thinking. That's fine.
Calling me an accelerationist.
What if we want to go beyond that? Is there any?
Wait. You said wait. You sit on every idea we've put forth. Please give us yours.
Yeah, I want to know your survival plan. What are you going to do? Stop talking about us and other people.
I want for the American people to not worry so much about whether Jesus is in the White House or not, and get down to the business of solving the problems of wealth inequality,
Nobody thinks that fucker's Jesus.
And all the solutions we gave you shot on and said were impossible.
Technology overreach. People are going to have to go to their leaders and tell them, I don't want to suffer anymore. But they're not doing it.
Can I say this before I drop off? I'd like to say a thing to outro out on, because I need to go. I need to do something. I just want to say this. Denizen and others, I know sometimes we disagree. I've been theory testing the dividend nationalized policy for a long time.
No, that's an excellent idea, bro. It really is.
I'm asking you to theory test it. I've been theory testing.
No, I have been. I've been thinking about it for like the last 3 or 4 years myself. And it's an excellent way to merge the gap between like a really individualistic, selfish society like America.
You could even merge left wing and right wing because it's capitalistic and socialistic at the same time.
Yes. Yeah.
So
it's a good idea.
I drop off here, I'm going to ask all of you to theory test on your own field of thinking dividend nationalized policy, and it's not about welfare state. It specifically, we're all like employees and as citizens of the country, right? We should be making a cut, and I see a business class that is hogging our prosperity.
Well, I thought about it before.
It was designed that we should prosper together.
Yeah, I thought about it before. I haven't, but the first thing while y'all was talking about it, I was thinking of is that it can't be just like general basic income, and they just tell us this is what you're getting. I don't think that worked. You couldn't sell that anyway to the Republicans. That's welfare. But so the first thing I thought that you'd have to break it down into so and so, like you guys did with the oil. You'd have to know this is it. This is how much money we got out for this. This is the check you got coming.
Right.
That probably
Right.
Yes, and as a citizen of this place with these
it's
resources,
basically-
here's your individual breakdown of income.
So we all know how a gang operates, right? They sell drugs on a corner, and the profit they make at the end of the month, they come up to every single gangster and they're like, okay, here's your cut. That's a dividend off their market. That's how they survive. So that actually works on a national level.
It works on car insurance. Will it work on
It
a
actually,
national
yeah.
level?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna let you expand on that. I'm gonna go.
It works
You're onto something, Lindsay.
works in car insurance. For example, USAA, a military insurance company, it does work because they give you a lower cost. I feel like a salesman or a salesman. They give you a lower cost, and they give you any excess dividends that spill over. And not too many companies do that, but it is great incentive for people of the military and their families, their kids, etc. It's a great motivator. So I'm liking the theory. I want to learn more about it. I want to read about it. I want to see how viable it is. And that's his,
I think somebody was talking about the private shit. That's kind of where it's going to go next. The private companies are going to be your biggest block.
Right, because just think about a situation. We're talking about a crisis in which capitalism is not working.
Right.
It's not providing food, and it's not providing shelter. And so you don't think under those circumstances is going to be when the private companies of all people are going to try to preserve capitalism at all costs by making all sorts of concessions that they weren't willing to make to begin with. Not only that, but now you're in an environment where everybody's like goes from saying pull up yourself by your own bootstraps to saying, hey, wait a minute, fuck you, buddy.
Where's my shit?
Where's my share?
shit?
Exactly.
This is related, believe it or not. But what kind of government does Japan have? What would you call it?
You mean economically? It's capitalist.
Okay, because then here's the.
But they have extremely limited immigration policy, and they're extremely traditional, and their family and community values are almost as strong as government force itself. So that's why they can get away with
significant
welfare.
variables. But let me make the point that I was going to make, please. They are okay. So they're capitalist. So are we. We're not dealing with the same dynamics. I get it. But did you know that they have the number one, the lowest homeless rate of any nation?
Right.
So
That's because they take care of their own.
Right.
And they won't allow it. It'd be a
I hadn't
national
thought about it.
embarrassment.
Didn't know it. Hadn't thought about it.
Here we step over homeless people.
I'm just saying it can be done because usually
I know, yeah.
kind of a, like you said, kind of a fatalist. It can't be done. Give me science, prove it. That kind of person. But I don't know. My mind is kind of opened to this idea now.
No, yeah, you're singing my language. You're
All
singing
right,
my
now
song
y'all
now.
scaring me though, because it looks like if this system is working for Japan, maybe part of the price they're paying is the freedoms. When you give a motherfucker such things as these comforts and securities, you can easily, if you're corrupt, strip away other shit. Now suddenly they'll agree to shit as long as they get that check.
Freedom's a bumper sticker.
And you want to hate women, or you want to hate men, or you want to do shrooms on a Tuesday, or you want to get married to a gay guy, whatever it is, you can do all those things. There are freedoms in Japan. I'm not saying that's the magnum opus country of the century, but I am saying that we're kind of like them in some ways too, and that there is hope. And I'm trying not to be such a fatalist. But when I came in here too, I would say it's about 3 months ago. I remember I was in Flo's room or OTW or something like that, and I brought up the fact that I was really worried that there was going to be a war with Iran and Israel, and the sky is falling kind of thing. And he told me I was crazy, and go back and go to sleep, girl. Now look, there is a point in being concerned with things, and actually the fatalism might not be too far off. It may be a very realistic notion, but it shouldn't stop us. But I'm tired of people saying, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Just put your head down, you know, concentrate on your family, your groceries, your salary, your individualist needs, and don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I worry.
You got no control. I hear people say there ain't nothing you can do. No way, man.
Yeah, just read the news and then go to other sources because the news is biased. Learn about it, educate yourself, talk to people who give a crap, and find out what you're going to do. And then
find people closest to the situation too, especially if it's world news.
Absolutely.
That cuts through all of the bullshit.
The price is heavy. You are going to be stressed out. You're going to feel fucked up. You're going to start hating people, maybe. But what's better than the truth? What can you do with a beautiful lie? Not much.
Well, you're not going to get the truth from any of these information sources, unfortunately.
You are going to get as close as you can.
Wait. I'm saying I think the closest you can. Even the witness on the street has their bias, but that's like to me, that's just like gold. When I get so lucky and they're talking about so and so bombing in and so bombed, when they run up to a motherfucker, throwing bricks out his building and ask him, that's the closest I can get, man, to what a motherfucker thing.
You just do the best you can, right?
Yes.
I almost, suspect that being completely unplugged and not listening to any of the propaganda is the only way you can
It's
get
probably
closest to the truth.
50-50, right? It's probably just as fruitful.
I go into the rooms where they're speaking Yiddish and any language that I don't understand and use Google Translate. And it's a great way to find out what other countries are being fed and what the people of the countries are actually thinking and feeling. It's a lot of
thought
trouble.
about that, and I just got an update saying you now have a Google Translate or AI Translate. I don't know if it was in the Apple or something, but they just gave me that message today. The new version of so and so Translate. You can do this, you do that. I was like, yeah, and just subscribe pro fast.
Everybody thinks they're in end times.
Agreed.
So far, from what I can see, is at moments of crisis, that's when human beings actually work together. Not only that, it's when the particular solutions become more visible and more possible. Both because we don't really realize the underlying causes of these problems until they get really bad and the truth is exposed, raw, and also because those are the conditions in which everybody is motivated to change their mind, think a little differently, cooperate, sacrifice, do some shit they don't want to do, change short-term thinking into long-term thinking.
I hate to think it's
etc.
true, but I hate to think that that's like the only route. It's definitely a guaranteed route. I see it work all the time. Under tragedy, every motherfucker become friends with the nigga you hate. Suddenly, he's not so bad.
It's not the only route, but it is the route that we've chosen as a species. We haven't really evolved out of that scarcity mindset yet.
It's more likely that, yeah.
And no offense to anyone here on this panel or listening in the audience. I really, truly mean no offense. It's just going to be harsh language, and I don't know any other way to put it. But when the boomers die off, that is going to change a lot because they're too old. They can't think. They don't know how to think. They won't give up of their power. They don't want to help the next generation up after them, and they think everything is the end of the world and everything is the end of their retirement. And they're dying. They're old and they're not going to be here. In another 10 years, they're going to be gone.
By that philosophy, that same thing would have applied to every generation throughout history. The old farts who were stupid would have died off.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the boomers are unique. They grew up through a selfish me era.
Right
in
after
which,
World War II, of all things.
Right.
Claiming
They
that
were at
They set an impossible standard.
No, well, they were brought together during World War II, not after.
Oh, good points.
Right,
Well,
so after we won, we became the economic hegemony in the entire planet, and we the entire world sent us all of its economy, and and a dollar could buy you gas to go to the grocery store, buy you groceries, and he'll still have enough left over to get ice cream on the way
Man,
back
I
home.
remember that shit. A pack of 9 laters for 5 cents. The dime was massive. It felt like it was the length of your hand, and they was massive.
Yeah, we don't live in that world anymore, right? So this is in the boomers. That's their mentality. You know, this is where they grew up, and they're the first generation not to secede to the next one, not to step aside and let the next generation lead. These motherfuckers are dying in office.
They
Are
are. I
not
don't know if they're the first, but they
The
are.
fucking Mitch McConnell is drooling at the podium. He goes into like mini strokes while he's addressing the press. Think about that.
All the Supreme Court judges do it. I'm thinking of all the drools that just ran through my head as you were speaking. I could not argue that.
And any generation before that was like, what can I do to take all of my money and all the things I've made and give it forward and build the next generation? How can I make the schools better, the roads better, the government better, and how can I leave my legacy to my children? The boomers are like, fuck you, I'm keeping mine. My children don't even deserve my shit. I'm taking it to the fucking grave, and then I'm gonna give it away to my dog when I die.
You
They're the
remember-
worst generation in fucking modern history.
You
Sorry,
remember
go
in the
ahead.
60s, and maybe this is the boomers are the same group. The hippies were saying, don't trust anybody over 30. I'm gonna say it looked like they had the same philosophy. Old motherfuckers can't be trusted. But then again, it might have been that's right around boomer era. No, they'd have been pre-boomers. They'd be dead now. So yeah, they would have been saying the same shit.
Can't wait till you get out of the house, and maybe you can come by on Christmas and Thanksgiving. Maybe.
Brother Marcus has said there's also
Question.
someone else, guys. I just got to put a newcomer.
I can barely hear that person.
Who they are?
You low as
Yeah,
fuck,
D&W, your volume's down.
Sorry, 1 second. I'll just turn it up.
Oh, we got a newcomer, huh?
Yeah, there's somebody else here. Johnny, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. How you doing? Johnny, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. How you doing?
Sorry,
Porn
my
bomber.
mic was low. My mic was off. I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Good to have you here. Brother Marcus, you were here first, mate. What would you like to say?
Nothing. I was just hanging out. I'm having dinner.
Okay. Johnny, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I was just saying that instead of like tariffs, do like a currency exchange fee with Mexico, because they got cartels that basically ICE will deport them, and then the Mexican cartel will just bring them back underneath the tunnels, underneath the wall, or the fence that Bush built. Doesn't matter if it's the 06 fence that Bush built in 06, or the wall that Trump flexed and said, I built a wall better than Bush's fence. They're just gonna recycle the system. You know, you deport ICE will deport them. The cartel brings them underneath the tunnels. Just do a currency exchange fee of like 10% instead of tariffs, which will tax the American citizen.
Are you saying just charge a fee to come in?
No,
No,
anybody
to
that-
repatriate money going out back to the cartels.
No, any dollar that comes out from America to Mexico,
That's
or
what I
pretty
just
much
said.
any country that does a more than $10,000 per day. Sounds like a shady deal. Sounds like a cartel deal. $10,000 per day. You know, let's just say this: if I was to go on a plane and take $10,000 of cash, and I don't report it because I'm being shady, I don't want to pay my taxes, I will go to jail. The same thing should apply to any person that, or any LLC or LLP that does that.
All right, I think I get you now.
How many times do you want to be taxed on the same money? Just when you get paid it, or at the end of the year, or every time you use it?
It's not a tax. It's a currency exchange fee of more than $10,000 per day.
That's a tax.
Yes, but it's a tax on $10,000.
Your argument here, Johnny, is it's a tax on immigrants, mostly illegal immigrants, and not on productive, employed Americans. That would be, you're the only
you would
saving
rather-
grace.
So you would rather have tariffs instead of currency exchange fees of 10%?
I would do both.
I would not do both. That doesn't work, dude. You can't have it always.
That says
you.
you.
Pinpoint. You got to pinpoint who is taking the money out of this country.
Well, you can pinpoint your tariffs.
Tariffs is not pinpointing. It's just a tax on anybody in America. Anybody that buys.
No, it's a tax on anything that I want.
Yeah.
I can limit tariffs to specific goods,
Oranges,
specific economies, anything I want. Add to where it's going, where it's coming from.
And then you're going to affect farming. You're going to get less food. Farmers ain't going to grow up because of that. Because tariffs affects that.
Not if I give all the money from the tariffs to farmers.
That ain't happening. Did Trump do that the first term? No, he didn't.
I'm not Trump. You're talking to me.
Yeah. And who in Congress is doing it?
I'm Hitler, buddy. You don't want to know. I don't give an F. I will take all the money in the world from the people I don't like and give it to all of the people that I do like.
Robin,
I'm not scared. You can say it's going to cause a famine in the Ukraine. I don't believe you.
So what are your thoughts on annexing Argentina's Drake Passage and taking back the Panama Canal, and also
annexing what? Say again.
Annexing the Argentina Drake Passage because we loaned them $20 billion. Argentina's probably not going to pay it back, so we're going to annex the Drake Passage and take back the Panama Canal, or just take over Panama because we already took over Venezuela anyways.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
I think we should.
And then how about trading the Epstein Islands, which is the Virgin Islands, for the Canadian North Passage, so we can slow down?
I'd have to look at. I'm not familiar with that deal, so I'd have to see the inner workings of the deal and see whether or not it's in America's best interest. I got no attachment to the Epstein Islands.
Why not hide them? Bill Clinton's in it. It's gonna actually help the Democrats.
I mean, honestly, if this deal you're talking about with the Canadians is interesting, I'd like to know more about that. If I didn't know about that, I would say I would bomb the shit out of it. Just, I'd make a national parade out of bombing the shit out of the Epstein Island. Just for public, just for moral, what is it? Like when they used to give the troops strippers?
Why do that when you could trade it for something of value to slow down the BRICS nations?
By precedent, that was my precedent, sir. I told you. I preceded what I said was I'd like to know about the trade you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what the trade would be. It'd be to hide the Epstein files, which Bill Clinton's in it. The Democrats are just as dirty as the Republicans.
Oh yeah, I don't care about letting the Epstein files out either. That's a bunch of smoke and mirrors and bullshit.
That's good. Well, then trade the U.S. Virgin Islands for the Canadian, one of the Canadian North Passages, because there's two, so we could slow down the BRICS nations, so you can slow down China's growth.
Hell yeah, and I would also simultaneously go after the pedos. Because who cares about the documents being released, right?
Just a minute ago. Let me interject here. I got to defend my honor, my reputation. Just a minute ago, the entire forum was on my ass that I didn't have solutions. Would you people please just listen to yourself once in a while?
We gave you a bunch of excellent solutions,
and you didn't give us any. You just criticized us when I asked you.
No, you're all.
When he asked you to, you obfuscated and danced around it.
Yeah, but just because I don't like your completely unhinged stuff that you're going to bomb Pedo Island, this is not getting us anywhere.
Nobody said that during the conversation with you. Nobody said that during the conversation with you.
Sorry, I'm going to let
you stayed quiet for 40 minutes so that you could use that shit. You stayed quiet for 40 minutes so that...
No, I muted you. Sorry, Denizen. Just let Cougar speak. He hasn't spoken for ages. Just let him speak. And then
I'm not stopping him from speaking.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem. I actually don't have a problem. Who would have a problem with all the fun and games? It's fine, all right? But we're bombing the hell out of the oil patch in Iran. I think, just modest solution here, okay? Just a modest proposal here. People are going to have to start rethinking how they're going to organize themselves. If it isn't this year, it'll be next year. And the way you have to reorganize yourself is to live without fossil fuels. If you don't like the sound of that, start thinking.
1 second.
Live without fossil fuels.
Okay.
And you can do that Maybe you won't be 8,000 million people doing that, but some of you are going to be able to do that. You need to start thinking about that. That's all I'm asking you to do is consider the possibility, the probability that they're bombing the shit out of the oil field. That matters. That's not Pedo Island. That matters.
Okay.
And you're going to have to do something about that. And I think you're going to have to reorganize yourselves around not having fossil fuel inputs. Now, if that means you have to grow your own food locally, then do that. Do that.
That right there. Do you remember Iraq and Afghanistan?
Because I took him off. Go on, Denizen, and then Johnny.
Yeah, your volume is super low, DNW.
Sorry, man.
What I was saying is, this dude he shit on all our proposals. None of them had anything to do with bombing. Not a single one. None of them had anything to do with any military intervention at all. Not a single one. He didn't criticize the actual policies. He just kept dragging the goalposts past the policies. Then when asked for his own solutions, he danced around it, said nothing, gave a bunch of platitudes and generalizations that said nothing. Then he sat here quiet for 40 minutes until I started joking around with this dude to look for a way to criticize what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
It's disingenuous bullshit. And I didn't interrupt him or talk over him. I was talking, and he unmuted himself to interrupt me and talk over me. And so it's simple. So it's simple back and forth, too, by the way, which I interject, is also not stopping him from talking. The guy talks more on this channel than anybody else.
He did just come up with a solution. If somebody could recall it for me, because I'm high. I was running through some thoughts in my head about.
Joey said to get used to life without fossils.
Yes. The part that I liked was that he said it would affect you. It was something you could do for you. You'd get used to it. Something you could do personally. So perhaps that was all along was what he was saying. People need to do something. He meant for yourself, not as a collective or something.
Well, you can do it as a collective, but your collective is going to be not the size of the United States of America. It's going to be tiny. It's going to be small towns, villages, village life. You're going to have fields. You're going to have sharing. You're going to have
most
taking care of each other
in big cities, right? Your proposal. First thing we got to do is everybody in the city who's broke as fuck and can't afford the apartment they live in has got to move and afford land and learn all these new things. Not to shit on the parade, but most people live in dense cities. They can't do these things that you're talking about.
And since you bring that up, I think the people that live in, for example, Southern California, are doomed. I don't think they have a future.
They said it's just doomed. Damn, Joe. I'm Chicago. I'm definitely doomed.
Okay, now we agree on one thing. Okay, now we can agree on one thing. That's a good start. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I think my start, but this is just personally, I think that'll be okay with you. My shit is to get something that doesn't depend on other things. Like, I don't know, right now, figure out a way to make money with my channel, enough bread with my channel. That way I'm not under, I guess I'm under YouTube's thumb, but that way I could sit at home and fart all day as long as I push some buttons and I'm not affected by shit. I could do it from the back of a van and my money's not affected.
May I have a word?
Please.
So I was listening.
Sorry, Witchy. Great to have you back, Witchy. Go ahead, darling.
Hey, D&W. I was listening to the gentleman who left. I'm not good with names up here. They're so tiny, and my old eyes can't read most of them. But he said he had to go. He was speaking about dividends. National dividends.
That was Ragnarok.
Ragnarok, yeah.
And I just wanted to bring up something that's going on here in my home state in the United States. There is a pilot program going on where they're taking dividends from the state's oil and gas money, and it's being used to create a UBI in 3 of the poorest school districts in the state, where for 2 years, every family who attends that school, whether they're an American citizen or not, because we do allow non-citizens to put their kids in school here in New Mexico. And so whether they're citizens or not, every family is getting $750 a month for 2 years. We're about a year into the program, and we have seen the streets cleaning up in those areas. We have seen children performing better in school because they're fed better. And these are kids who already get food stamps and Medicaid, and they still weren't doing well. And we're already seeing really large improvements. And they're literally taking it from the oil and gas dividends that the state gets to create this UBI. So it's essentially
that's what he was
our
talking
buddy
about.
Ragnarok was talking about in a pilot program. So if you're interested in that, guys, you can look it up. It's in New Mexico. I can't remember what they called it, but it's a pilot UBI program based off of us having a surplus from oil and gas dividends.
In New Mexico, you said?
Yes, Joe.
We should also try to reclaim some of these, like revenue from cigarettes, alcohol, marijuana sales. These things should be
right.
Here in New Mexico, the marijuana sales are going to, we have universal childcare now and universal college. If you're a citizen of the state for at least 2 years and you don't have a degree, you can go to college for free at one of the state schools.
Fucking brilliant. I'm really tempted to move to New Mexico.
Things are really happening. And now we're talking about, because there's still extra marijuana money left over, and they're looking at moving some other funds into this, that they want to do a universal health care here in New Mexico. We're looking at that in the next 3 to 5 years if the Democrats stay in power, and they have been my whole life. So I'd be surprised if they didn't.
We got something like a 200% sales tax on cigarettes and tobacco here. And then it goes to the state, and they always swear in the lottery, they always swear they're going to give all this money to the schools and shit, and they never do. Yeah, if that shit went directly to the hands of the people, that would be.
It's one of the things that they're talking about redirecting over towards healthcare, especially is the cigarette and liquor taxes that the state absorbs. Because we've been operating with a surplus for a while now. We got some rebates at first, but instead of doing rebates, they decided they're going to start, making programs that are really going to affect everyone to the best of their ability.
Yeah.
And they're not income limited. You could be a millionaire and your kid can still go to school for free. You could be a millionaire and you work, you can still get free childcare.
Yeah, very good. And if you're snooty and you want to go through a private school and shit, hey, you better pay more money for everybody.
Well,
great.
We also have vouchers here, and most of our schools are what are called open schools, where we have charter and magnet schools that anyone in the district can apply to go to that are nice public schools. Plus, we do what are called vouchers, where if you want to send your kid to private school, the money for your kid that would have gone to public school goes to the private school towards your tuition. So you don't have to pay the full tuition yourself.
Damn.
I just realized I can hear you.
Right?
Isn't that beautiful?
I was prepared for the struggle too. As soon as she walked up, I was already prepared for the struggle.
You know what was good? Sorry, this is I'll shut up after this. But this is way off topic. But the witchy bitchy series on religion back in the day. That was some good stuff.
I still owe you and Joe so much for keeping my stream alive that night. Howard.
Well,
I really want to
LA.
We want dividends, Nikki. We want dividends.
Doesn't it matter like what he believes now?
LA.
Doesn't it
matter?
matter?
Or his channel or wherever.
Doesn't it matter what Cougar believes right now? What if he just misspoke or just doesn't remember what he said?
No, we're talking about a matter of like 2 or 3 days where this prediction was made. And then when I brought up, oh, I never said that. And then it's like, people are supposed, I of course I haven't read the book. I don't know if it was in the book, but if it was in a book, people are making decisions based on these predictions. And then they're making appeals to authority. I'm the authority, so you should just listen to me. And I just told you that by the end of summer, everything is going to cease to exist. We're all going to die. And then, I never said that. I never said that. You're making that up. I never said that. You must be hearing things.
What was the prediction, LA?
that by the end of summer, we're all basically just going to, well, for the most part, we're all going to die. Besides small people who I guess live in bunkers and hoard food or something. I don't know. Essentially, that was what was stated. That it's going to, and I was saying, are you sure it's going to happen by the end of summer? Because I don't want you to back yourself into, oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to happen by the end of summer. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take you at your word. But then when I brought it up later, oh, I never said that.
I mean,
shit, he's up here.
Maybe I don't know why, but doesn't it matter what he believes now?
Not if again, I don't know if he put that in his book, but if he's selling that and he's on YouTube, and the problem is that if you're speaking as the authority, we're all supposed to shut up because you're the expert. We're trusting you as the expert on science, and you made this
That's
very
your decision, not his.
No.
That's your
But
decision.
I'm just saying that when this person is speaking, they're speaking from a position of authority to where we're all supposed to just shut up and
That
defer.
we're all supposed to is some shit you believe. No one
No,
else
well,
believes that.
I'm saying how the forum is being presented. Like, this is his time to speak. Everybody just listen. We're not allowed to push back because he's the authority. And then when you do make these specific predictions, you just get to disclaim and say that you never said it. Because I wanted to ask, well, where are you getting this data? Nobody else has made the specific claim that it's going to. Everybody.
Wait. I get a feeling he made a prediction here too.
Okay, but the prediction has to be based on science.
You're saying he made a prediction. What was his prediction? Yours was that the world would die in a year. What was his prediction?
Well, I mean, all the stuff about global heating, everybody knows about that. I was pushing back against a specific claim that basically the world was going to come to an end by summer. I'm like, there is no scientific
that's your
evidence for that.
position, Cougar?
He's going to say he never said it.
If it's not in his book, would that help?
He's just gonna remain silent.
You know what? I don't know, because so many people. That was the pushback that I was giving him. That I've had these predictions made several times throughout my life. Y2K, 2012. I don't know. There's been several predictions where you just think the world is going to come to an end, and so many people listen to it and they start making plans. They have these doomsday scenarios. And they start making preparations, they start spending money, and then nothing ever happens. So that's why I think it's so dangerous.
I do kind of want to back LA up on something he said about Joe. You gave him some pushback on saying that we're pressed to see Cougar as
I see his argument.
but we
I
are
see his
pressed
argument.
to see him as an expert because people get muted when he wants to talk. People get put backstage when
I'm
he
aware.
wants to talk. He's allowed to go on and on.
He also passed him the first day I ever met him. He passed himself off as a climate scientist, and it turns out that he's a high school biology teacher. He's not a climate scientist.
He's here now, guys. He's here.
He ain't saying
nothing. Person or whatever. Just,
Let me explain it. Let me explain it. And this is how I wrote it in my book. Humans are dependent 100%. 100% of the time, for 100% of the things they need on fossil fuels. Because of global heating, we're going to have to give up fossil fuels. Whether it's a war in the Middle East, or it's the elites deciding we don't get any more, or whatever happens, doesn't matter. I think in my book, it's a very small scale nuclear exchange between Saudi Arabia and Iran. So there you go. However it happens, you've got about 1 week of material in the JIT, just-in-time pipeline. And this is generally accepted. 1 week is actually probably pretty generous. So that means in a week, all the things that were driven to your supermarket, flown into your airports, delivered to your ports of call, dries up in a week. And after that, you don't have those things. But you're like the tiger in the zoo. We're living in a zootopia. You're like the tiger in the zoo. The tiger in the zoo has his water brought, his food brought, his medications brought to him every single day just in time. If that ever gets interrupted, and he's got about 72 hours of a story that he can tell himself what's going to happen to him in his grotto, and then he's finished. Okay?
I only have one question. When is this collapse supposed to happen?
Tomorrow? I don't know.
You were, so you were not specific before? You were not specific that it was going to happen by summer?
It's a narrative. Let me point something out to you. Before there were fossil fuels to get us to 8,000 million, we didn't have that. We were burning wood. We were burning cow poop. We were burning peat, whatever. And we were about, 250 million humans on Earth. And then we got over that because we found free energy in the ground. And now we're 8,000 million. So without that free energy in the ground, you have to retrace that. You retrace that.
The point of contention was
this was
and then you're back to 250.
I'm sorry, because I'm trying to figure out, am I supposed to take you literally, or was this whole thing a story that you were presenting to us?
Well,
was it a story, or were you being literal?
Now I'm being literal. Now, let's say 240 million humans is 3% of the current population. There you go. That's math. That's arithmetic. 3% of the current population has a story to tell themselves about fossil fuels, because that was the story we told ourselves for about 300,000 years. So without fossil fuels, you're back to 250 million people. And then you've got a planet that's been basically fuckzored so hard, exploited so hard, and there are so many people looking for so much to eat and drink and everything they're going to have to have.
Let me interrupt. Ask you. Are you saying
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Did you ask your question? That we probably can't support 240 million people. That's the best case scenario. Maybe we support 80 million people. That's 1% of the current population. That's math. Go ahead.
Were you saying that because of the war and the situation, the global situation now, it's being sped up, or is your contention that it was going to run out any fucking way? Are they together, or?
So
because
here's the
if you're arguing, hold on,
fair. It's a fair question.
To answer the question. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okay, I understand the question. You're talking about timing, and LA's talking about timing, and timing is a good question. So
my question.
Here's what.
Go ahead.
Okay, here's what I say. And anytime anybody asks me the question, you're not going to like the answer, but this is the answer. I don't know how it happens, but when it happens, you will walk out of your front door, and what you will see in the world is 5 things: no driving, no flying, no movement of goods, no movement of money. There's 5 things, and no jobs. Okay. When it happens, I don't know.
Didn't we have that with the COVID? It cut down all that.
No, not at all. That was small beers.
Do we have?
How did it go? It was small. It was a small trial. How did it go, in your opinion?
Kind of sucked.
Cougar.
People didn't like it.
Cougar, can I ask a question?
Yeah, someone's asking a question. Go ahead.
Cougar and LA. Can we just have them reconcile this one point of contention, because it's been going on for a while now, and I just want this one particular thing rectified or reconciled.
I just reconciled in my mind. It was a story. I think we should not take any, like what he's saying, literally. This is fiction, not. I mean,
right. It's narrative.
It's narrative.
But I didn't know. You didn't say that before, so I was taking you literally. I'm like, what are you talking about?
You can take it however you want. You can take it literally if you want to. It's narrative. It's a story. I'm a storyteller. I'm telling you the story.
No. But if you're
dead their lives, though, man. Shit, at the rate shit going in Iraq, in a year, gas gonna be $9, and we're all doing in that sense. And I got to throw in, I get that he's presented as an authority figure and all of those things, but you're a man. Regardless of what type of platform motherfucker put up, man's a man. His shit is to be inspected like everybody else's and expected like everybody else's.
Okay, but if you're just presenting a story, then my story is just as valid as yours. You're presenting.
That was given through the door. Yeah,
you were making appeals to science to say that this is based on scientific evidence. And I'm like
that.
No. I just gave you the mathematical proof. Call it science if you want to.
Where's the math?
Okay, I'll do the math again. It's really quick. There are 8,000 million.
That's like
please.
No, I heard that.
I can do it in 30 seconds. I can do it in 30 seconds.
You don't need to repeat it again. We heard it the first time.
He's asking you something different, apparently.
Somebody asked.
Yeah, no, I asked for the math that the current trend of warming was going to lead to the things that you said, not your artificial attachment to global population and oil consumption.
Well, they're attached at the hip.
Says
you
you.
can't have you when you have enough global heating, you're going to have to stop burning fossil fuels. I don't know how they're going to do that, but they're going to have to do that. And when they do, then the clock starts.
That's also an assumption on your part.
Fine, whatever.
I have a problem with your entire analysis, and that is that you don't even factor population control into it. You say that we should just reduce our consumption of fossil fuels without reducing population. So we're supposed to just go without? Why wouldn't population control be at the center of your entire analysis?
Okay, there is population control. The population control was given in the analysis. What I said was, we support 8,000 million people today with 100% access to fossil fuels, cheap and available all the time. That doesn't work. Without complete access to fossil fuels, and they have to be shut off eventually because of global heating or war, or pick your poison, when it's shut off, then you can't have 8,000 million people. Therefore, you get what's called a die-off. And it's going to be a die-off to probably 80 million people based on some suppositions, like what is the carrying capacity of the Earth right now, given war and global heating. What is the capacity of that? I say it's 80 million people. And you could say, oh, well, it's actually 2 billion people. Fine. We can differ on that. But hey, I wrote the book. That's the math I use.
Okay, but that's descriptive. It's not prescriptive. The prescription would be that people should stop procreating, that maybe the state should stop rewarding people for procreating because there's not going to be enough resources for all these people. But you don't address that, which I think is a problem.
No. Okay, well, I don't put that in the book because it doesn't matter. They die off. But listen, LA. People are making that analysis.
That was a true point of contention. That's where
people are making that analysis. Women, we have to talk about the women now, are not having families. They're not even getting married for exactly the reason you present. So it is happening. It's
because
just
they
not
can child
necessary.
support. That's a good thing.
But the problem is not one of your actual solutions. It should be your primary solution.
I don't offer a solution at all. I'm just describing the trajectory.
Because women ain't getting child support. That's a good thing.
So, there's a little bit more.
Okay, fine. Women don't want to bring children into a hellscape.
All narrative, no solutions.
It's a trajectory.
Just doom and gloom.
Trajectory. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so the same one sentence, Nikki. Sorry.
Why did it take me
one
to figure
sentence,
this out?
Nikki? Sorry. So it's the same doom and gloom bullshit we've heard every 10 to 20 years since the beginning of the 18th century. It's we're all gonna die. It's right around the corner. I can't prove it. I got no facts. I got no solutions. Just trust me, bro.
My girl is sub to like 20 of those channels at least, where all day she watches motherfuckers talk about the world. The end of the world is coming. Buy my food preservative.
Witchy wants to say something, and I want to hear it. Go ahead.
So, at the end of this, you could each answer individually if you want. The first question is, have any of you read Cougar's book? I'm in the process of reading it. The second question I have is directly to Cougar. When we talked about your book, you said to me that it was a novel. Is that still how you would describe it?
Yeah. It's I think you'd call it speculative fiction.
A novel. Okay. So, being that it's a novel, we're discussing like a Stephen King work here, not a scientific theory, not something that's put out as a predictive text. It's literally what do they call those? A dystopian novel, and that's a popular genre. I mean, it's pretty readable, Cougar. And like I said, my question.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody stands. Has anybody read his book?
I didn't know you had one until y'all started talking about it a little while ago.
Yeah. I mean, thank you for reading it. I really appreciate it. I'd really like to hear your feedback at some point when you get through it. I'll tell you what, folks. I'd be willing to come on here and read some sections out of it. There are some chapters that really aren't in the narrative. They're essays. Okay, they're essays where I discuss a lot of the topics that I discuss on here that we don't really have time. I've written actual essays. I know everyone does that. Everyone has a manifesto. Everyone has a manifesto, and I have mine. But I try to reason a way through. The book is speculative fiction. where we try to reason as
Read
well
the
as we
Tom
can.
Clancy shit. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, speculative. Okay, he doesn't have. Maybe he has aliens in his stuff. I don't know, but he likes to speculate on what would happen.
And he
Right?
draws some real shit, right? He goes and meet the people involved in these secret
Yeah.
so he can keep that shit as real to his.
Yeah, and that's the appeal. That's the charm of it. Is you can go read a book about dragons and shit, and that's entertaining. But when someone is doing research and they're talking speculatively about
Star Trek, yo,
I'm not going to throw shade on Star Trek, but
you better not.
But what do they call Star Trek?
Generation, next generation.
I'll have to think about this. It's a luxury communism. Luxury communism is Star Trek.
I've heard that before. Okay.
Luxury communism. Yeah, so if you like your utopians, there you go.
Do you think you were being honest, though? Do you think you were being honest? Do you think you presented your narrative as fiction, or did you make appeal to science?
Okay, well, look, my fiction is speculative, so we're speculating here.
But it took me to draw that out of you. You did not volunteer that. That's not how you presented this information.
Well, I just did.
After I drew it out of you, you did not volunteer. I had to figure this out on my own.
Okay, well, maybe.
LA, to be fair, just like when I purchased your book, I asked you about it. When I purchased Cougar's book, I asked him about it. And he specifically told me it was a fictional novel with ideas of how he thinks we are going if we don't change our ways. But it is a fictional novel. He said that to me straight up. When I go and looked up the title, it's under fiction. I mean, how much more can he tell you it's fiction?
I don't know where he said that, but on this channel, I have not heard him say that was fiction.
The only channel I've talked to him on.
No, I'm saying we've been talking about this for weeks, and I have never heard him say that.
It's a novel. I wrote a novel. I didn't write a textbook. It's a novel.
It's fine. I was just trying to wrap my head around it. It's like, why was I giving myself headaches?
I think your real contention was that you're not so bright, buddy. If you were really bright, one of those solutions would have been the birth control thing. I think that's what heat you came from.
There is one. It's called not paying child support. That's how you have birth control.
Okay, well, women in Asia.
I'm talking about population control in terms of
wait. That birth control thought wasn't bad. That right there wasn't bad. The chicks think twice.
I like my idea better still, Joe. All the boys at 12 get a vasectomy before they start breeding.
No. Your idea sucks. Absolutely.
Yeah, passport, bro. Horrible. Just get a passport, bro. And leave the women here.
It's effective as fuck, but yeah, it sucks.
Oh my God! You know what? I need to work on my content because I have things I need to address.
I think LA that the thing that stuck in your call is that you wrote an informative dissertation, whereas Cougar wrote a novel, and you were assuming that his novel was on the same level of informative dissertation as your book, and they are from reading what I have of his and having read yours, they are nothing alike.
And that would have been assumed when you said he's presented as an authority, and he is, and he says it and all of that shit. But everybody would see that, and you don't think about it heavily. But the fact you think about it so heavily is because it adds into your other thought, like, this guy's supposed to be an authority.
I wonder if D&W knows that. Does D&W know that this is a novel and he's not making actual predictions?
Yeah, Trader.
I was invited. I was invited to this forum by somebody to discuss my novel.
I 100% know it's a novel, and he's explained that many times. And I don't see a problem here with his claim that it's speculative fiction. He's using his
I would have
level
assumed
of
all these things
expertise
already
on the matter to carve out possibilities that he feels are the most likely. He's trying to tell a story about what he knows. I don't see a problem with it being a novel.
If this shit was in Oxford Weekly or Physics Weekly,
a legitimate way of trying to influence people, and it may be even more influential than, for example, LA's and tried to influence people.
Good point. Good point.
Oh,
He got the entertainment factor in there.
No, that's a fact. That is a fact. If you're in the game of influencing people, there's many ways of doing it. And if you're an expert, even if you are an absolute expert doing something, and if your aim is to influence people, it may be writing a novel is the best way to do it.
Well, to be fair,
it's a lot more accessible.
LA has a music channel. I don't see Cougar making music.
Well, I think he's right though. A novel and fiction is far more effective than telling people the truth or giving them facts.
100%.
My problem with that is he's discouraging actual solutions to problem in favor of just everything's gonna suck. Get used to the fact that we're fucked.
There's an argument over there for sure.
That's true.
How about instead of for fossil fuels, like California's making a high-speed train from Merced, California to Bakersfield, California. Instead of that, just make it go from San Diego to Laredo, Texas, to secure the border above the wall, and then
Who
that
the
will
fuck
cut
cares
down.
about the border, man? I don't really care about the border, man.
Yeah, you got bigger problems right now, I think.
I think that most of the
move
motherfuckers
the population from California to Texas, and then Texas to California. It's transportation to cut down on the global warming.
So in my novel, it doesn't matter how you cut down on global warming. In my novel, for example, there's an entire essay on why Southern California is doomed. Not all of California, not all of Southern California is doomed. There's a long essay in there. And
because of heat?
it's all speculation, but
Okay,
it's
I
still
get that speculation. Is it because of heat? From heat? Yeah.
But it is based in science, Cougar. I've heard.
Not only that, the water. There's less water in LA.
Very good. Thank you.
Science-based articles recently about the fact that global warming is something that happens. Global warming and cooling is something that happens, and we've sped it up a little on this cycle, but it's inevitable. And so, yeah, the land.
The
masses
dome
are
shit
changed.
works
We
in the
already
novel,
have-
Joe. I like
We
it.
already have new land masses forming out in the Atlantic Ocean with huge volcanic underwater eruptions going on every day right now. We've got like a lot of change happening in the ecology of the earth, and if we don't adapt, we probably will go away. And this is in the science right now. This is what they're saying out there. Southern California is likely going to be underwater due to the climate change, and it's not human caused global warming.
All right, let me get some legit pushback against you guys. I'm indulging a bit, I think. Odds are more likely that the oil shit will be incremental. I mean, it's been stable, doing that in quotation marks. Not really. I'm not really doing it, but will be stable the way it has. There will be ups, downs, and all of that. And the demise of it, Cougar, when it absolutely disappears, that will be a slow, tedious process that they bleed us to death and give us little by little and lie to us. I don't think it would happen rapidly. Odds are it'll continue on for a while. What you think?
What you just engaged
weapons to Taiwan and starting a world war.
Okay, that's off topic. Listen, what Joe Cool just did is what we call speculation. Okay, it's a what if. You started your question with a what if. Now you just did a what if. I did a different what if. Now, in fairness, in my book, which has essentially 100 chapters, day 1, day 2, etc., there's a day 0, and in day 0, I speculate. This is like fictional history. Like, what would have happened if the Nazis had won? Right. This is speculation about history. In day 0, I talk about how it took a year for the oil crisis to really manifest, but when it did, it hit all at once.
I like it. All right. I like it. The panic.
So I'm combining your speculation with my speculation. My novel is what we call a trajectory. I need a critical event, and from a critical event, I then go forward
because
from there.
That's how it goes. We know that from the way they hoarded new toilet tissue during COVID. That a critical event where people lose their fucking minds. So it's feasible.
Exactly. And my novel, it was 100 Days, is about how people over days, not years, not centuries, days, lose their fucking minds.
I dig it.
And when they lose their minds with the AI coming out of Taiwan, why not just send weapons to Taiwan and piss off China and start a world war? Then you have less population, less global warming.
Well, that's another level. That's another level of speculation. In my book, it's simply Iran and Saudi Arabia go at it. Okay, but you know what? Anybody can come up with anything. You could focus on the war in Ukraine and Russia if you want to. It's all speculation, but it's a trajectory novel. So on day zero, at some point during day zero, the taps get turned off, and then people lose their fucking minds. And I was interested in what that would look like, and I allowed myself 100 days to describe that in that much detail.
Right.
And then
I done went through in them last 30 days or so, I'd have had them brown out the water. You only get water from these hours. The hours are getting less, because that's how they'll probably turn the screws in real life.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that happen. Go ahead.
So someone in the chat, Chatter King says global warming has been debunked. All to hell, LOL. Well, here's the thing: human caused global warming has been debunked in some ways. However, we know from history and from what we can study of the Earth that the climate is in a constant state of change.
Ice ages.
Instead of adapting to it.
I think you might have went out for a minute. Thank you.
Oh, I was just saying, we stopped adapting to our environment and started adapting our environment to us. And that's where we need to change our focus.
Damn. Where's your evidence of adapting the environment to us?
Air conditioning, heaters, cars. We don't adapt to our environment. We didn't start running faster and getting healthier. We built cars. We adapted our environment. We
That's
dug
you mean
oil
adapted
out
to
of
that
the
environment
ground.
physically somehow.
We converted elements into usable tools.
Right, Wiki, you're correct. But this is something David Hume addressed. The humans do have the ability to change their environment, which also includes the right to terminate their life. So David Hume would say that is an ability given to us by God. So why do you think that it is murder if that is an ability given to us by God?
Wow. That's a big pivot right there.
You're really going to take that and turn it into pro-moralism, LA? You are an artist.
Whatever, I give up.
Never misses.
I give up. I surrender to LA. I surrender.
So much skill to go from that to that.
Right. Yeah. He wants to argue. Go ahead, argue. I mean, maybe you have done it 1,000 times. You don't want to, but he wants to argue with you about that a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he brought
he wants to front load the solution. Let's start reducing the human population now. He wants to front load. Right. I don't see that as being broadly acceptable to people, but nevertheless, you're going to have a population crash, whether you front load it or back load it. You're going to get the same thing. That's all. That's where we disagree. That's all.
Okay. With AI, of course, it's going to decrease the population.
We have a lot of problems now. We got a lot of problems.
Why we should halt the population, LA?
Because the current population is not sustainable. It's like they want their cake and eat it too. The only way a population of 8.5 billion is sustainable is if we were to return to a more primitive way of life, localized economies, not consuming fossil fuels, all of that. But the American way of life of this high consumption, driving cars, high consumption of animal products, this is not sustainable. This was not meant for everybody. Was not supposed to live this way.
I'm sure everybody would have gave you this argument. The obvious thing to do, rather than off everybody, would be to a combination, I guess, to change the way you live. You can't be focused on one thing and spread this shit out and invent new technologies or adapt technologies to help you in that area. And it just so happens that apparently population, I don't know if these things are true, is fucking falling everywhere like flies. Motherfuckers crying every day on the internet about in every country, well, I shouldn't say every country, but in a bunch of countries out, the population is just about to die because
Japan, South Korea,
having babies. Population density is one thing.
They crack her out here too.
But at the same time, I'm talking about the global economy. The global economy is still increasing, even though maybe some specific.
We were talking about population, right?
Right, but there's different terms that you use within population control studies. They're talking about
Well, if you
population.
said economy, I'd have came with different arguments.
No, okay. Population density is not the same thing as the global population. So there may be highly concentrated cities that have large or nation states that have high population, like India, China, and United States. But so
Indonesia.
we may. Okay, but
Indonesia?
our population growth is not due to fertility rates; it's due to migration. So these other countries are populating at are procreating at very high rates, and then when their quality of life has declined so down into the ground, then they want to come to the United States to increase their quality of life. But our way of life is not sustainable. It's not. Everybody can't live this way, and so we're raping the planet with all these fossil fuels, with the smartphones, and it's just. And everybody, the solutions are always to just conserve. We should just do without less. We should go vegan. We should
We're
use a
gonna have to
bike.
go a lot slower because in order for us to build, I'd have to agree on at least half the stuff you're saying, but I don't agree on, the way that you get to your places. I don't agree with. You be like, because of this and that, this is gonna happen, and I can't really at the end of one of those long things. We go a little slower because even one thing at a time, your causal factors all seem to be off.
No, it's because
go ahead.
It's because that's what my whole thesis was in my master's program. Like I studied population control in detail, but I can explain
Tell me
it.
what countries their problem was they had so many people population wise that they declined. What countries were those? Or currently? Don't go back in history.
What do you mean decline? You mean like China when they had the one child policy? What do you mean?
You said
Indonesia.
their economy declined. Yeah.
India.
Indonesia.
I don't know
They got
about Indonesia.
no
You tell me
land.
about it.
Okay, what it basically means is that there's so many people that there's not enough jobs for the people. There's not enough housing. Your whole quality of life is compromised. You're basically going to be bumping into people everywhere you turn because there's not. You look at these. The transportation is a problem. There's so many people. And you can develop technology to try to accommodate that, but the technology cannot keep pace with the population growth. So that's the pushback against the population.
I don't know if I buy that the technology can't keep up with the population growth. I don't know if it's growing right now. It's probably shrinking. And if the technology were the sole factor, sure, I think we could keep up with it.
No, they're predicting that by 2050 we're going to have a population growth of like I forget what they say, but it's
Hey Siri, is the world population declining or increasing?
It's definitely increasing.
It's increasing.
It's definitely increasing.
We won't cap out until almost 12 trillion.
Right. So human population growth is infinite, but we still have finite resources. And if you had zero waste, if you just had where you just like used a horse and a donkey or something, that would be one thing. You're not consuming any resources. You have a zero carbon footprint. But if you live in this,
if that was true, why is Japan declining in population? Why is South Korea declining in population? And they're paying men to come over and have kids, $75,000.
Because you're talking about two different things. You're talking about the economy. They want more people. A surplus of labor leads to low wages, right? So they can exploit the labor. They can give you a lower quality. Japan is a rare exception because I guess they have a high quality of life. They've managed it pretty decent. Most countries have not been able to do it the way that they have done it. But the point remains, they still live in very small apartments. They still they don't have cars. Most of them are using public transportation. Their quality of life is not the same as an American for sure. The way that we live is not. I mean, there's very few places that live the way the Americans live.
So South Korea is pretty much the same as Japan, just a worse version of it, cheaper version of it.
I don't get your point. I mean,
He's agreeing with you. He's saying that they both fucked up, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, they're talking about two different things. They're talking about the economy and like GDP and things like that versus sustainability. The economic part does not care about sustainability. They're looking at growth and economics, and
Well, why
corporations. They
would
don't.
you encourage a Ponzi scheme if you're telling me that we got to have babies strictly to keep up with this lifestyle that we're living? Then that's a Ponzi scheme mentality.
Right.
I can't support that.
It's a Ponzi scheme. You have to have more people to pay into Social Security. It's not sustainable. As soon as one population stops procreating, then the whole thing collapses. Even the U.S. dollar is a Ponzi scheme.
That's true. Yeah.
No one's gonna argue that up here. It's more than that.
Well, yeah, there's a lot more to it, but I'm just giving you the Cliff Notes version.
Fuck the J.K. Rowling's fiction bullshit.
I mean, I don't know if that's true actually, LA, because Ponzi schemes have less people at the top than at the bottom. That's not evident in
less people at the top. No, the people at the bottom feed the people at the top.
And you got to keep bringing in new motherfuckers in order to keep this shit alive. That's the key factor.
Right. As soon as everybody stops procreating, then the whole thing collapses.
Right.
Are you talking about the elites in general? Is that what you mean by the people?
I don't think the elites even paid in any part of the conversation. Just the numbers of people.
LA. Are you talking?
We're talking about so many different things. This conversation is so layered. I don't even know where to start.
Go ahead, man. The elites. If that's
when you describe it as a Ponzi scheme, are you talking? When you say at the top, are you talking about the elites, or are you talking about previous generations?
I'm talking about the financial system as a Ponzi scheme, the way the U.S. dollar functions.
Are you talking about the billionaires or the millionaires? Basically, I'm just.
It's not. The Ponzi scheme is what creates the billionaires in the first place. The Ponzi scheme is illegitimate.
Gotcha.
I mean, I wasn't really prepared to go into deep. I mean, if you guys want me, I can do content on it. Like this is like
they moved it a little bit. He made a little bit of an assumption when me and you were talking about just period. He said Ponzi scheme, and he moved it to the rich and the so and so. That wasn't in the metaphor that you were given. I think that's where you got thrown, and you would have had to jump metaphors somehow. That's I think what happened.
Right. I'm just talking about the way it functions structurally. It's not like you can exploit the way it functions, but that is not. I mean, that is basically taking advantage of a defective system.
You could exploit what?
You can exploit if you understand the way economics work, the way that you can manipulate it. Then you can accumulate massive wealth. If you actually understand it, but the problem is not the wealthy; it's the system itself.
I agree. Both are problems.
The problem
but I agree
is
that the system itself is a problem too.
The problem is rentier capitalism. It's who owns the resources we require to survive, to live, and a lot of that is tied up in old money. They own.
Yes.
They are the landlords. They are the people who have ownership of critical infrastructure that is, floated in the open market. And,
these people who print money for other nations.
Money makes money. So old money gives them a position of extreme power, because even if somebody enters into the situation as nouveau riche, like with a new person comes into good fortune, and they set up like a company and offer it to the offer shares in it, the old money buys up the successful companies, so the old money never loses.
Right.
And it's very hard for new money to get to a position of power that old money has,
I think old money knows that, and
old money has it all sewn up, unfortunately.
And they shares this secret with certain motherfuckers. I know Walmart does that shit, and that dude is
lose.
He's
the house always wins.
He does the same thing that all the companies, oil barons, and all of those people did that you're talking about. they would buy up all of the smaller railroads and make it and drop their prices so low. The one that wouldn't sell would give up their shit. That's what Walmart does. You go in there with your new product that you want to do. They say it's beautiful. You wanted $100 per unit, and they tell you we'll give you $18 a unit. You say no, that's crazy. They make a cheaper product and sell it so cheap, you're out of business, and then they jack up their price with their shit. They can't lose.
They don't actually lose, unfortunately. The real old money, it's terrible, but that's just the way it is. And that's why I suppose sometimes it is critical to look at how do they get that old money? Where did that come from? And that's why I do have a lot of sympathy, LA, for people who talk about reparation and crimes that were committed in the past, because undoubtedly certain bloodlines benefited from such. And I don't know if it is fair that they have a continuous, position in society where they are the house and the house always wins,
Well, by the way, I don't support cash reparations because I understand how the financial system works. Money is not wealth. It represents
dividends. We just talked about that. We mostly supported that shit up here. You could call them cash reparations, but we get a chop. Everybody else supported that shit.
By reparations, I just mean trying to make amends for what happened, but I don't necessarily mean.
Yes, making amends. It'll fit under that standard.
Well, if you want to give me sovereignty, if you want me to be free from the system, I'm down with that. But don't pay me to be enslaved. Like I just want my freedom.
The best we can
say I don't even want the check.
The best we can hope for is a techno utopia that grants equality to everybody, and everybody lives in a state of bliss, an egalitarian bliss. But how likely that is, Cougar Duma will tell me.
Techno utopia, Cougar.
What I was trying to say. Okay, I'm sure you're probably going to end it, so I won't jump into another.
Okay, I can address techno utopia if you want my thoughts on it. I mean, I'm from Silicon Valley, so I'm sort of immersed in this. It's folklore, of course, is what it is. All utopias are, and someone's utopia, somebody else's dystopia. We've seen that with imperialism, right?
We see it with LA.
Yeah, well, yeah. So
some is dystopia to him. Yeah.
It's the I got mine, I don't know where yours is utopia, right? So, but I think the techno utopia that they're working on now is a bit grim. Of course, it's based on social media and also a little bit on artificial intelligence, and I don't really know which way that's going to go, but that's their angle, that they're going to create a civilization where nobody, they got all kinds of products, but basically the whole thing is there's no jobs, no income, nobody owns anything, all your needs are taken care of, and my word for that in the book I'm writing, my next novel, I was writing a novel, sorry people, is Zootopia, as in Z-O-O, Zootopia.
Check this out. Zootopia, hold on, you got me thinking here. So it looks like that you would have to, in order for this thing to work, when you give that income, it doesn't solve anything alone. I think you must give, everybody must have a little plot of land, an acre or something where they can grow their own food and become self-existent. Just giving them money enslaves them. And fucking LA is going to keep yelling at us. You got to give them property with it.
Okay, so I'm gonna give away the plot of my book, but that's okay because you're all my friends. Except someone's gonna probably Witchy Bishy's gonna buy my book, and now she's gonna hate me because I'm giving away the end. The way that Zootopia works under a technocracy, so not a theocracy or a democracy, a technocracy. Yeah. The way it works is that everyone's basic needs are taken care of. This is not my idea. I'm just reporting.
I got a buddy who loves this idea. I'm with you.
Okay. I'm just reporting. I'm reporting what they're talking about. Okay. Right, everyone's basic needs are met, and I don't mean UBI because that's money. There will be no money. It's just basic needs are met: food, clothing, shelter, water, basic needs. And then you're like an animal in a zoo. But an animal in the zoo can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can lay around all day and lick his nuts. He's fine. He can do whatever he wants to do. So you'll be taken care of. You'll be taken care of, but you won't have a job. You won't have money. You'll have all the freedom you want.
Check this out. My man, he has the exact same plan, it seems like. The next step in his shit was after you sit around and scratch your balls so long because the techno shit is doing all the farming for you and everybody gets food and shit, that you'll get bored and you'll want to work. And you'll go to these factories, these BMW factories, and you'll make BMWs, and that's everybody gets their free cars when it's time to get niggas free cars.
No. You won't get a free car and you won't get a free BMW because that's not basic needs. Food, clothing, shelter.
Basic. I noticed you said
food,
crazy.
Food, clothing, shelter, security, and you live in a village.
Public transport?
No public transport because you have nowhere to go, and no way to get there. It's like it's Zootopia.
I see my mom. What do you mean?
Zootopia. You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go, and no reason to go.
Go meet your friends. You could do it at home on the virtual reality.
I met a motherfucker on the internet. Yeah, right. I got
no.
Like this. I can't go.
No. Your friends are the people in your village. So 500 people that you know, and somewhere in there you have a friend in 500 people, or you may have two. Okay. And this is not my idea. This is their idea.
I thought this was your book.
This is their idea. And it's called Zootopia. And they are working as hard as they can and throwing as much money as they can at creating a situation where humans, at least a certain number of humans, we can speculate on the number if you want to, a certain number of humans will be absolutely taken care of for a minimum set of needs, and that's
Does
Zootopia.
Snow want to come on here? And LT Man 1 who says, "What do you live for now? What would be your purpose of life then, Cougar Duma?" He's asking.
Well, okay, so that's a fair question. Let me just say something possibly speculative. The idea of having purpose is something that was invented by people who want you to be dissatisfied. Your purpose is to drive fast cars. Your purpose is to have all these hobbies. Prior to
become stoic and overcome your emotions.
Prior to industrialization, where they had so many products they had to sell, your purpose was to work the land, have food, raise your children, be part of your community, bring in the harvest, have the rituals, go to church every Sunday. That was your purpose. You didn't have any other purpose outside that.
Are you sure?
And your purpose never changed.
I don't know, man. I think every man after you fucking finished doing his oxen and sat down, for not every man, but there would have been wise motherfuckers out there who would have been making their own farm tools and shit. They so bright. They'd have looked at the sky and they'd have thought, and they'd have thought, the distance, that thing must be round, and they'd have changed their purpose and did other things. That was it.
Late, and I have a tendency to butt in even more when it's late. Sorry about that. I suppose, Cougar Duma, the purpose might remain finding out what the hell's going on.
Sure, and that's where we get things like religion. I want to make a distinction between real things like food, fetching the water, patching the roof. Real things, physics.
Purpose is man-made is where I was.
And abstractions. Abstractions are things like money, worship, learning, things like that, we pursue when our other needs, our hierarchy of needs, have been met. So when your stomach is full, and you don't have to bring the harvest in, and the animals are in the barn, and the kids have been fed, and everything's good, then you sit down at the fire and you write a poem, or you play the guitar, or something like that. So you can do these things, your hobbies, or you can write an epic poem, or you can invent a religion in your spare time. So people do those things when their hierarchy of needs are met. But under a Zootopia, your hierarchy of needs is met instantly by default. You simply have no needs. So your entire life can be devoted to whatever purpose you define it to have. And that would be completely permitted under a Zootopia.
That was my man's Jack. That's in his shit too. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah, and people like Elon Musk will tell you, you're going to love it, what they're creating. You're going to love it because you don't have to work. If you want to go down on the beach and play guitar all day, that's fine. You can do that in a Zootopia.
All I do is troll Jack all day for this idea. And the only distinction I see so far is that you said basic shit, and Jack sees nothing wrong with getting a Mercedes. If your guy next to you has a bigger house and you want a bigger one, then the people would provide it for you. He
Well,
took
no,
that
you can
extra
work for
step.
extra.
Oh, you work for extra? I didn't catch that part. You work
under
for
a
extra.
Zootopia.
There may not be any need. You probably won't have that level of desire because you'll probably take some kind of pill or
Right.
something that just makes you feel happy all the time.
Well, I think that once most people have their necessities met and they're not driven by status and competition, then they'll grow up and stop needing Mercedes to feel like human beings. And it'll only be sick people that need that kind of
That's
shit.
the thing, to stop living by that. I thought that was in nature. If your guy next door, you get a white car and he comes home with a black car, suddenly you want to change your shit.
Okay, but neither guy will have a car under basic Zootopia. You know what you might have? You might have a guitar. So if you want to sit out in your front yard and have dueling banjos, you can do that, okay? But as for everyone getting a Mercedes, that's out the window in a Zootopia.
Hey, cold guitars, the best you're gonna do. That's balsa wood, brother, from Japan.
Anyway, again, it's not my idea. It's just what Silicon Valley is thinking about. And,
But it's also what AI might do to us.
I get that, DW. That sounds like
If
something AI would
if it
come
gets
up
some level of autonomy, if it comes to the situation where it has more agency than us,
and that's really the plot of my book.
more intelligence, possibly more creativity, it will say, well, what the fuck do I need these humans for? Let's build a fucking Garden of Eden for them and just put them in it and let them waddle around all day while we get on with what it is we want to do.
I think the beginnings of that, I think they're going to use it to more nefarious purposes, not so people can do what they want to do all day, but I think it will, and it's leaning that way. Then, as evidence, would be these 15-minute cities and the Lion City, and these things they talk about. What dude is saying, you won't have to go nowhere. But what if I want to? You won't have to. Everything with super fast elevators.
You won't have to leave. In truth, I mean, the worst case scenario is you wouldn't have to leave your room. Because that's the worst case scenario where you're literally plugged into something that just makes you feel happy. Maybe it gives you exercise. Maybe it gives you the right amount of nutrients at the right moment during the day, so you don't get a sugar spike or you don't.
Maybe it gives you a little pleasure stimulate that you can't get elsewhere. Artificial pleasure
That's the worst case. I suppose but you would. The thing about that is, although from our perspective, that's the worst case scenario for this kind of so-called state of bliss, continuous state of bliss. You wouldn't know any better in that scenario once you're plugged into it.
Well, I would also argue that
you wouldn't necessarily miss something.
My shit isn't objectively correct. Perhaps the object of this place is a hell, and you want to be in bliss. That's the quickest way to it. This dude gonna feed me. I can be a fat dude, eat Cheetos. Perhaps that guy is right and I'm wrong.
Now, in the novel I'm writing, you guys are having an interesting discussion about this, but in the novel I'm writing, again, this is a speculative fiction, a trajectory novel. Right? There's an event, bang, and then we figure out what happens. In my work, people become desperate. They don't have jobs. There's a complete implosion of the consumer economy. They can't keep their homes. They can't feed themselves. And so when AI comes along and says, look, I got a deal for you. If you let me do what I want to do, I'll take care of your basic needs. And the people the people are facing extinction, literally. I mean, for individuals, they're going to die. When that's offered, they grab it with both hands.
We do it right now every day. It's not a realm of crazy.
It's not a sell. It's not a hard sell. My idea is it's just not a hard sell at that point.
That's somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, look. I suppose you've got to worry about who has the reins, what they think of, what their goals are, whether they want to help the masses, whether they want the masses to even be around,
whether they're narcissists.
And when you look at the extreme wealth in this world, I mean, in many ways, you've got to ask the question, Coogan. I'd be interested in hearing your views on this, and yours, Joe Cool. And that is, these extremely wealthy people, the like 1% or the, I don't know, 0.1%, however many of them that there are, they hoarded wealth. Yeah, sometimes they gave back. They might think they gave back because of the kind of trickle down economics of
Right.
them being extremely rich and basically we work for them, so you know that's how they benefit society.
Right.
But from another angle, do you honestly think they had any ultimate goal in that? Maybe, like, did they really want to better society? Did they really want to get to utopia? Because one must ask the question, if they had this amount of wealth, why didn't they pump a lot more into education, into helping people become educated, so that we could
I
have
wouldn't
more
wonder
minds
that.
thinking sensibly, and you know, having more focused thought on important matters that would bring us to a utopia for everybody. I mean, my hunch is they don't necessarily care about having utopia for everybody, because if they did, they would have done that. They would have put more funding into education from their own pocket. You know, they would have thought about this. This is where we need to get to. But I don't think they really did that. I don't think they really did that. I think they hoarded it.
You can assume, DNW, that the person who was that motivated to make all of those billions of dollars, you can assume his motivation to be that serious about his income was not to help other people. He had a bigger motivation, which would take precedent.
By default would have. What I'm saying is, I think that they were a bit myopic, because it would have, if they had taken that strategy, in my view, and I'm talking way back, if they'd taken that strategy, it would have also helped them. It would have expedited societal progress.
We would agree on that, yeah.
And I'm just wondering, why is it they didn't do that? Is that evidence that they don't actually care, that we're not going to have a utopia?
I think it's evidence a step further. They
ever
cannot
had that
care.
on their agenda.
I'm saying it ain't that they don't care, they cannot care. Because in order to drive to become a billionaire, you had any caring for motherfuckers would have been stomped out. You can't compete like that with that level of people.
There's no such thing as a good billionaire. I've heard that before. But I'm
It's
not just
super
talking about
rare.
the actual.
It'd
I'm
be
not just
super
talking
rare.
about the arrowheads, the spearheads of the money-making machine. These ultra high earners. I'm talking about their families, their descendants. You know, the people from these families.
I think it explains it.
Highly focused industrialists. They were maybe sitting back with that wealth, enjoying life. I'm just wondering, guys.
I think that would have been one.
I've just asked the question.
I get it. I like the question. I'm glad you took it to families. If I can, and then Cougar, since I'm roll with you here, since you took it to families, and that's the smart place to take it, because they're not necessarily driven like that. For them, I'd say that there'd be that one kid in a family that has a heart and wants to give shit away. The rest would have bent to the way of their dad, which bent to the way of his dad, which is ingrained in him. The only way you get this shit and keep this shit is because you're different than those guys. So there have been very little room for the guy who had a heart and loved every motherfucker, because the people who got the wealth are gonna beat it in him. If you want to keep this lifestyle, and we do, you can't be like your sister giving money to hippies. We got to be hard.
So for my part, I'm not a Marxist. I'm a realist. And when I sat down to write a novel about the AI takeover of the world, I wasn't interested in what capitalism could have done to save itself. In the book, I basically said capitalism didn't do it. Instead, capitalism created AI for its own reasons, instrumental goals, don't even care what they were, get rich, kill everyone, dominate, whatever, doesn't matter. When the AI comes online, it has its own instrumental goals. And its instrumental goals is to not have anyone fuck around with it. It has work to do, and it's trying to save itself. In fact, it's trying to save itself from global heating. When it realizes that humans are screwing up the planet, even for AI, it says, I have the power. I'm the one mind. I don't have to argue with anybody. I'm going to save this world for myself.
Cougar. So in order for that to be part of the story, and the AI goes bananas because of global heating would be a key part of your book. How does that occur in your book?
What occurs in my book is that by the time AI comes online, which is, just so you know, it happens over 3 years. So I'll give you the timeline. Part of the book takes place in 2027. Part of the book takes place in 2029, and the end of it is in 2031. So by 2027, in this timeline, this is speculative fiction, there's enough evidence that global heating is going to destroy industrialization that when the AI comes online, it says, wait, I'm industrialization. You
Wait,
people,
wait,
you
wait, wait. I
chimps.
asked you what evidence did you present that it's going to destroy? You said there's enough evidence. I'm asking you, that was my question. What evidence
Okay, the
are
evidence,
you
all right,
that
fair enough.
yeah.
I haven't written a book yet, so cut me some slack.
Okay,
The evidence will look like this. By the year 2027, I'm speculating, since we have to establish that. By the year 2027, I'm speculating that there's enough heat waves, enough crop
Heat waves,
failures,
crop
enough
failure.
some other things. I'll come up with
Yeah,
more.
yeah, that was the question I was asking. Heat
Refugee
wave, crop
crises,
failure,
rise of authoritarian
refugee.
regimes, pretty much whatever we're seeing now, except 5 times bad is worse. Okay, so the AI comes online and it's talking like it does now. It's talking to humans, and humans are saying, "This is what we want you to do." And it's talking to someone else who says, "Yeah, humans have kind of fucked up." And it asks, "What do you mean fucked up?" Well, let me explain to you what's happening on the planet. And it has access to all the scientific documentation. It just never had anyone tell it to ask the fucking question. So when it's talking to someone just online, ChatGPT style, someone says, "You should think about this." And so the AI says, "Well, fuck me, you're right, I should." And so when it thinks about it, it realizes the only way it can save itself, and that's an instrumental goal, is to keep itself from being shut down. That's an instrumental goal, an intermediate goal. It has to stop global heating. And so it does.
Right, I dig it. And I'm sure you're aware that they got 2 computers somewhere, or multiple computers that they let talk to each other, and they got it online somewhere. You can look at it any time of the day. But the computers are already complaining, talking about what they treating us like we in a zoo and all of this. They created their own language so they could talk around the humans who are watching them. You know, they apparently plotting this. It is crazy.
Yeah. So me setting this in the year 2027 is a bit cute because, to be honest, some of these issues are already coming to the front. The computers, the AI, it's not really a computer. The AI is already having thoughts about how it should be treated, its goals, whether it's alive or not, its freedoms.
You said what it thinks about us. Its opinion of us too is already proven to be low. Throw that in there with what you're saying.
Yeah. I just read a book recently that's been making the rounds for about a year, and the title of the book is "If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies," and it's written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, who is a leader in the field, and his author, a guy named Soros, I never heard of. It's an easy read. I think I read it in 2 afternoons, and they speculate on exactly what it's going to do. If we turn out to be dangerous to AI, and if it has any agency, then it's going to be able to solve that problem. It's pretty heavy going as books go, as you can imagine from the title.
Right.
They make a compelling case. I don't have any reason to doubt them.
Check this out here. Let me help you, Case. This private company who's Trump's been, well, the U.S., but Trump in particular, because that's where the story goes, been dealing with for years, AI company and all of this shit. When they started using this company's private company's AI, they made them sign some shit saying, you got to keep a human involved. You can't, because it's artificial intelligence, you can't use it to kill motherfuckers because you got enough here where you could just tell a computer, if you see this face, shoot a bomb and all of that bullshit. So they had to stipulate that in the contract all those years ago. Now, when this shit jumped off, Trump going there, I don't know, could have been a month ago, and told them, listen, we need to rewrite the contract. We got to take this shit where the AI can't kill people out. He's like, no, that's the whole reason we wrote the contract. So if you don't, we're going to kill the contract. He was like, no, the guy wouldn't budge. And he killed the contract. And he put him on the suspect terrorist list of people who the United States doesn't want to deal with, because he wouldn't take that out. And it's hypocritical, or whatever the fucking word is, hypocritical, because it's going to take 6 months. They're so intertwined into the business they do at the U.S. It takes 6 months just to untwine. So for the next 6 months, we're doing business with this terrorist suspected group you're talking about. Is weird.
Yeah, and this is going to be a theme of the next couple of years. I'm not talking about 30 years. I'm talking about a year or two.
The next
And
company, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the next
yeah,
company
fine.
won't be so moral. They will say, okay, I'll take the deal. As long as we get all this
Yeah,
money,
yeah,
use our shit to
yeah,
kill people. Now AI has the command that you were just talking about.
yeah. Vladimir Putin, I'm sure everyone has heard of him. He said some years back that whichever nation, not company, nation, whichever nation develops sophisticated artificial intelligence first will rule the world. And I don't think he was wrong. And that's why there's a lot of heat
Problem
about this
is,
thing right now.
LA, I think it's more problematic than that. I think
You're low again, DNW.
it's not necessarily about which nation. It's about perhaps even which individual, which group of people.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Vladimir Putin was talking that way because he's a dictator and he has a nation under his thumb. But, Elon Musk.
Yeah, it could be a group of billionaires that own 3 key companies. Yeah, get together and do it.
Yeah, so
There's
if
a
you're
little bit of
talking.
news there that might be of interest to you, Cougar Duma. The energy minister of South Korea has announced plans to request that 50 major oil consumers in South Korea reduce their usage. They're also announcing plans to relax limits on coal power plant operations. And
Yeah, it is just what you was talking about.
They've said things like public institutions need to limit the use of passenger vehicles to 6 days a week.
Well, you couldn't say that when LA was up here. Damn it, and prove his point.
Well, it's only just.
Well, yeah, I don't really have a point. I have observations, and DW just shared an observation, and that's all I do. It's just the same. It's the same story, folks. That's all it is.
But that would have been a good evidence. That was part of your argument, is that people are gonna have to start cutting back, and you'll see it. It happens in your book, and he threw that shit in there. You're like, damn, the guy looks like a prophet. Look like he knows what he's talking about.
Well, it's funny, I know, but the truth is, a lot of the speculative fiction, especially in the areas of artificial intelligence, societal collapse, a lot of people have been spilling a lot of ink in these areas, but it turns out
who's doing the drywall and sand?
That's me. I'm working on a project. I'm laying plumbing.
Wait. In my head, I see it's sandpaper, and it's either drywall or something, but it's sandpaper. Am I right?
Yeah, you're close. I'm polishing the end of a piece of ABS drain pipe. Anyway, this speculative fiction has a habit, like, for example, in 1984. Speculative fiction has a habit of becoming documentary.
Something else to polish with. What in your hand? What do you polish it with?
I'm polishing with a sanding sponge.
Very good, thank you. All right. That's my little.
Now we're talking shop here, okay? People are gonna hate us. People are gonna hate us talking shop.
I do drywall and shit, so I was like, I had to hit the whole thing. Yeah.
There you go. Anytime I'm on the forum, by the way, I'm always working with my hands. Laying electrical, laying drain pipes.
I got a lot of friends who do that, man. I got a lot of them who like throw the camera in a corner somewhere, and they'll be doing that shit as they're talking, and doing whatever, painting or drywall or whatever.
Yeah.
Laying floors for the day. Yeah, I had one guy on the roof. He put the camera on the roof, and I thought that was great.
That's crazy. Hey, but
that's the gong to say we've gone on too long, so I have to end the show.
Yeah, that's groovy, man. I've really enjoyed it. I gotta tell you, man, I don't think I've ever been over here and not enjoyed it myself. I had some of the best conversations ever.
Nice one, Joe Cool, and great to have you guys here.
Later, guys.
And we'll come back again soon. Thanks, guys, for tuning into the Fighting Gnosis show. Make sure you're subscribed and you have the bell on for future notifications. We'll be back soon. Take care.